Hey, Emily, I just want to do a sound check.
You sound good.
Excellent.
Awesome. I'll pass you the baton in 2 minutes. Thank
Great,
you.
thanks.
Okay, we're ready to get started, Heather. You can just take control of the slides there and we're good to go.
Thanks. Sorry, I couldn't find my unmute at the bottom. Welcome everyone to track 2. I am Heather Mahalik and I'm going to moderate the entire day for you. Please make sure you refer to the agenda and follow along. You are welcome to join track 1, come back to track 2. So just make sure you are in the correct chat or track and the correct chat on Discord. As we look through the slides here as an intro, track 2 officially begins at 10:05 today. I want to review some things with you just in case you did not attend the keynotes. So if this is your first time, welcome to the DFIR Summit and Training. Track 2 has some really amazing talks. Obviously, track 1 does as well. But I want to cover a few things. So there is a code of conduct, and you will see that in Discord, some people have already been removed for not being good team players. And obviously, everyone has a right to their opinion, and we are all very opinionated in this career field. But we want to make sure that we are being pleasant and nice. So please make sure that you are respectful, that you realize that if you make a negative comment or you're nasty or anything against gender, sexual identities, cultural, we want it to be fun. We want this to be about forensics. So please be supportive of everyone who's up there on the stage. And I say on the stage because a lot of people will make comments and then they never take the stage. So keep that in mind. It's hard to walk the shoes of the speaker. So there is the conduct if you want to read it, and we will remind you of this. Discord is the place for communication. This is where you network. This is where you talk back and forth. We do have ban rights, just to warn you. So be pleasant, be a good team player. I always tell people, don't be a no fun commander. We want this to be fun. We want you to learn. If you have questions for the speaker, please enter them directly into the Zoom during the talk. Everything else after or during, you'll have hallways. You'll see there's an entire track 2 channel, and that would essentially be like communicating in the audience with your friends. If you have questions or you want to communicate directly with the speaker after the fact, put that into the speaker's channel. So you will see that those exist. Also on Twitter, DFIR Summit. You can reach out to me directly. I'm at Heather Mahalik on Twitter. You'll see me, I'm Heather, I think Sands in parentheses on Discord. So please reach out if you have any questions. At the end of the day, there is an evaluation, and these are really important to us. We give feedback to every speaker, and we also use these to see what you liked and to drum up interest for our next year's call for papers. They are very, very important. Please, please, please fill out your evals. And I believe they're picking a name for some kind of gift card from the evals. So super important to us. For the agenda, and you should all have access to this, we are starting this morning with Jonathan, kicking things off before the break. And then we're going to keep going into different talks. And you'll see each talk is generally followed by a break or lunch. And there are some lunch talks as well. So be prepared, an amazing agenda ahead. Again, thank you to our advisory board for helping sift through all these call for papers. It is not an easy task. We had a lot of submissions, and we really tried to hone it down based upon last year's evals on what you wanted to hear. All right, let me check the time. It is 10:09. I went a few minutes over, Jonathan, I'm sorry. All right, so without further ado, I am going to introduce to you Jonathan Ketchum. So what I hear about John, and I haven't met you in person, I don't believe, John, and if I have, I'm really sorry, but people say you are the sharpest tack. You are like, you know how people say not the sharpest tack in the box? You are sharper than the sharpest tack. The one thing that Jonathan and I do have in common is the Air Force. So near and dear to me. And without further ado, I will hand this over to you.
All right, thanks so much, Heather. Can you guys hear me?
You sound great.
All right, fantastic. Well, thank you, Heather, for the great introduction. As Heather mentioned, my name is John Ketchum. I'm one of the full-time threat hunters at USAA in the Cyber Threat Operations Center. And today I'd like to talk to you briefly about our project to improve the Kanza open source framework. Get the obligatory legal statement out of the way. Any opinions that I express during this presentation are my own, not my employer's, but I will say that I do work for a really awesome employer and we have a really cool mission. And part of our mission is to ensure and facilitate the financial security of our members. And one of the large ways that we do that is through innovation and through embracing of open source. And that's largely because with open source, we're able to tailor our applications to the needs of our environment. It allows us to stay on the bleeding edge of security tactics and techniques and to keep the cost low and competitive. And to my knowledge, this is one of the largest single contributions back to an open source project that USA has allowed. Over 10,000 lines of code and more on the way. So we're super excited to talk about this today. So here's a quick overview of what we'll be covering today. To be completely honest up front, there's way too much content here for me to cover in just 30 minutes. And so I'm going to be probably talking a little bit quickly, and I'm going to skip some slides. I wanted to keep the slides included so that they're going to be posted after the fact on the SANS portal. And so will the videos. So if you feel like I'm going too quickly, the good news is that you can download the video later and watch it at half speed so I don't sound like a talking chipmunk. If at all possible, if you're able to save your questions for the Discord Track 2 hallway that I've got, that'd be great. It'd allow me to get through more of the content with everybody. But if not, I'll try to go as quick as I can and allow a little bit of time for questions at the end. So a quick refresher, and for those of you who aren't familiar, what is Kanza? Well, let's say you've got an incident where you suspect a few hosts on your network have been compromised and you need to gather some additional forensic artifacts to support your investigation. Well, the good news is Kanza is an excellent tool for the job. The reason is that it relies on PowerShell and WinRM, which are native services in Windows. So you don't need to install any agents or do anything additional. All of the tools that you need are already there in most cases. And it allows you to run arbitrary modules. And there's a lot of community provided modules out there to collect certain artifacts. But the best part is you can write your own. So whatever it is you're looking for, you can look for exactly that by writing your own custom modules. I do want to talk about briefly what Kanza is not. It is not an endpoint detection response solution. It's not antivirus. It cannot replace your event logging solution. It's not real time. So it has a very niche place in incident response and potentially threat hunting in that you can use it to supplement those log sources to get artifacts that you're not already getting through some other means. And one of the niche areas that Kanza fills is especially in large enterprise environments where many of them are starting to feel that agent fatigue. Too many agents on the endpoints. IT is not really very positive about throwing another agent on there just for threat hunting. And the great thing about Kanza is that there's no agent required. It's relying on native Windows services and capabilities. So that's really the advantage that we have here with Kanza. There's lots of different Kanza forks out there. All of them provide great capabilities. Let's talk briefly, though, about what is a prerequisite to get Kanza to work in your environment. Well, first of all, you've got to have PowerShell. And the good news is if you're a large enterprise, you probably have PowerShell already. If you're running Windows 10 includes PowerShell v5 by default. I can tell you that for several years, we ran Kanza against the entire environment at USAA, and it works fine with Windows 7 as well, going as far back as PowerShell version 2. You're also going to need WinRM, the service WinRM, Windows Remoting, WSMan as it's otherwise known, and port 5985 or 5986 allowed through the host-based firewall. I generally recommend that you do this via a GPO or a logon script so you can achieve as wide of a reach as possible with getting those settings enabled. You're also going to need some credentials, and a lot of InfoSec professionals like to default to wanting domain admin credentials. I can tell you right now that with all of the threat hunting that we've done and the hundreds of Kanza jobs that we've run across our environment, we've never had the need for domain admin. I do recommend that whatever credentials you use, you make sure that they're part of a group that has local admin on the boxes that you're going to be running Kanza against. And in extreme cases, you may need up to the SE debug privilege, but really local admin is sufficient for any Kanza job that you're going to run. Also, Microsoft's Remote Server Administration Toolkit is super helpful. It allows you to query Active Directory through PowerShell and get a list of those target systems in Active Directory real time so that you have a list of the active machines that you want to reach out to and run Kanza against. And the next few items that I'm going to list here as prerequisites are grayed out. And that's just to denote that you only need these things to use or leverage some of the enhancements that we've added to the Kanza project in the last month or so. And the first I list here is ELK, but really any centralized logging solution will work. It just needs to be able to accept JSON formatted messages coming in on an arbitrary TCP listener port. And with our contribution back to the project, we provided a sample Grok parser for Logstash, but really, like I said, any centralized logging solution will work just fine. We also recommend deployment servers, and we'll talk more about this later, but this is what allows us to scale up and deploy Kanza jobs to hundreds of thousands of systems very, very rapidly. The exact number of servers is up to you. It really depends on the size of your environment and how quickly you want to be able to get those jobs, those Kanza jobs, out to the environment. And finally, we also recommend a staging server or set of servers, a cluster, possibly fronted by a load balancer. We use the staging server to stage auxiliary binaries or helper tools that the Kanza modules can download and use to gather additional artifacts that may not be possible with just native PowerShell. So we love Kanza and we don't want to disparage it at all. We're super excited about using it, but let's talk about its limitations. So really it's designed to be run from an analyst workstation and it's really focused on incident response. So you're kind of focused on 50 to 100 targets, maybe 1,000 if you've got a really beefy workstation and a good network connection, but it's really not designed to be run against the entire environment all at once, very rapidly. Since it's running from the analyst workstation, your real network bottleneck there is going to be deploying the job out. If you try to connect to 200,000 machines from your laptop, it's going to take a while. And then another limitation is that it's synchronous in nature, meaning that the Kanza framework connects to the endpoint and stays connected for the duration of the module that you're running, waiting for those results to come back, and then collects those results before it moves on to the next series. So serial and synchronous in nature, which are two of the problems that we're going to have to overcome to get it to scale. And finally, the results are stored on the local machine. So if you run this from your analyst workstation, your laptop, if you work in a large enterprise environment and you have more than one threat hunter, you're going to have a problem sharing those results and collaborating on them. We've done several threat hunting engagements with Kanza where we collect hundreds of millions of records, and being able to work through those hundreds of millions of records, if they're all on one person's laptop, becomes a little bit difficult. So this slide here is really just going over a visual depiction of what the serial synchronous nature of Kanza represents as far as a difficulty in scaling in the environment. I think you guys get the picture. Well, what I want to talk about is our goal. We think Kanza is great at incident response, but we wanted to use it from a threat hunting perspective. And threat hunting is all about knowing normal so that you can find those outliers. So we wanted to run one module on over 150,000 systems, get the results as quickly as possible to be able to identify those outliers in our environment. And the problem that we ran into is that it was just too slow. Even for modules that only took a couple of seconds, running that against 150,000 systems would take well over a day, and that was just not fast enough for us. Call us, Captain Impatient. So we had to come up with a solution to address that. And our first solution to address this was to throw more horsepower at the situation, right? The old Tim the Toolman Taylor solution is, let's get some more servers in there and divide up the job. Now, if you're a manager, you call this delegating the responsibility to your team. But from a computing engineer perspective, this is distributed parallelized computing. So we wrote a script that basically takes the job, and let's say you have 150,000 endpoints you want to target. It divides that task, that list of targets, up into a bunch of sub-targets, subtasks. And then it divvies them up between all of your Kansas servers. You've got in high-speed data centers with great connectivity to the rest of the environment. And the way that this works is the analyst will launch the Kansas module by calling out to the Kansas servers and invoking a regular copy of the Kansas framework on those servers to reach out to the endpoint. And each server then will reach out to its subset of targets across the environment and run that Kansas job, waiting for the job to complete, collect the results, bring them back, and then to solve that other problem, it sends all of the results into our centralized log management solution. We chose Elk for our hunting solution, but really any log solution will do. After all the results are there in Elk, you can then use Elk's dashboards, aggregations, visualizations to very quickly tease out all of those outliers and anomalies. I know many of you, your parents told you growing up that being different was good, but in a threat hunting scenario, different is suspicious and deserves an investigation. And so this is what allows us to find those outliers very, very quickly. And with this enhancement, we were able to make great success. We could run small Kansas jobs that took, maybe a minute or less in under a day. But that was still too slow for us. And that's because we needed to solve that other problem of synchronicity. The fact that Kansas by default stays connected to the endpoint while the module runs. So we needed to come up with a way to get around the synchronicity. And our solution to that was to create asynchronous Kansas jobs. We call these fire and forget modules because they're largely self-guided, autonomous modules that we can launch against an endpoint and then walk away. So the idea is that we spawn an orphan child process and have that process run the module collection and then report all of its results directly to our logging solution rather than waiting for the Kansas server. So the idea here is, in addition to our module code that's collecting the forensics we're interested in, we're also going to include some functions to standardize our results, to send them to Elk, to base64 encode and compress the entire module so we can spawn it as an orphan child process, and then include a self-unpacker functionality so that it has the ability to extract itself when it arrives on the endpoint. And we take all of that and we package it up into our fully autonomous fire and forget module that we can then deploy against the endpoint. And here's a notional view, if you speak PowerShell, of what we're doing. Really all it is taking all of that functionality, the module code to collect the artifacts, as well as everything necessary to make it autonomous, and we put it into a script block. And then we have a function that takes that script block, compresses it down, base64 encodes it, prepends the functions to decompress it and base64 encode it. And then we use a simple WIMI call when we land on the box to spawn an orphan child process, kind of like the Linux equivalent nohup, so that when we disconnect from the machine, the process doesn't die. And with that, we're able to push out, just like before, using that same distributed deployment mechanism, we can push those fire and forget modules out. And we have multiple advantages here. The moment we start firing those modules out, they begin to execute in the environment. And immediately when the job is done, that system will start to report its results into Elk. So from the moment we click go, we can go into our dashboards and start the real-time analysis right away. So we have achieved success now. We're able to run Kansas jobs that take forever, and we can launch those in just a minute or two. It's fantastic. Yes, I see some questions coming in. Can you get a copy of the PowerShell blocks? Yep, the code has all been contributed back to the open source project. So it's all out there, and these slides will be made available later. But some of you in the audience probably noticed something interesting about that PowerShell block that I put up there. We look exactly like malware. If you were looking closely, looking back at that block, you'll see some key signs that should flag and throw off red alerts. We're using memory streams, we're compressing, we're base64 encoding. This looks like obfuscated PowerShell. And then you have the telltale sign of evil PowerShell at the bottom, spawning a PowerShell instance with no profile, hidden window, and obfuscated command block. That sets off all sorts of alarm bells. And you probably thought that, and so did our EDR solution and all of our monitoring. You can imagine the faces of our incident responders when hundreds and hundreds of thousands of alerts came pouring into their queue for evil PowerShell. Cybergeddon was pouring in through the gates. So we had to find a way to fix this. Our solution was fourfold. First of all, using an API, we work with our EDR to negotiate a safe word, basically a way of dynamically suppressing the evil PowerShell that we're about to invoke by telling the EDR it's okay, it's just us. And you can make this a time-based safe word. It really depends on your EDR solution, but you're just basically doing a temporary suppression for the rule set that you have. Now, the EDR isn't the only thing that was flipping out. Our network-based detections, our Windows event logging detections were also seeing this evil PowerShell and losing their mind. So we solved that through a couple of other calls. We reach out to our password vault and get a set of temporary burner credentials. And you really only need those to be checked out for a couple of minutes, just long enough to authenticate to all 150,000 endpoints, spawn the orphan child process, and then it's okay for those credentials to temporarily expire, rotate, because you don't need them anymore. But we then use that user context for that temporary account to reach out to our source solution and say, hey, you're about to see some alerts come in. They're going to come in under the user context of X, whatever the temporary burner account was, over the duration of these times. And these are the possible alert types that you might see. Please suppress them. It's just the hunt team doing our thing. And our source solution will validate our API key that we're coming from an approved source, et cetera. And then assuming that everything passes, it'll put in a temporary suppression for any of those other alerts that aren't generated by the EDR. And finally, we reach out via Slack to the on-shift analyst to tell them what we're about to do so they don't get overwhelmed if they see any alerts that do slip through. Only at that point will we launch that Kanza Fire and Forget module, but this time it's prepended with that safe word so that the EDR will see it, but will safely ignore it as normal operations. So by now we've achieved success and we have gone to ludicrous speed. We're able to run Kanza jobs, regardless of how big the job is. We can deploy it in under a couple of minutes across the entire environment, 150,000 systems. But we have a new problem. We're tipping over services in prod. One of the things that we forgot to take into account is shared resource environments, especially your virtual desktop infrastructure or virtual server infrastructure. The way that those are allocated is they all share physical resources, and they do that with the assumption that there's no way that every single virtual machine in the environment is going to need to use its disk I/O or its RAM or its CPU all at the same time. So we'll dynamically provision it where it's needed on demand, but what are the odds that that'll happen all at once? Well, along comes our weaponized version of Kanza, which is basically a blue team botnet that's been sanctioned that tries to do all of those things all at once across every device in the environment. And we may have on a couple of occasions, bottlenecked disk I/O or spiked the CPU for every device. This is really only a problem in those shared resource environments. Fortunately, the company that I work for takes a very forward-thinking approach to these outages and looks at them as an opportunity to improve our resiliency for our provisioning of those resources. But they also don't look kindly on repeat offenders, so they expected us to make improvements so that our Kanza modules, our Fire and Forget modules, could be safely deployed in a shared resource environment. So we came up with several safeguards, the first of which is a pre-launch checklist. This one's really manual, but we check for outages beforehand using the API. And if there's already an existing outage, we're not going to launch a Kanza scan and further exacerbate problems by using more resources. But more importantly, we don't want to launch a Kanza scan if there's already an outage because we don't want to get blamed for the outage that wasn't our fault. Everybody knows you tip over the environment once or twice with Kanza, and from that moment on, every time there's an outage, somebody's calling you saying, hey, are you running a Kanza scan? So after we've checked to make sure there's not already an outage going on, we use an automated help desk notification via API, REST API call to your trouble ticketing system. And when that Fire and Forget module lands on the endpoint, it checks in and notifies the help desk saying, I'm running a Kanza job on this endpoint. If you have any questions or concerns, please reach out to the hunt team. Here's their contact info. That way, if the help desk starts to get flooded with reports of sluggishness or other problems, they can look in their help desk system and immediately see that the hunt team might be involved, and they can reach out to us to have us stop. Probably the most important safeguard that we put in is staggered execution. We can configure in a shared resource environment, staggered delayed start. Basically, we give a max delay and say up to 4 hours. And when that fire and forget module lands on the endpoint, it chooses a random number between 0 seconds and 4 hours and goes to sleep for that random amount of time. When that time has elapsed, it wakes back up, it executes its code to collect the artifacts, sends those artifacts in, and then exits. And that's a way of wear leveling those resources that are shared across the environment. That's a huge improvement there. We also implemented a CPU limiter so we can restrict the Kanza module to just idle CPU cycles on each of the machines. And the managers will love this, but we also included performance metrics, not for them, but for us. With every Kanza fire and forget module, we report the number of CPU cycles used, the amount of memory, the duration that the module took to complete. And we have a dashboard, and we can see if the trend lines start to spike, we know there's a problem in the environment and that those shared resources might be bottlenecking, and then we can do something about it. Which leads me to the next point, adding an abort function. I told you before, these were orphaned child processes, so it's not as simple as just hitting Control-C to stop it, to stop the pain from happening. So we created an abort function, which is really just another Kanza fire and forget module that goes out as a hunter, seeker, killer of Kanza modules and kills any running Kanza modules in the environment. And then finally, a sort of dead man switch. We set a timer to say no Kanza module for this particular type of module should run longer than X minutes. And if that time elapses and the module's still running, it'll terminate it on the endpoint without us having to do anything. So now we've got safe, fast, scalable Kanza jobs that aren't firing alerts into the queue, but we have a problem with our code management. These individual modules are getting huge because they have all of those helper functions, the autonomous functions, the alerts, the safety mechanisms, the metrics, and the module code. Making a change to one of those helper functions means we have to go modify every single module that we've created. So we came up with just-in-time fire and forget modules. What we did here is separate out the actual module code from all of those helper functions that are universal across all of our fire and forget modules. And we called those our fire and forget wrapper. And now the module code is very simple again. If you speak PowerShell, this is a legitimate fire and forget module. It's basically a for loop that goes through the list of all the running processes, enumerates all of the properties like the process owner, the process path, the binary name, etc., and adds them to a hash table, and then uses the add result helper function to send those into our log management solution. The problem is that the add result function that you see defined here doesn't actually exist. It's not a real function. That's one of those helpers that's defined in the wrapper. So to get around that, we created a fire and forget development template that has a bunch of stub helper functions so that you can test your code and develop it without having to have that full code base of over 700 lines of wrapper code. Here's a quick snapshot of what that stub helper function list looks like. Nothing special. But now when you invoke Kanza at launch time and you tell it you've got a fire and forget module, the Kanza framework will strip out all of that development feature and splice your module code into the wrapper dynamically, as well as transcribing any of the runtime variables that you pass through at the command line into that module. And what you have here now is a dynamically generated fire and forget module, or what we affectionately refer to as a DFIR spasm. There's a few code snippets here. I really don't have time to cover them. Like I said, all of this code is already committed to the open source Kanza repo in the main branch, so you can go download it right now, and these slides will be made available later. This is a list of all of the helper functions that are included in the wrapper, as well as all the metrics that we include in every single fire and forget job, and all of the safety mechanisms that are available every time we run a fire and forget job. And then I've got some screenshots here of a sample launch sequence. Again, not enough time to cover all of this here. I do want to point out that we ran this job here that the Kanza module runs in under 2 seconds per endpoint, but we intentionally spaced it out over the space of an hour, showing you that delayed execution feature to show how we could take a spike of operational resource requirement and we could flatten that curve out. It seemed like a very timely reference. Finally, push bin doesn't scale. Kanza has the ability for you to push binaries out that are dependencies that your PowerShell might use. The problem is you have to push that out at launch, and that slows down your deployment. So we changed it into a pull bin and basically had the Kanza fire and forget module reach out to a web server and pull those resources down dynamically. And it can do it after it awakens from that random sleep timer. So it does wear leveling on our REST API front end as well. This is just a graphical representation of how that works. I know I'm running short on time, so I'll just skip through some of this other stuff here. These are the new command line parameters that you can use to leverage our enhancements that we've created. And some additional functions and features that we've added to the project. And one final limitation that we had to overcome is the launch command line getting too long. This is a snapshot of what an actual Kanza fire and forget launch command line looks like, because all of those safety mechanisms and everything are all dynamic, so we can configure them for each run. The problem is that's a really long command line. So there's several ways that you can solve that. We solved it here with a Kanza launcher, basically an interactive prompt that allows the hunt operator to dynamically choose their population target list, to build all the parameters, to set all the safeties, and launch or abort as necessary, as well as collecting telemetry and sending out notifications. This part has not been open sourced yet. We're working towards that. Here's some fire and forget modules that we've created. I don't have a lot of time for case studies. I wish I did. There's a whole bunch here in the slides, so I encourage you to read over them and ask me in the hallway channel in Discord. I will cover one case study, though, to give you an idea of how you can use Kanza at scale for threat hunting. So the hypothesis here is that System 32 is a great place for bad guys to hide their malware, because nobody knows what's really supposed to be in there. There's a lot of binaries, and everybody's afraid of deleting anything. So it's a perfect place to hide. We have a Kanza module that will go out and enumerate the entire contents of the System32 folder and get as much metadata as possible, including file hashes, digital signatures, validating the digital signatures, etc. And then bring all of that back into our ELK stack. And from there, we can use least frequency of occurrence to pivot through to look for outliers, weird file names that aren't present everywhere, weird hashes, etc. One such output that we ran into on one hunt was that 6 machines in our environment had a copy of the utilman executable, which is supposed to be present in System32, that had a different hash than the hash present in the rest of our environment. For those of you who are veterans in the audience, you know this is a classic Windows accessibility hijack, where you can remote into the machine and hit the Windows U shortcut key, and it will pop a system shell. Now, fortunately for us, this was not done out of malice. It was some IT administrators that were trying to regain access to a system that they had some troubles with. So the output here was really some remedial training and getting some new detections in place. But there's countless examples of this where you can use Kanza at scale to collect millions and millions of records and then be able to pivot through those to find the outliers. Unfortunately, it looks like I'm almost out of time. I might have time for a couple questions. I know that we'll be running into a break. So I'll zip through to the end. And if you have questions, please definitely hit me up in the Discord channel that I have out there, the hallway chat. I would love to talk more about this. Oh, let's go back one. All right, Heather, were there any questions that came up?
There are a few. So there's one that just came in. Are there any common threats that are highlighted when using this method?
Yeah, so that's a great question. We try to take the approach of our threat intelligence team will highlight the threats that are targeting us, and then we look at their tactics, techniques, and procedures based off of like the MITRE ATT&CK framework to see what threats that they use, what tactics and techniques they use. And we'll go out and look for those. We can write a custom Kanza module to look for those particular tactics. So a great example, there was a threat actor that leveraged the print monitor as a persistence mechanism. So we wrote a Kanza module that'll enumerate all print monitors across the environment, and then it'll find those DLLs on disk, it'll hash them, it'll enrich that by bumping those hashes up against the file reputation service, and then any of those files that the hash is unknown, we can then collect those files, run them through our malware analysis pipeline to get a disposition. So yeah, you can definitely target it to a specific threat actor or technique.
Okay, here's another one. How's running Kanza through firewalls at scale?
Yeah, that's a great question. You definitely need to have the firewall team on your side. We're fortunate that at USAA, we sit in the same room as the firewall team, and we have to have a very close partnership with them because our network is very highly segmented. And so getting Kanza capability, to reach through all of those firewalls down to the endpoint is difficult. Really, you want to restrict that as much as possible. We restricted the access for 5985 or 5986 from our hunt servers, those distributed servers that I mentioned very early on. So we really only allow that connectivity from those servers, and we only allow connectivity to those servers from our SOC subnet. So we're locking down the firewalls to only allow Kanza to be run from the Kanza servers against the environment and not the other way around. Here's
a fun one. Do you have the acronym breakdown for DFIR spasm?
Yeah, you can go back to that slide, but remember, it just starts off with a dynamically generated fire and forget module that has all the integrated helper functions and everything else.
All right, let's see. I think we have time for one more. Do your modules drop any data on the endpoint?
We strive to avoid making any changes to the endpoint to preserve the forensic integrity of the endpoint. So by default, we try to stay memory resident only. We're like memory resident malware, a botnet that if you reboot the computer, we're gone. But if necessary, we can drop a binary to the endpoint on the file system to leverage that binary. Great example is there's some great binaries out there from SANS mentors, SANS faculty like Registry Explorer and the RE command that allow you to quickly scrape through the Windows registry to look for large registry keys or base64 encoded registry keys. And it does it much more efficiently than PowerShell does. So yeah, we have the opportunity with that staging server to download that file temporarily. It will touch disk, run that job, and then clean up after ourselves after the fact. But most of our Kanza modules stay memory resident only and don't touch disk.
Fantastic. If you have any more questions for John, please post them in his track. He will be in the hallway, technically, I guess, all day today and tomorrow. So you can keep asking questions as they come up. Thank you for the amazing references to all the TV shows and movies from my childhood. Much appreciated. Fantastic talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
And we are now on break from 10:40 until 10:55. So come back. The next talk is Jessica and Aaron, and they're going to be talking about making memories. So some memory forensics. So if you are here during the break, don't forget on Twitter, we are hashtag DFIR Summit. Please feel free to share anything there. I believe we are doing little challenges with marketing, so we will pick winners. Here is the hashtag, you can see right there. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them in the Discord. That's what I'm looking at right now. Jess and Aaron, are you on here? Have you done a sound check yet, or would you like to?
We can right now. How's this?
Sounds fantastic.
Wonderful.
Can you hear my lawnmower, or is Crisp working?
I cannot hear your lawnmower.
How about
Aaron, do you
me?
want to do a sound check?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great.
Oh, perfect. Let's not get crazy.
I know. All right, I have a joke for everyone. I told this last night on the happy hour, and it's really lame, but I don't do jokes. How do you find Will Smith in the snow?
How?
Thank you, Jess. You look for the Fresh Prince.
Touche.
I know it's so
Touche.
lame. It's so lame, but I love it. I learned it on TikTok, and I also hear Alexa all the time. There's Alexa ads for that one.
Oh boy.
I know. I don't have many.
TikTok.
I don't have many clean jokes. Hey, my TikTok is on my test device, and I learned many things from it. It's pretty good.
My test device is my daughter's device. That way I know everything she's doing.
Yeah.
I love it.
I think I told you last night, TikTok is on my kids' devices, and the only reason I have a TikTok account is to check their stuff, but I have forensicated it as well. That's always the fun thing, right? You get to use your children as little test subjects.
This is true.
I ever tell you about the time I had to work, I was doing something for a case, and I needed to work, what's the name of that game? Clash of Clans. And I needed to get the chat feature working. And so I'm using my kids as top subjects to talk to me. And in Clash of Clans, you need a level 4 town hall in order to chat. And my children played the game at the time. This was a couple of years ago. And my son told me I was playing wrong and I was like, no, my objective is just to get the chat function. Like, I wasn't to win. And he like battered me about my skills and the way I was playing.
That's awesome.
I just thought it was funny because I'm like, dude, my only goal is to be able to chat with you. My goal is not to win the game. I don't really care about how many armies or whatever I have.
Sean, I love that you said my joke was a dad joke. That's a new thing for me, you know, these dad jokes. I'm gonna have to come up with some other good ones that I can share without getting into trouble. I feel like I have
luck.
a few and then I don't. I know that's what's difficult. It's very hard. But I love that one. I was dying laughing. My husband called me a tool. What's wrong with you? It's not that funny. It is so funny.
Heather, is my video working fine? The only thing
I can see you.
You look great.
Perfect. Thank you.
Your backgrounds look good.
Yeah. When you join the Zoom room, once you're in,
I feel like
you
my
can't
background
see
is
that.
backwards.
It is. You have to hit the. Oh no, is mine backwards? Because I did hit the mirror button. Like, are the words backwards?
Yours
Mine's
is not backwards for us, Aaron. It's
Oh,
backwards
thank God.
for you.
Okay.
So is mine?
Yes, yours is no. You're good.
Okay. I did hit the mirror button, but I didn't check which way this was set. I'm used to ones that I have to mirror.
I suppose if mine's backwards, that's the least of my worries.
Hey, Aaron,
When you did the timer stuff.
I prepped our bit.ly link in the chat just so that nobody will hear me typing it and I don't have to try to do it live. I'll just hit the go button when we get to the end and make sure people have it there also where they can click on it to get the
Sounds
guide.
good.
Just
Did
as
the,
permission to chat to all panelists and attendees.
Yep, that's what I have it queued up under. I have it under
Okay.
all panelists and attendees, and then I have my short little bit.ly link.
Cool.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
is the timer stopped?
Nope.
It's a,
No, it's still running.
It doesn't look like it's running on my end.
Oh yeah, just
Oh,
On
there
my
it
end
goes.
it
It
is.
just popped back up.
Yeah, it went
That
from
was
like
weird.
10 minutes to 5 minutes.
Yep.
Rob, were you here for my joke?
I heard it again.
You heard it last night. I
It
know.
was-
I know.
it
I've
is
got
a
my
bad-
Deeper Prog t-shirt on underneath. If I would have known we were doing deeper t-shirts.
I mean,
Well, there's still a chance. Yeah, you're home. You have your
I've
stash, right?
got my Prog one on underneath this.
Oh, there you go.
What
Legit.
part of Colorado are you in, Rob?
Up in Summit County.
Oh, nice.
So it was funny. I was logging into this channel and it defaults to like, I think it was defaulting the audio on. It was right when my son was running around upstairs and went face planted on something. And then all of a sudden you hear the meltdown. I'm like, well, that may have just been broadcast out there. Everyone. Social
Mine and
services gets
Jess's-
sent over to us.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mine and Jess's last presentation, I have a English bulldog, so I bring her out in the morning and she has a little dog bed that sits next to me and we're doing our presentation live and she's snoring and I don't even notice it because I'm so used to it. And the chat board is just blowing up with comments about my dog snoring in the background. So I made sure not to bring her out for this one.
it was actually our last night when we had our, final, just like we've been working on this for a couple of weeks and we had our final touch-up meeting about this talk. The most important conversation we had was where the dog was going to be. So because we did have that snoring loudly dog, and people in the chat didn't know it was a dog initially. They're like, is someone sleeping? It was definitely fantastic. Riley, right? Is that your dog's
Good
name?
old Riley.
Riley.
All right, what do you call a bear with no teeth?
Oh boy. A gummy bear?
Yes.
Love it.
I totally just lobbed one there. So
Why did the bicycle collapse?
I don't know. Why did the bicycle collapse? Heather?
It was too tired.
uh,
Everyone is making fun of me on my own channels too for these horrible jokes that I'm telling.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
You're tempting me to go like dig up some jokes, Heather, but
I know you have to be careful.
no.
I saw the code of conduct. I'm not telling jokes.
I could do all the Disney ones I know for my daughter. I said, what do you call Tinkerbell when she doesn't take a bath?
Stinkerbell.
Oh,
Tinkerbell.
so everyone is hearing our jokes and now knows my dog's name.
that's actually the OSINT people are doing is they listen to us in between to try to get your passwords, Aaron. So
Yeah,
keep
no,
them now.
exactly.
My phone is blowing up right now.
What was the first car you drove?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Where did you meet your significant other?
What was your first school? What was your nickname as a child?
What
Did
is
you
your
see my
mother's
RSA
mommy?
talk? I like that people are laughing at me for laughing at my own joke. You know what? That's one thing that I think keeps you humble in life is laughing at yourself.
Oh, absolutely.
And I always laugh at myself. That's for darn sure.
So
You know what's
some of-
great, Rob? Someone reached out to me that I used to work with and said that I was very mature during the intros. Like that just summarizes my personality, that someone feels the need to tell me how mature I was. So I appreciate it. I'm trying. Everyone has a chance to grow up, right?
Should
All right,
I
think
request
have-
control? Is that what I'm supposed to do? I'm going to request control. I did.
All right,
Yes.
good luck, folks.
And I have pin access now. I was trying to with John's, I didn't, and that was very difficult for me to follow Q&A. So I will do a better job for you all. Are you able to bring up your slides?
I'm trying. Oh, there we go. I think I've got it.
Okay, I'm going to
It's-
start here in just a moment and intro both of you, and then we will kick off. Oregon, if you're listening, thank you for being a rock star and getting me access to all the crazy things I just requested in about 5 seconds of you. All right, welcome back from the break, everyone. We have 2 amazing speakers coming up that I am lucky to call not only colleagues, previous coworkers, and friends, but they are fantastic. I have fantastic memories with both of them. And without further ado, I introduce you Jessica Hyde and Erin Sparling.
Hi, everyone. And what a good, perfect word for you to say there as we start our talk about making memories, using memory analysis for faster response to user investigations. And if you just jumped over for track 1, that was a different memory talk. We're going to focus really on user investigations. We know that many of you know how to use memory and IR in investigations, and we really want to stress the value in end user investigations and give you a methodology and things you can do by the end that you can take with you. So what do you think of for user investigations? There's a slew of them. These are probably what comes to your mind, everything from child sexual abuse to any of the traffickings, human drugs, weapons, money laundering, fraud, ID theft. And so we're really talking to those types of cases, but let's say you're an incident responder, you may still be doing end user type investigations, because if you're in corporate or consultancy, you may still have responsibility for IP theft, insider training, wrongful termination, workplace harassment, and all of those cases where it's not just about an intrusion. It may be about somebody inside doing something on the end user. So really the question is, why is memory forensics so critical to end user investigations? And then we're going to walk through a case of how to use it. And we promise the cool thing we're going to do is we're going to give you all of the command line arguments. We're going to give you multiple ways to do things with multiple tools. And we're going to end with giving you a useful guide that you can use in your investigations. And why is this important? Because there's artifacts everywhere, right? Everything from network artifacts and URLs that you may be used to getting from on disk, but to things that you can't find on disk, like encryption keys and passwords in some instances. And you're still going to get a lot of artifacts that you're used to seeing, like prefetch and link files. You can also carve for things like videos and pictures, get your Google searches, internet history, all of that resides in memory. And the reason that we want to get those things from memory instead of just disk is for several reasons. A, the data in memory is recent and relevant. You can do this with minimal hardware. You can use this more efficiently. As memory increases in size, so does computers. And computers, sometimes it's just too much time to actually image and look at the computer. If you need actionable intel, things that you can use today, information that can inform the investigation right now as it's happening, information that can be used to drive questioning, you can find that in memory in less time. It's going to be faster to image. And what's more important is you can actually already be working on your analysis of memory, getting great artifacts of attribution and execution while the image is still being created of the disk.
And I think there's a couple really important points on that slide, Jess, that is not only the memory as memory grows, or the consumer laptops start to see, excess of 8 and 16 gigs of physical memory, you're starting to see less being written to the page file and more reside in physical memory. So there's a high likelihood that some of your artifacts or some of your evidence may not even be written to the file system.
And a really good parallel, a really good parallel for that is for those of you who are doing mobile forensics and you're seeing data not being stored on the device anymore and only being stored in cloud. Likewise, things aren't being written to the page and they're only being written to active memory. So really good, valid point. You might not even have this evidence if you have the disk. So that really brings us to that actionable intel that can drive your investigation questions. And when you're talking about time, look at this. This is a sample that Aaron ran, and where it took 49 minutes to do the imaging of the hard drive, the physical memory plus a page file was acquired in just 8 minutes. And that is really rapid. That means in 8 minutes, you can start running some of these items. Basically, the analysis we're going to walk you through, you could do inside the time of this presentation in real time.
And that's what these numbers are based off of. So this is based off of the arbitrary case that we're going to walk you through during this presentation. And some of the things to be noted, I know people like to look at numbers and they get excited about numbers, but one other thing to take into consideration is that 8 minutes that the physical memory was acquired was over USB 2. So those times are even faster now. And if you just forego even getting the page file, which I don't recommend, but if you were to forego getting the page file, you could have access to this data in around 3 minutes. So speed is paramount and important.
So we're gonna not really talk about how you collect RAM, but we're going to assume that you're already at the point where you've gotten RAM for the purpose of this talk. We could do another whole talk about RAM analysis, and we're actually planning. We originally actually wrote a talk that covered RAM acquisition, analysis for user, and for IR. So we're probably going to have 2 more talks because we cut down to just be this talk when we drafted our material. So we're going to walk through a case. And what is the case? It's the moneymaker case. And the tasking that you have is to investigate an individual who's suspected of identity theft and credit card fraud. So this is really an investigation case type that can go for either a corporate examiner or a law enforcement examiner. And we want to give something mutual that has an end user. So let's dig into it. So what we have,
but as
please.
as we go through this, taking that statement and put that into context as though, what would you look for if you were given like an EO1 of the file system, and how you can kind of wrap your head around how we would look for those same evidence of execution or artifacts of evidence within the memory acquisition.
And we're going to walk you through exactly how this worked. So in this scenario, we have an EO1 of a Dell laptop computer. We have a memory dump that was taken on location. We have a forensic image, a USB flash drive. And I do have to tell you that when Aaron made the evidence and sent it to me for the analysis, he actually did put it in evidence tape and with a chain of custody log because he thinks he's funny. And we obviously couldn't meet in person to work on this right now. So in this task, and I love Aaron for it, what we have to do is we're going to analyze the raw memory dump, and we're going to get the user's activities, uncover data, locate passwords, decrypt encrypted volumes. We're going to do that all. So let's do it. And this is a little bit different than the traditional approach. We want people to be thinking differently about, usually on user investigations, and there are labs that are using memory, but typically the digital evidence item is connected at the scene and it's delivered to the lab, and the analysis is done at the lab. Disk imaging is done in that controlled environment. The image is processed and the contents are analyzed. And what we're challenging you to do is to think differently, capture the processes that are running, capture the RAM, and then analyze while you're still imaging the disk, inform the investigation. So if 8 minutes is too long, and you may go, Jessica, how can 8 minutes be too long? If you are in a scenario where you walk up into a scene and somebody is actively doing something they shouldn't be doing, this could be in an office, this could be on a search warrant. And at that moment, the person is being consensual. At any moment, they can revoke consent, depending on the situation. In a corporate setting, it might not be their system, and that might not be the case. But if you are working in a situation where consent can be revoked, I strongly advocate for using something like a process capturing tool, either a script or the free tool mentioned there, because you can get acquisition in about 20 seconds. And that is quicker than someone can say, I revoke consent. It is so super quick, and it's still a great data source. It's going to be smaller, and it's only going to be your active processes. But if you had something up on screen that was running and that's why you're there, this can be absolutely beneficial, and it might be your only source that you can have that quickly before you get other mediums in order to obtain more. And really the goal of why you want information so quickly, it goes to a couple of things. You want to be able to inform the interviewer or the interrogation, depending on your environment. Hopefully it's interviewing and not interrogating. And you can do this through artifacts that give you user attribution. There are timelineable artifacts. There are passwords. And you can alleviate a lot of the not my pants situations up front. You know, when the nefarious actor turns around and goes, not my computer. Well, no, we can now see, and we're going to show you that this was definitively your login that was being used to touch this Tor site. So we'll go ahead and show that. And when there's encryption utilized, capturing RAM is going to be your best defense at being able to crack the encrypted devices. And we're going to show you that as well, especially when it leads to external devices. So let's kick it in. And that's really important when it comes to the external devices as well, because sometimes in these cases, you're not just also given like a single device. You might be given like that shopping cart scenario, and inside that shopping cart, there's multiple external devices. And so we're also going to show you how you can rapidly triage or prioritize those devices for analysis during your investigation. And you can do that through the analysis of memory before you even get to the file system on disk. And that's incredible, right? Because we're going to see right now how we know which device is important. So let's start by just digging into the registry. And if you didn't realize that you can do your registry analysis in memory, now you know you can. And we're going to show you a lot of tools. And I just want to be clear that we're going to show you both tools. Sometimes we'll show you two ways to do things. And we'll start off with this, with the Hive list. Some people may be familiar with volatility. And in volatility, you're going to run your Hive list command, and that's going to show you all your hives. However, I want to point out that there's a way to do this even if you don't know all your volatility commands by heart and you want to be rapid. There's actually a tool called memproc-fs, and what it does is it mounts memory and makes it viewable as a file system. Incredible. So make a working copy of your memory, run memproc-fs.exe, and now you're going to be able to see your memory as a partition. And you can go ahead and look at that. And when you look here in the mounted memory, you're going to see different folders and files. And you can see right off you've got a registry file, and you just go to that registry folder, and there is going to be all your hives. What's really cool about this is within 2 seconds, without running anything, I can instantly see all of my different SIDs. So I'm already getting to know that there's a user 2019 and 21 on this system. So I probably have different user profiles I'm going to be looking at, and I've got ntuser.dat for them. So I'm going to be able to do some cool stuff here.
One of the things that are also really exciting and unique with using this tool is folks that might be new to memory forensics and that aren't well versed with using the terminal or working in a command line. This is just using Windows Explorer. So you can navigate to these registry hives just as you would with the registry hives, similar to how you would in, say, like a third-party tool if you were to export the hives. But the other thing that's great about it is it doesn't require you to know the profile of the system for the Windows memory image.
Which credit
so
that
this like for some of those Windows 10 images that can be a little pesky, this will still, in my testing, will still mount those memory images.
And then KDBG info, running that sometimes can be clunky. Great thing about Volatility 3 is it's not supposed to be there, and you should be able, you'll be able to just access. But that's coming in the future. But today also, this is again good for people who are getting their first foothold in memory, because maybe you've been doing end user investigations and you haven't touched memory. Well, you want to know what those names are associated with those accounts. All you need to do is navigate to the path here, and you're going to see those accounts. And again, we're releasing a cheat sheet at the end with this entire workflow with both the tooling showed in volatility as well as the file system, memory proc file system, and we'll go through that. So we can see now that we've got Gymnasium, we've got Sally Butterfield. So we're starting to see things. We can see who we have. Oops. I went a little too quick, sorry. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to figure out the control set, the current control set. And this is a simple command volatility to print key-k current control set. And we can see we're control set 001. And so we're going to then go ahead to control set 001's USB store to get some USB devices. I want to be really, really clear that not all devices are located in the enum USB store, but we're getting serial numbers very quickly here. Now, you can also navigate to this with the process file system as well. So memproc-fs will allow you to navigate here. Just two ways you can do this very quickly.
And again, what's really nice about doing this on the beginning steps of your user investigation is it might help you again to identify external devices that have brought into the lab that you want to triage, or maybe if you're on scene and you're doing a case that's on scene, and you have not yet recovered that particular device, you might want to start looking a little more closely for, say, one of those devices that might not be laid out in front of you.
So now we've seen what's in the registry. So now next thing we're going to do is we're going to dump the registry. And once we have the registry dumped, we can actually bring the system, the software, the ntuser.dat, and the Amcache hives all into USB Detective. And what I love about USB Detective is USB Detective doesn't just look at the ntuser.dat, but it pulls serial numbers and USB device information from all those places and gives us a lot of information very quickly. So here in USB Detective, we see this. We see that there was an E drive attached that was running tails. Alarm bells are now going off. And what's even better is we have the serial number. So let's say we know that we've recovered one USB drive. We don't even know if this yet is the same USB drive or if we need another. But we at least know that the USB drive with this serial number is definitively of interest, because why else would you be running an offline, a file system, an operating system on a thumb drive, right? So that tails is a big, big clue. And now we're talking registry, right? So we can take that registry from memory and we can directly jump right into RegRipper. So we can take that NT-user that we just dumped, that NT-user.dat file, and we can dump them, remember we have more than one, into RegRipper and run the NT-user profile. And that's going to help us get some really great artifacts. So just looking quickly at the user assist, what we're seeing is that Gymnasium, this is really the important part. It's not so much of VeraCrypt's there. We had multiple logins. We now know that the VeraCrypt executable was associated with Gymnasium login. So maybe we have some VeraCrypt here. And we also see some use of the Firefox browser. So this is going to inform some other things I'm going to want to search. I'm going to want to go ahead and try to look at internet history in a bit. And now I'm going to be on the lookout for VeraCrypt.
And two things to kind of comment on registry before we move on is you saw two different use case scenarios. You saw one where we dumped all of the registry hives. So we ran the hive list to see what hives were available to us in memory. And then you saw when we went after the NT-user.dat hive, we used a more targeted approach. So
yes,
you can be very granular if you want. So in that particular instance, using the hive list plugin, we were able to get the virtual offset of where the NT-user.dat hive is in memory, and then use the registry dump plugin with giving it its virtual offset to just target the user's NT-user.dat hive, which then again speeds up the process even that much more.
And then we can look at things even like recent docs. And this is going to be really cool, because when we start looking at the recent docs that we've now gotten from the Hive, we're getting the MRU list. And I always credit the fact that this is done well in this tool. If this is unfamiliar to you, 4500 really explains to you how the ordering is done in the MRU list. And what is done well is that the artifacts are actually put in order instead of numerical order by the index here, so by the key. So this is very useful, but we can see credit card stat stolen credit card copy, carding stuff, image info, license keys. Okay, I'm interested, the goods. And we can see where that path was, that these are in the recent docs. So we know that these have been accessed recently, and these are going to be things we're going to want to look at. All right, so we've kind of looked at registry really quickly. What about the MFT? And this is something people don't think about. The MFT is available in memory, and there's so much great data in the MFT. So Volatility has a really simple command for MFT parser, and I will be really clear, something I advocate for, and Aaron knows this, I beat up, is I'm really, really big on output files when you're doing things on the command line. So if you can, instead of just viewing things live, pipe it out, you're going to have that for reference later. And you're also going to have, if you're taking contemporaneous notes and you're building your case based on your investigation, you're going to actually have those files created so that you can reference them later and use them in your analysis later instead of just remembering. And you could also then utilize these tools in automation. It just gives you much more flexibility, and you can parse and grep things later. So quick note on that, and thank you to all the developers who I bother about allowing their tools to give outputs. Thank you, Ryan Benson and Alexis Brignoni. Not necessarily for memory, but please, if you're writing tools, include that so people can use it.
And I think if you could go back to that slide.
Oh, sorry.
Quick, yes.
Yeah.
We highlighted just for fun in
yes.
yellow that scanning the MFT and building directories can take a while. And I did that because it's kind of laughable, because I think on the file system, we're used to things taking a long time. And when we think of a long time, it's like go home and come back the next day. And so it's all relevant. With memory, when something says it takes a long time, if you're used to working in the file system, it seems lightning fast. So note that even though it says this can take a while, it's actually quite quick in comparison to working in the file system.
This is go grab your cup of coffee, not go home and come back tomorrow.
Correct.
And that's a really good point. Memory, again, this is all quick. And all of this analysis, again, can be done in the time of this talk. So we're going to grep the MFT for password, and really, really simple. You're going to find some passwords in here, actually even some that Aaron had to obfuscate here because they were keys for running tools. But what's really interesting is, don't forget, MFT can have resonant files. And sometimes things like notes, like in this instance, is what's there. So we see a notes needs to get MSR 605 for cloning card, need to get dumps for dark web. So really interesting stuff there. And that resonant data, you know, saving out that file, now you have that information and you don't even have disk yet.
And so there's two ways that you can look at that information, which is kind of nice. So as volatility goes through and it dumps those sections that are resonant, so it dumps the resonant sections of the MFT, and then it also writes it to a text file. So in that previous screen, if you weren't seeing how we were actually analyzing those dumps, we had to identify a dump that we found of interest by grepping for a particular string, and then using XXD from the command line to just quickly search those strings. And that has how we were able to granularly then drill into that particular MFT entry.
And what's really good about this too is that you're not only going to get those resonant data files, you're also going to get for other files your $$ standard information and your $ file name. So you're going to get all of those MAC times so that you can really understand the creation, movement, etc. of that file. So let's get into those user artifacts. We already know there's some things we're looking for. We saw that use of Firefox. So let's see what we find here. So going into user artifacts, the first place that I usually start is looking at PS list, because that's going to show me all of the processes and executables. And if I look here, I start to see more that are of interest. We've got sticky note, which, okay, we definitely want to take a look at what notes somebody is running, but we've got TrueCrypt, we've got Tor, we've got VeriCrypt. So we've got a GPG agent, we've got lots of instances of Cleopatra. So we're going to go ahead and know that these are the areas now that we want to look at these specific executables. So PS list you use to go, which executables do I want to look at?
And I think one of the things that is important also about PS list is it's probably one of the most underwhelming plugins within the volatility framework, but it's also the one that most people learn to use first because it looks a lot like Task Explorer, so they can wrap their head around it. But not only I look at it when I'm doing a user investigation, when I'm doing memory, is to profile the user and get an idea of what is normal for them or what is running on the box during the time of acquisition. Because a lot of times I'm not the lead investigator on the case. I'm just doing the forensic analysis. So it allows me to profile the user by looking at what applications they were running. And it gives me an idea of kind of like what was going on during that particular time.
And to tie back, if you had done a process dump before you started your memory dump, that one I said that takes under 20 seconds, this is what you'd be getting. You'd be getting these running processes. So this is why we actually chose not to show it twice, but you would be exploring these running processes. And when we look at the actual mounted version of this using memproc FS, which is such a cool tool, you're going to see the same when you go just to the name directory. You're going to see all of those processes, and you've got the process name along with the PID or the process ID. So that's really super useful. But what's even cooler is if you go to the sysinfo proc tree verbose folder, you are actually going to see all of the paths and location information associated with those processes and PIDs.
Which is super important because there's always those one-off cases where maybe they launched the application from an external drive, and so it might not actually have been executed on the system itself. So one of the points that we try to drive home during this presentation is by doing the memory forensic analysis, you're going to find indicators or artifacts that may have never even been on the file system.
And that's really, really critical because these can be artifacts. Not only are we doing this because we can get information first, we're doing this because we may get information that we would never otherwise get. If you are not collecting memory on your end user investigations, you may be missing pivotal information. What we are about to explore and do in this case, you would not know or have access to if you only did disk. So we're going to go into the process analysis and actually look now at that because we found some executables that we're interested in. So what we want to do is we want to dig into the actual handles, the file handles from those executables. And this is actually really easy in memproc FS and is really comfortable to people because it's just like using a file explorer. You're going to go to the one of interest, in this instance, stickynote.exe, and you're going to go files handles. And here we are seeing a slew of interesting information. We've got some passwords for Gmail, Bitcoin wallet. We've got VeriCrypt passwords, so crazy interesting.
And again, on that last screenshot, what I'd really like to drive home about this is using the memproc FS and being able to get access to file objects to that particular process can be a little overwhelming for folks at first when they're first using volatility, because you would either have to scan for those kernel file objects in memory using file scan and then use dump files to actually go and pull those out, or you would have to use something like the handles plugin and then actually invoke that with the -T and then capital F for files, and then look for what file handles are associated to that particular process by PID as well. But what's nice about this is you can see that we actually have a file object for a .snt file.
Yes.
Shout out to Alyssa Torres, because she loves her sticky note.exe. And in this case, we can actually interrogate this particular SNT file by just opening it up in something as WordPad or Notepad.exe.
Notepad plus, yeah.
Or Notepad plus, thanks. And not having to actually carve it and export it and analyze it that way. So we're doing it just by directly mounting it to the file system.
And again, super accessible. Like memproc FS is like one of my new favorite tools for accessibility and teaching of memory. Because yes, you're not getting maybe as thorough of an understanding and working on the command line and understanding how the handles work, but you can get there and you can get there quick. And that's the name of the game in some instances. So we're going to investigate some other processes. We can look at the tour executable that we were talking about. And in there, we can actually go to the user directory and see the SID of the user. Now, this is phenomenal because now we can actually say who was logged in utilizing tour. Right? We know this was a running process. We now have the SID associated. We know the SIDs because we investigated this when we did our registry analysis. And it actually also validates and correlates the gymnasium is the 21 user who this is associated with, this activity. So Jim looks like he might be somebody who maybe at this point you want to talk to. Maybe this was Sally's system and you thought you just needed to talk to Sally. But now you know that Sally actually isn't who you need to talk to. You need to talk to Jim. Gymnasium, great naming there. So we also saw some Firefox history early on. So we want to go ahead and look at that history. So in volatility, this is pretty simple. You can go to Firefox history and then port it out to a text file. And we can see what the Chrome search terms were as well by running Chrome search terms. For the record, just a quick note, Aaron makes his life easier and actually is doing this from a directory so he doesn't have to call the plugins. In the sheet we give you at the end of this, we have all the plugin paths listed as well to help you guide your analysis there. And so I'm just going to speed up a little bit here to get some cool things. So we can also use FS to go ahead and navigate to the net stats and actually get those IP addresses for the tour. And then we can use prefetch to go ahead and look at the other executables. And I want to get to this most important part, which is the password cracking, getting the access user credentials, because we saw that Veracrypt. So first, let's talk about NTLM hashes. Go ahead and do a hash dump. That's going to get you the NTLMs for each user. And once you have those, you can use something like CrackStation. There are other utilities you can utilize to go ahead and get the password. And we can see password 1 here. But there are other things we need to do. So for example, we can use hash dump along with bulk extractor. Shout out to Simpson Garfinkel, because I believe he just announced that there's a bulk extractor 3.0 coming soon. So that'll be really cool. I can't wait to see what it does. And word lists together. And when we do that, whoop, I'm scrolling too quick. We're going to go ahead and with the word list together, run the
we utilize hashcat.
We used hashcat here. Oh, okay. We used hashcat with the word list. And then we're going to get to the password here where we have the ghost user and password 2 as the 2 passwords for these. We were able to crack them with hashcat. Hashcat's phenomenal. So this is how we can get to these.
The takeaway from that is we use 3 separate open source tools to basically get the user's login credentials. And you might ask yourself, well, why is that important, or why does that seem exciting? We all know that password reuse is actually a real thing. Most people try to pretend that they don't use the same passwords over and over again, but I'm assuming we're all pretty much guilty of that. And in this case, so we find that if we can get the user's login credentials, we might be able to attack other encrypted volumes. And so in this case, by using bulk extractor, one of the things you can do to also speed it up is you can turn on just the word list carver with the -E and say, hey, just generate a unique word list from memory, and then take those NTLM hashes that we dumped using volatility, write that out to a text file. You have to reduce it down just to the LM hash, and then point hashcat at the split word list, or first at the NTLM hashes, and then at the split word list, and it'll crack those passwords in like a matter of like half a second. It's amazing. And that's on a laptop, on a low powered laptop. So you don't need a high end GPU cluster to attack these passwords. So that's a huge, and I think a really valuable takeaway that you can still do right there on scene, on location.
And as far as utilizing passwords for password reuse, John the Ripper does allow you to do mutations, because some people do use the same passwords, but they mutate them, adding a number to the end, etc. So John the Ripper, great tool for mutations. So then we're going to mount the image. And when we first go, so this we're now moving to the USB. Right, we've looked at some passwords, we've got some password potential. So let's go ahead and mount the USB that we have. That's our other piece of evidence. When we go ahead and try to mount the USB, we can see that it's an unrecognizable file system. So we're probably dealing with some kind of encryption. And that's where this custom VeraCrypt plugin came in that Patrick made. Aaron, if you want to talk about this quickly.
Yeah, so super quick. So Patrick is a former student of mine that I had in a class, and he basically took an existing volatility plugin and bent it to his will to solve the challenge. And he has since updated it and put it on his GitHub, and we'll have a link to that will attack. Basically, it works similar to the TrueCrypt plugin, but it's for VeraCrypt.
And so that's in the that's in the workflow guide we're going to give you. And so now we have
the
password.
To that last screenshot
Yep, please.
Real quick? So there's a couple things that are really important, I think, in this is not only does this give us a potential password at the cash-money-$, which we saw previously in the memproc FS when we interrogated the sticky note file object. But also one of the things I failed to highlight is one of the file objects that's like the fourth file object down is the goods.xlsx, which we saw in the MRU list.
Yes.
So now we're starting to tie all of these different pieces of evidence and artifacts together. So holistically, in just a matter of minutes, we're able to start tying a bunch of different artifacts together and start narrowing down the focus of our investigation.
So now we actually have that disk mounted because we've now mounted it with it. And now we can start looking on the disk. And what do you know? We found it. There is all of these documents. Remember the eDrive references to the credit card, stolen credit card copies, the goods, etc. And so this is the evidence we're looking for. So if you want to go ahead.
One very important thing is that's all fake PII. So
oh yes, 100%. This is not this is not real. In real life, check the Loon algorithms, see if they're real. Yes. But this is all fake data. No real PII.
Since we have just a couple more minutes, one thing that I would like to just sort of piggyback on this particular process and walkthrough that we were unable to put into the slide deck due to time. If you go back to when Jessica was talking about just dumping process memory, if you were to see that VeraCrypt was running on the system and you dumped just the VeraCrypt's process memory, you could use a strings tool to run strings against that memory dump to create a unique text file, write that out to a text file. So you'd have basically your own dictionary of all the strings in the VeraCrypt process. And then you could use that text file in something like John the Ripper to potentially get even quicker access to passwords for that encrypted volume. Because if I were to show it, the password would actually be in the memory dump of VeraCrypt. You'd be able to find it there by doing a string search.
Absolutely. So in addition, we just want to make sure we shared some other resources with you. Keeping up with memory, there are some great classes you can take. Here are some great people to follow on Twitter. And we actually created a workflow guide. If you use this bit.ly link, not only will you get a nice poster size workflow guide that shows all of the CLI and memproc and has all the listings of the tools, the VeraCrypt plugin, etc. There, but we also have the deck there so you can reference these slides as well as print out that poster and bend it to your will and create your own workflows. And with that, we really thank you.
I think we actually made time.
You did. Thank you both. And you know what? I have a great question that just came in that I want to ask you. Is there a good resource to practice on fake scenarios for those who cannot afford training?
There, so I think we're both going to name different resources. So I will. I cannot remember this gentleman's name off the top of my head, but there is an amazing student, forensic student in India, who created, and I feel so bad that I can't remember his name, but I will tweet out his memory labs. He created all of these memory labs this year that are fantastic, and they are wonderful images to go ahead and practice and test on. And also we did include memory images in the CTFs for Magnet at the Magnet Virtual Summit, and I'm happy to share those links out too. So I'll make sure I tweet those out.
Great. Thank you both. And I went through track 2 and your channel and tried to pin questions, more so in track 2 so that you don't miss them.
Okay,
so
great.
just go and take a look when you can. Thank you both for doing this. Fantastic talk as always. For those of you listening, please don't forget about your evaluations. I saw the link was posted, and also Jess is nominated for some Forensic Forecast Awards, and I posted that in the channel as well. So if you have not voted, you have until tomorrow. So
Thank you, Heather.
both.
Heather's also nominated for several awards. So
Thank you, Jess. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
Okay, we are now on break, and I'm going to also refill my water, and then I will come back with more jokes. Do not worry. Some people have sent them to me, so I appreciate it, and I've done some Googling of my own, and I may give you some cliffhangers where you have to solve the joke because it may be slightly inappropriate, and I don't want to terrify Rob, who I know is lurking here. Alex and Josh, are you on? Do you want to do a quick sound check?
Josh is just having some trouble with his link, but he should be in a second. Oh,
Okay.
great.
Right, testing.
Hey, Alexis, there you both are.
Hey, I got it.
Yay.
I had link problems as well.
All right.
Well, you both
I-
sound fantastic.
Awesome.
All right, I'm gonna proceed with some dad jokes. If that's okay with you two. This is what I've been doing now. This is what I'm running in track 2. All right. Why doesn't Tigger have any friends? Because he plays with poo.
Oh, no.
That was shared. That is a good one. I like it. I need to highlight these.
Wow. I must not be a good dad if I can't get these dad jokes.
So
Mhm.
many people watching for me to make comments on that joke.
So someone stopped my video. Do you know if one of you accidentally did it? Or Jen? My video is dead. It said I cannot stop it, or I cannot start it again.
Wasn't me, but I'm going to prompt you to start it back up and see if that works.
Okay. Yeah, I'm back. Okay, here's another one. Do you know why I like UDP jokes?
You don't need to answer.
Yeah, I don't care if you get it or not. These are really bad. I know.
As a forensic person, I got that reference. Just
See,
saying.
this is good. Let's see if you can get this one. This is one of my favorites, and this was shared by someone. What concert costs just 45 cents?
50-cent concert? No.
You're so close, Josh.
Am I?
But that's 50
Oh.
cents. So we need 45 cents.
Nickelback.
Yes, 50 Cent featuring Nickelback. Look at you. You're brilliant.
Oh, he has the whole, album collection. He loves
He
that.
can solve the dad jokes and present. It's amazing. All right, I'm going to save the rest for later. This is excellent. I love that people keep feeding me some of these jokes. By the way, the Tigger joke with poo is from someone's 4-year-old, I think, which is awesome.
It's a great
Oh,
joke.
Lord, that is a good
We're
joke.
sharing the 4-year-old's jokes. If you want, you can bring up your slides now because I think we have just 2 minutes remaining.
I will go ahead and do that for them.
Thank you.
Awesome.
And Josh, I'm going to hand over remote control access for your slides right now.
Okay.
And if you are listening in the channel, I will mention this again later. I just pinned it to Briggs and Hickman's hallway. But nominations for Forensic Forecast, please vote if you have not yet. I know that there are a lot of nominees speaking. Alexis is one of them that's mentioned several times with his tools, his contributions. So please consider voting if you have not yet. And I will keep spamming everyone with that, sadly, because I want to remind people to vote.
Yes,
Oh,
please.
there are some good jokes in the chat too. Oh, geez.
All right. I have shared access with you, Joshua, just as it's waiting for you to take the control.
Do you have control? I see a mouse moving, so that's good.
Yeah. It says, okay. I think what it was, Emily, is I came out of the screen momentarily and I went back in.
So before you all start, and I know you have a minute left, there are a lot of requests for me to tell a joke about Cinderella that I learned on TikTok, and I am not going to share that joke. So you would have to Google Cinderella TikTok joke because it is not clean. It is not one to tell your children. So that is not going to be occurring. All right, I'm going to give you the most of your time, so I'm just going to do a short introduction. With me today, I have Alexis Bergoni, also Briggs, Alex, all the things that you want to call him, and Josh Hickman. Sorry, Joshua, but I call you Josh. Both friends of mine, both people that I respect in this community, both key contributors who are always giving back, and they're going to be talking about healthy Android examinations with you today. So without further ado, you're right on time and you can start.
Thanks, Heather. I'm Josh Hickman. I'm a senior associate with Kroll. And before I got to Kroll, I had 16 years of law enforcement experience dealing with ICAC related investigations for those of you that do those sort of things.
And my name is Alex Brignoni, like Heather said, and for informational purposes, I'm a special agent with the FBI, and I've been doing forensics for around almost a decade.
And there's our current contact information. You can see Alexis is on the left. You can reach him through Twitter, and my Twitter handle is there as well.
Yeah, and today we want to talk about first the concept behind the presentation. It's timelining in the context of pattern of life recognition, right? Or pattern of lifetime activity. And this is a concept that comes from kind of like the intelligence services, where they would look at a target or a person they were trying to figure out what they were doing. And it involved looking at what time they woke up, what they did, their routines, what places they usually go and went to. And also noting when they didn't go to a place they were expecting that person to be at, right? And this concept of gleaning information to come to conclusions based on a pattern of activity is something that now we are implementing in our workflows. And the reason for that is because the technology now captures that information sometimes without us knowing, right? And we're going to discuss a couple of artifacts in Android devices that do precisely that, right? We're going to discuss what information, daily information it records in regards to the user's activity. We're going to discuss then how can we parse that, tools to solve that, and then what information can we glean from that to help solve our cases.
Yeah, digital well-being is going to be the first one that we talk about. And you know, like Alexa said, a lot of the devices are tracking us now, whether we know it or not. And digital well-being is one of those Android features that is it's on by default, right? You get your new device, you turn it on, it's going to be tracking what you do in the background. And so speaking of background, just a little bit about the history behind it. It was introduced by Google in 2018, and it was first seen in Android Pie. And then in 2019, it started rolling out beyond the Pixel and Android One branded devices. Google has a tendency to, you know, kind of tiptoe in the water a little bit when they introduce new things, and then if it catches on, they push everything out. They did an interesting thing in the fall of last year in September. They now require that digital well-being-like features be present on any phone that launches with or upgrades to Android 9 or 10. So we're going to start seeing this in every phone from this point forward until Google decides that they're going to cut it off. Now, this requirement is actually baked into the Google Mobile Services contract. So if handset manufacturers want to use Google services, so you know, Google Play Store, Gmail, and the like, they're going to have digital well-being like features on their phones. Now, they can opt to use Google's homegrown solution, or they can opt to do their own. And if they do opt to do their own, there's going to be three things they have to keep tabs on: how long the screen was on, how many times the device is unlocked, and how many notifications the device receives through the day. And you'll see that you'll actually get some of this data on a per app basis. So you can tell if you're spending too much time in Twitter or TikTok, right? And hopefully you can make a healthy decision about how much time you're on your phone. And I think that was the aim of Google's. So this is what the user sees. This is a digital well-being dashboard. The screenshot on the left actually comes from a Pixel 3. The one in the middle comes from a OnePlus 7T. And as you can see, they're very similar. These are Google solutions. OnePlus opted to go with Google. Now, the the weird looking one on the right, and I know this will come to a shock as people who do the Samsung device examinations, they opted to go their own route. So they've got their own homegrown solution. That does have some forensic implications that we'll talk about in just a few minutes. Here you can see this is where digital well-being actually sits in the file system. The ability to get to this data is going to be dependent upon the state of the phone. So is the phone rooted or not, or the extraction capabilities of your tools. If your tools can get to this part of the file system, you're going to be able to get to this data. And you can see the name is pretty self-explanatory, android.apps.wellbeing. And on the right, you can see the name of the database, app_usage. The first table that we want to take a look at is events. And this table has a couple of bits of information that we're after, the first being the timestamp. Right, we want to know when things happen, and it's stored in epoch timestamp, easily convertible. The next column, type, right next to timestamp. The codes that you'll see in the type field are usage stat codes. So if you're familiar with usage stats, or you've done forensics on those, and I know Alexis has done a lot of work with usage stats, those codes will actually look very familiar to you. But if you're not familiar, those codes are well documented on the Android developer web pages. So if you need to know what code is what, you can head over there and take a look and see what those codes actually mean. The next column just to the right of type is package ID, and that actually refers to the packages table, which is just a listing of all the apps that are currently on the phone. So a nice SQL query will get this data for you, and don't worry about writing the SQL queries down. If you join us in the Discord channel after the talk, I'm going to post those SQL queries so you can copy them out or write them down. That way you can have them when you leave. As you can see, there's quite a few events that we can track. A couple that are notable is that we can see when devices are unlocked. So the event type 18, which is nice. We can see when a user unlocks their device, right? And the two at the bottom, this is a really nice find that we can now explicitly see when devices are shut down and when they're powered up, and that is a very nice data point to have. Now I've highlighted the notification event type. The reason being is that this is actually not a usage stat. You won't find this on the Android developer page, but event type 12 actually represents a notification. Now, it may be a notification that that we traditionally think of in that I received a message and I got a notification card that came down from the top, or I received a notification that was persistent. It landed in the middle of my screen and I had to dismiss it. That may or may not be the case. You need to corroborate this data point with other data points on the phone to make sure that is a traditional notification. I do know that Cellbrite Physical Analyzer parses digital well-being data now, and I think that they list this event type as a notification interruption, which is a really good way to think about it. This is some output from that SQL query on the Pixel. At the top of the orange box, you can see I have been in a messaging app called Wire. And then towards the bottom of that orange box, the last two lines, as a matter of fact, you can see that the launcher paused and then stopped. And then the first line in that blue box, the Twitter notification, notice the difference in the timestamps. There was a break in the action. The phone actually locked at that point. And I don't remember if it was a manual lock or the screen just timed out, but either way, the phone was locked. And we'll talk about device locks in a few minutes. But you can see I got two notifications, one from Twitter, and then about 4 minutes later, I got one from Gmail. And then just below that in the red box, about a second later, you can see that the launcher resumed and the device was unlocked. I woke my phone, put my passcode in, and I checked my Gmail notification. So you get a really good granular look as what is going on device. This is some sample output from the OnePlus 7T. It looks very familiar just because they are using Google's solution. At the bottom of the blue box, the last two entries, you can see the launcher stopped and then I've got an explicit shutdown in there. I shut the phone off. And then about 9 minutes later, you can see that the device was started again. About 3/4 of the way down, you can see that the device was unlocked and the launcher resumed. So that represents me turning the phone on, being presented with the pin pad. I put my passcode in, and then I'm back on the home screen. So again, very good granular data on device that you can see from this database. As it turns out, digital well-being actually will keep your web history. So the table component underscore events has the timestamp, the type, and the component ID. And the component ID just refers to the components table, which you can see there on the right. Now, the type codes are the same. They're usage stat codes. So you'll see in just a minute the codes that are there. One thing to note about this web history feature, it will only capture top level domains. So if, for example, I go to Ars Technica and I pick an article and I want to read the article, you're not going to see me do that. You're just going to see that I was on Ars Technica, excuse me. You won't see any specific URLs there. Obviously, you can go to different areas on the phone to pick that out, but just know that you're just going to get these top level domains. As before, if you run a SQL query, and again, don't worry about writing this down. We'll have this in the Discord channel for you when we're done. There's only 2 event types that I have observed in this table, just resumed and paused. And when you run it, you can see Chrome, right? And you can see it's a very nice timeline, and it's, you know, resume, pause. Just go down the line, and you know, you can see where the user went. Now, a couple things about this. Now, this feature, the web history feature, is not on by default. A user is going to have to opt into this feature if it is to be captured in digital well-being. And if you can look there on the screenshot on the right towards the bottom, it's shaded out, and I've tried to highlight it as best I can. You can see it says show sites. If you were to press that button, you get the splash screen that you see there. The neat thing about this is that if you do opt at a later point to show history, you are going to have Chrome history imported into this into digital well-being. So it's not just going to start recording from that point forward. You're going to get previous history as well. Now, I did not get a chance to test this with other web browsers, so I'm not sure if this behavior is the same for you know, Firefox, Opera, Microsoft Edge for Android. So there's some more testing that needs to be done there, but just know that you know, if you don't see any web history, it's just because they may not have opted into this particular feature. Now, as I mentioned before, Samsung, they're doing their own thing. I know that comes to a shock for a lot of people. They have developed their own in-house solution, but funny enough, the name's the same. It's just digital well-being. And as you remember before, from the screenshots at the top of the presentation, it looks a little different, but the names are different too. So I'll get back one. So the APK name is different. The database name is different. But a good thing for examiners is that the Samsung has opted to use 7 additional codes that are not seen in the Google solution. So you're going to get more data from a Samsung phone digital well-being solution than you would from a Google solution, which is great. But the downside is that you're not going to get as much data potentially. They are strictly adhering to the Google requirement that for handset manufacturers that use their own solution, they can only keep, they have to keep at least 1 week's worth of data. And Samsung is really sticking to that. And then the last thing, obviously down there at the bottom, web history is not an option in the Samsung solution. So you're not going to see any web history in Samsung digital well-being. Again, it sits in the same file path as before, that data file path. And again, the folder name is different. Samsung Android Forest. I have no idea where that would have come from. And then the database that we're after is over there on the right, the DWB common.db. The table names are different too, but they're not so different that you're not going to be able to figure out what's going on. Here we're looking at usage events, and we've got our timestamp again in epoch. The event type is just, again, those are those usage stack codes that you're used to seeing. And all the way on the right is we've got the package ID, which just refers to the found packages table. And just like before, this is just a quick listing of all the apps that are currently on the phone. And as you can see, this SQL query is a little bit more crowded than before, and that's just because we've got more usage codes to deal with. I'll draw your attention to just a couple. The first one being the device lock usage event. Now, one thing to note about this particular event, there's no way to ascertain whether this is a lock that was initiated by the user. In other words, I pressed the power button on my phone, or if it was a lock due to the phone timing out. In other words, the screen timeout threshold was reached and the screen or the phone locked. Now, you could do some quick math to figure this out. You could look and see what the screen timeout settings are, and then look at when this lock event occurs in context, and potentially figure out that I've got a user initiated lock versus one that is done by screen timeout. The other code event type that I'll draw your attention to is the screen interactive. For Samsung, we can actually see when the screen's on. In this case, we can see when the screen is on and able to accept input. So that's nice to see too. If the screen was, if the phone was moved for some odd reason and the screen came on, that would be good information to know. And again, just running a quick SQL query. Here's a snippet of some output here. And you can see in the blue box about 3/4 of the way down, we've got a possible device, the device basically locked. And you can see at the bottom of the blue box, the launcher stopped. So that's good to know that the device locked and it stopped. And then about 3 seconds later, the device was, screen or the launcher rather came on, and the device was unlocked. And then I went into digital well-being, which is all the way down there at the tail of the red block there. Now, there are some limitations about with digital well-being. The first being that the retention time, right? Samsung is really adhering to that 1 week timeline, and but there's nothing documented about how Google's solution is handling it. When does this data start rolling over on itself, or when does it start getting purged from the database? We don't know. If you were to look at my Android 10 image that I released earlier this year, there's 2 weeks worth of data in there, and that actually represents the entire time of data generation for that particular image. So just know that data retention may be an issue for you. The next is users can turn this off, and I'll tell you, if you turn it off, you can see the warning screen that you get there to the right. That 24-hour time frame is spot on, and there is no data in the database once you turn it off. No tables have any data in them at all. But the cool thing about it is you can turn it back on, and you actually get the 10 previous days worth of data. So if you're doing your examination and you're going through your results and you notice that the digital well-being data is a little thin or it's just not there, give some consideration about turning it on. You will get 10 days worth of 10 previous days worth of data, which is better than no data. Now, if the phone's been sitting in evidence for 3 months, waiting for you to get to it, you're not going to get it. It's just going to be the 10 previous calendar days. So keep that in mind. The last drawback is a big one. We're not going to see any data on deleted apps. Once an app is deleted from a phone, any entry about it in the digital well-being database is gone. But there are other places that you can go on the phone to determine about, was there activity in a particular app? We got our usage stats, and I do want to talk about deleted apps for a second, and in a little bit of time that I've got left. There is a particular feature now with Android. It's called Device Personalization Services, DPS, and it's fairly new, and it is tracking everything that you do, which is great for us from examiners. For regular people, they may not feel the same way, but from an examiner standpoint, this is definitely great news. This is where it sits in the file system, the file path. Google.android.as, which actually stands for Action Services. That's what it was known as before Android 10. And you can see on the right that is the database that we're after, reflection_GEL_events. This database is very simple. There's only 3 tables in it, and reflection_event is the one that we're after. If you look in the top blue box, you can see with Twitter, Twitter was started, and then Twitter, I went to my Twitter feed to look, and then the last line in that blue box is DM activity. I went to my DMs. So you can actually see what's going on inside the app as it's going on. And this makes sense because DPS is designed to learn your habits and offer contextual recommendations, based on time of day, location, or app usage sequence. This is where the data is coming from. And so you can get a nice, very good granular level. Now, you're not going to get stuff like device unlocks and stuff's moved to the background or foreground, or stop your pause, but you can definitely see what's going on with these apps. Now, if you look a couple of columns to the right, you'll notice there is a proto column. Because we are talking about Google and Android, there's some protobuf data here. The blobs in the proto column, they are just a replay of what you're seeing in the other column. So you'll see your timestamp, you'll see your package ID. But the good thing about the protobuf data is that it actually retains data about activity in deleted apps, which is fantastic, right? And so just as an example, that top screenshot I've got highlighted, you can see WhatsApp.conversation. I was in the chat window in WhatsApp. So what I did was I deleted WhatsApp, waited 24 hours, and then pulled the database again. And the bottom screenshot is representing that. And you can see the database entry ID and the timestamp is still there, but I've just got an entry there for deleted app. It's not very helpful. However, if you notice, the protoblob is still there, which is good, because if you run proto-C against it, you can see I'm still able to determine what that entry was, WhatsApp.conversation. And again, the timestamp is there. There's some other ancillary data there as well. Still working on trying to figure out what those data points represent. But the two key takeaways here is that you do still get your timestamp, and you do still get what was going on that device at that particular point in time. Now, there are some limitations to DPS as well. As you can see, the user's got some level of control over deleting the data, including turning DPS off. But unlike digital well-being, if you turn DPS off and then turn it back on, it's just going to start recording from that point. You're not going to get any previous data. The other drawback to this too is that it's only seen on newer devices. So, the Pixel series has got it. The OnePlus series of phones, starting with the 7T, have got it. And the newer Samsung phones, so the Galaxy S20 and all of its variants, and the newer A series that were released this year have got this feature. You may not necessarily see it on older phones, but if you've got a newer phone on your bench, this is an option for you. I did write a blog post about this, and it's way too much information to squeeze in this last minute or two. So I'll refer you to the blog post. You can read more about it. It's really interesting, and I'm hoping it'll show up in more phones as we go on. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Alexis.
Alex, I can't hear you. I'm not sure if anyone else can.
No, it was my fault.
Okay, you're good.
It was my fault. So everybody knows I got my kids, downstairs, and they're a little bit rowdy, so I put the mute on. Yeah, no, I was saying that I think at this point it's pretty obvious how relevant this information is for your cases, right? When you get this visibility into what the user and the apps, the user was doing through the apps, right? So my part is the implementation. Let me see if I can. What am I doing wrong here? So I can. Do I have control? Or you still have control, Josh? If you have control, see if you can. Okay, then go to the right after the limitation. So go back a couple more.
Okay. There you go. I just gave you control, so you should be able to do that. I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. All right, that was me, right? Perfect. All right, so the implementation of the research that Josh just described to you, right? And I did that with a tool that I developed with Yogeshka 3. We're co-authors of ALEAP and the community. And I will take this opportunity to let you know quickly the good work everybody has done in this tool. This tool is for parsing Android artifacts called ALEAP. You see the title right there on the slides. And there's a sister Python series of scripts called iLeap for iOS. And it's a product Yogesh's work, my work, researchers, testers, a lot of the research Sarah Edward has done, Heather has also done, is been implemented in the tool. As you can see here, you will see Josh's research also implemented in the tool. And this is the GUI interface. It's also command line, which is pretty useful because you are able to scale and orchestrate parsing these artifacts, right? And I use this a lot when I have, let's say I receive 50 phones. I use ALEAP after I do my imaging as a triage tool, and then I can pinpoint which phone I need to do further or deeper analysis with a heavier set tool, okay? So what you see here on the GUI is you have to select first the type of extraction, as Josh mentioned, to be able to have the visibility into the personalization services and the well-being. It's not gonna work with a Android backup. You need to have actual file system, full file system access or physical access, okay? And the file formats that ALEAP is able to parse is either zip files, an image in a zip file, tar file, or a logical extraction, which is a fancy way of saying, as you know, a folder with all the files in it, in the proper paths from the extraction, okay? And then you select the output folder where you want your results to land. On the left side of the screen, you will see all the artifacts that are supported. You can select them all or deselect them all. Usually leave them all on because parsing is pretty quick, takes 5 minutes. Again, it's a triage concept that this tool has, okay? Oh, I hit it twice, I apologize. So within the interface, you will see there for the well-being, 3 artifacts, the well-being as improper, and then I extracted the well-being URLs. So that way you don't have to fish them from the results from the well-being parsing, right? Which is still there, but if you want only the URLs, you can also just look at that parse from that artifact. And then information about the well-being account, which is tied to the user of the phone, the account of the user of the phone, okay? If you wanna download ALEAP and give it a shot, the link is right there at my GitHub. Again, it's Python 3, all the dependencies you can install using our pip at requirements. If that's kind of like, I don't know what you're talking about, don't worry. In a few slides, I'll have a link that will give you instructions and video instructions how to do all these things, okay? So, we got you. All right, so after the parsing is done, you'll see your report. On the left side, you'll see your artifacts. And on the right side, the different reports from those artifacts. In this case, I did a full run. So you can see their accounts, call logs, Chrome history, a whole bunch of stuff. There's also on the center, you see there on the screen, the logs that indicates if there was any issues with any parsing and what type of files were parsed and where they are located, okay? These are the categories that you will look for when you're interested in well-being using this tool. You're gonna go to the well-being category, and there you'll see account data, the events and the URL events, and personalization services under app. This is an example of how the well-being report looks. It does the time conversion for you, so it's super, super nice. And also shows the package ID and then the different event types. You will see there on the right side a search bar. So as you type, it will change and give you the results you need. So if you're interested in a particular bundle ID, which we'll show you in a second, like Wicker, then you can put Wicker there and it will only show you relevance to Wicker. You can also sort by columns if need be. And at this point, particularly this screen, show you 15 entries, but you can select the show entries drop down and select all, or just use the tabbing pagination, if I'm saying that correctly. Paginated, hopefully I said it right. So you can go through it page by page if you decide to do so. Here's a bit more information, right? You see here like the IMGUR application being worked. Really important. I'm working off the fantastic images that Josh has created for us. He has shared with the community Android and iOS images, and a lot of my recent research, I will say all of my recent research, is coming from analyzing those images. So I highly encourage you to download Josh's images. They're really well documented. So when he says, well, what happened at this time, I was chatting or doing this or that, he has a documentation that says what he was doing at what time, and if it's a chat, what the chat said. So that way, as you're validating your research, you can use that. It's super useful. Again, Josh, I have to thank you I can't thank you enough. All right. Here's the example of Wicker. So if you do a search for Wicker, it only limits that search for Wicker, and then you can really narrow down on the different activity. And you will say, well, Wicker is kind of hard to get to. You know, I might not be able to decode it, and I get that. At the same time, just even knowing when the application was used, at what times, to develop a pattern helps. It will definitely help you. It might just corroborate. Let's say you're working a criminal case. It might just corroborate a witness statement, right? You might not have the content of the Wicker chat, but if the activity matches the patterns that say a witness tells you, that really helps, you know, corroborate that. And I give you some examples of how sometimes not having the full chat, but if you have all this ancillary data, helps build that picture. And something that I've heard from Eric Stemmerman a bunch of times is how different artifacts together, they all build this picture, right? They kind of complement each other to actually let us know what's going on. You got to remember that what happens in the digital world is a reflection of the real world, right? And we need to find where that interface lies. You'll see here the URL events, and it's pretty neat. You have there the package name and then the website. It's like Josh was saying, this is the top domains. Also really useful to kind of just be able to browse that real quickly. Here's how the implementation from the usage apps works. Again, it's all included in ALEAP. I should also say that iOS has a similar kind of functionality within screen time. I would say Interaction C and Knowledge C databases. It's out of scope. I just wanted to mention that because their iLeap also does that type of analysis for you, which is a sister script collection from ALEAP. That and iLeap again it's up for an award, so please vote. All right, services report. Notice this part is the part that's most interesting to me. After the package name, you can see pretty much good detail of what module was being accessed. If you're chatting, it would say private chat activity, right? If you're at the dashboard, looking at the top level of the app, it will say so, right? It will take research on your part to confirm what the methods are being used, right? But still, even if you don't get the content, you can get that. Something that I did and recently, and I'm gonna go quickly because time is running out. Let me show you this real quickly. Here's an example of deleted apps, as Josh explained, and what the event was for the application. Again, a lot of details. Sometimes we just get an event that the app was deleted. Here, you know, it's deleted, but you actually figure out what it was doing at that particular time. Now, the thing I want to get to first is the contributor list. This is all the people that have helped. Go check this page. And then if you're not following these people on Twitter, you need to follow these people on Twitter. They do great research. They do great sharing. Some of them you know, some of them you don't. Please do follow them. And if you want to understand how ALEAP works, how to install it, how to run it, or even how to develop artifacts for it, you can go to the resource page in my blog, and it will show you that. And you can reach out to me as well. One thing that I did not have on my slides because I came up with it before the time to turn our slides in. Timelining. I thank Sarah Edwards. She was the inspiration for it, and her Apollo tool. It's super, and this is the last thing, it's super important because the timelining really puts context from other artifacts. For example, and I don't have I cannot show you, but I'll quickly describe it. You can have well-being telling you, well, an activity was paused or an activity was resumed, right? Usage stats at that same time, maybe a second right after, tells you that that app was moved to the background, right? So you know the activity paused. Now you know by combining it with usage stats that is because it was moved to the background, right? And then it tells you then therefore the activity was stopped, right? And then usage stats tell you, well, you know, the screen was not interactive at that point, right? So you start building more detail when you combine well-being, personalization services, and usage stats. Sometimes the events are mirrored to each other in a sense, but sometimes it just provides more context to exactly what was happening with the app. This is the tool creates a SQLite database with all the timelining from all the artifacts that have a timestamp on them. So please do check that out. It will be at the root of the script folder. And that's all we got. Again, this is our how you can reach out to us in regards to the implementation. If you have something that you want me to look at or make a parser for or help you out in a parser you're working on, feel free to reach out to me and reach out to Josh, and we'll be glad to help you out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now I can hear you, Heather. I don't know if
We
it's
can't hear you, Heather.
It's because I muted myself. You seriously finished on perfect time. What I tried to do while you were talking, I pinned your images, Josh. I pinned your blog that you wrote.
Okay.
I pinned
Cool.
Barack's blog on Celebrate, and I pinned A-Leap, and I pinned the Forecast Awards. So I tried to pin all the things as you were mentioning it to Track 2 and your channel. I also pinned some questions that were asked in there. So you may want to take a look. There was a really good one. I forget which channel it was in, but it was about the type of acquisition that you need in order to get digital well-being.
Right. So you're going to at least need to get a file system, some type of the file system acquisition. And I tested this both on UFED and Axiom. But again, it just depends on the extraction capabilities of your tools. And as we know, Android phones pose a particular problem because of how different handset manufacturers implement Android. Right, the different software and hardware combinations. It makes it quite a bit of a headache as far as trying to figure out if a particular tool can extract from this particular device. But at least the file system.
Great.
Absolutely.
Thank you both. And I didn't want to chime in and answer all the things, but that was a good one. I thought it would be nice to hear. And you were answering things on the fly as people were typing it. It's hilarious. It's like you were reading the chat channel. It was amazing.
I tried to anticipate what kind of questions I would have from an examiner standpoint, and it made sure that those got in there.
Absolutely. Josh is amazing.
Well, thank you both. This was fantastic. And we are now going to break for lunch. Lunch does run from 12:15 until 1:30, but we do have a talk during lunch. So you can eat a little bit. There's a talk that starts at 12:40 in both track 1 and track 2. And I will come back before that and tell you some more jokes because there have been some amazing ones shared with me that are just so good. So good. Maybe I'll leave you with one because I really like it. Why do ducks have feathers? To cover their butt quacks. That's all. That's all I have. It's so cute.
She's here all week, everybody.
It's so bad, but I love it. I love it. All right. Enjoy your lunch. Brilliant job, both of you. Thank you so much for all your efforts.
Thanks for having us.
All right, good afternoon for folks who are just joining us. We're taking the start of our lunch break here in track 2. I'll be kicking off our lunch and learn session with Eric McIntyre from Randori in just about 17 minutes. So thank you, Eric, for joining us, and looking forward to speaking with you.
Thanks, good to be here.
Great. And Eric, you sound good and I can see you, and perfect.
All right, I think we're ready to go. We'll see you in 15 minutes. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So it's a good opportunity to stretch, grab a drink, grab a cup of tea if you're just waking up on the West Coast, and we'll see you in just over 15 minutes. All right, everyone in track 2, just a heads up, we're going to be starting our lunch and learn session shortly. We have a really good session coming up with Eric McIntyre from Randori. So hopefully you got a chance to take a break, grab some lunch. If we were in Austin right now, we'd probably be walking down 6th Street and grabbing some tacos from any of the nearby eateries. I know, Eric, you're on the West Coast, right? So it's not quite lunchtime for you.
Well, it's a little bit early. I actually was on the West Coast until just 2 weeks ago, where my family and I moved down to southern Utah. So I've seen people posting how warm it's been there in out in Texas, and it's quite warm here as well, I'd say. So definitely not coastal weather anymore.
Yeah, I'm seeing reports of even further south. So again, down in Austin, of it being 100 degrees, even hotter. So
it's a good
nice
day to stay inside and watch a talk.
Yes, air conditioned. I
That's
have
right.
so many beverages within reach of me. I have like a pot of coffee on one side. I've got water over here. I've got my lunch on the other side. You know, I've also, because I've got lunch on one side of me, ultimately at some time during this event, I'm going to have a cat that tries to walk across my keyboard and get my lunch. But
it's pets in frame is just the new way of doing business now, I think.
Yes.
Pets and kids.
I think it's the bingo card of the day. So awesome. We're just about ready to kick off. So Eric, I wanted to introduce you. Everyone, we have Eric McIntyre here. He's the Director of R&D for Randori. And by the way, if you're following along in Discord, and if you just joined us, you can get into Discord from your SANS portal account. It's right near the link you used to join this session. So if you join us on Discord, we have tracks. We have a track 2 channel, and we also have a Randori channel, and we have a track for Eric himself to answer questions in after this talk ends. In the meantime, if you have questions during the talk, you can throw them in Zoom. And at the end of the talk, if we have time, we'll have Eric answer some questions live during Zoom. And if you have questions after the talk, you can head into Eric's channel. Also, if you go into the Randori channel, I see that you're giving away some swag. So definitely jump in there and check it out.
Yes, we are.
Without further ado, Eric, I'll turn it over to you.
Sounds great. Thanks very much. Hello, welcome, and thank everybody for attending. Today, I'm going to talk to you about one way we at Randori think about the offensive side of cybersecurity. I'm Eric McIntyre. I'm the Director of Research and Development at Randori since we started up in 2018. Previously, I served as a security researcher at Kairos Tech, and I worked there for 6 years, leading teams supporting clients in the national and commercial security spaces. Prior to my time at Kairos, I had a software consulting business, and even further back, I spent a few years lecturing undergraduates at the University of Colorado at Boulder in the computer and electrical engineering department. These days, I work with a great team at Randori to build our automated attack platform, and that delivers an adversary's perspective into the hands of defenders like you. And this involves finding ways to automate many of the techniques we've developed from our past experience breaking into corporations as part of Red Team for Hire engagements, and integrating new techniques we know are being used by attackers today. Now, I love landing exploits, but outside of work, I also enjoy running, though most of the races and all in-person events are off this year, but that's given me more time for exploring the outdoors, hiking, camping, and more recently stand-up paddleboarding, which if you haven't done before is pretty fun. And in my experience, it is as easy as it looks. So don't hesitate to try that. The next 30 minutes, we'll break down into 4 parts. Right off the bat, we'll hit the beginning and the end, which is just a way of setting our starting point and setting out our conclusions. I hate to bury the lead, so we'll get right to the point. And next, we'll look at flipping the script. Stephen Levitt, although on a completely unrelated topic in his book Freakonomics, once said, "The conventional wisdom is often wrong." So I'll challenge one of the most repeated mantras in network defense and explain how we as an industry should be thinking about things opposite to how we often hear them explained. Then the meat and potatoes. In section 3, I'll explain how to think of your attack surface like an attacker and why this is advantageous for improving your defenses. And finally, a take-home challenge. In section 4, we'll cover the actionable steps you can take to improve your processes and optimize your risk profile. So let's go, the beginning and the end. Let me get this to advance, there we go. First off, I'm not a threat hunter. I've never been employed to defend a network beyond participating in forming policies. And I'm not here to teach you how to threat hunt. That is how you integrate your tools, set up your processes, and manage your teams. Those things are outside my expertise. But what I am here to do is to start to explain how Randoria is able to hack companies at scale and what we mean by the attacker's perspective and how by understanding that perspective, you can achieve better outcomes for your organizations. In this talk, when I talk about red or red team, I mean adversary. Depending on your organization, you might have an internal team searching for security issues, reporting vulnerabilities, et cetera. But when I talk about red teaming, I'm really talking about adversary emulation. That is the continuous activity that allows blue teams, the threat hunters and defenders, to test their tools and detection techniques, to practice evicting realistic adversary using realistic methods in their own tools, and to improve their processes so that when the fire alarm does get pulled, the process to remediate is not a chaotic one. And finally, you can't hunt what you don't detect. If you don't have a means to discover your exposure, and this is especially true of companies with large perimeters, if your adversary has the means to discover your assets in a different way, they might see attack surface that you're missing. And second, understanding how attackers think will make you a better threat hunter. Recognizing the calculus your adversary is making when they choose to go after one asset over another allows you to better predict where they'll strike next. And so this naturally leads us to the conclusion that better prediction will lead to more effective prioritization. That allows for the optimization of resources and ultimately the reduction of unnecessary risk. Now flipping the script. Tell me if you've heard this one. Oh, looks like we had a little font issue there, but it's all right. There's a mantra going around. I bet most of you have heard it. Red has to be right once, and blue has to be right all the time. I think what's commonly meant by this is that blue teams have to constantly defend their infrastructure, and a single failure is a complete failure. It almost sets up the defender for an impossible task. In fact, I would say that it is an impossible task because you have to run software. Software is complex, and if anything the last decades have shown, not to mention the last 3 weeks, is that there will always be another 0 day. How can you be right all the time in the face of 0 day? It's by definition a flaw you don't know about, so how can you be expected to defend against it? There are some techniques and tools, but if you subscribe to presumption of breach and also that blue has to be right all the time, then we've got an inherent contradiction. So I would say this mantra is wrong. The more accurate statement is actually the opposite. Blue has to be right once, that is to say they can catch red at any point in the kill chain prior to red achieving any real objectives, and red has to be right all the time. That is, anytime red takes an action is an opportunity to lose all the work they've done so far. Being right once doesn't get you through the kill chain as a red team. For a red team, to be right once doesn't achieve an objective. Maybe you proved a flaw exists, but so what? If we're really living best practices like presumption of breach, then we already agree that the flaws that led to those breaches exist. And it is the red team that has to be right all the time. That is, every stage of the kill chain, red has to avoid getting caught. From personal experience, adversarial objectives we've had in the past are exfiltrating code signing keys or gaining admin access to a domain controller or finding particular files or types of data within a network. These are real objectives for adversaries that could have a real business impact if achieved, but usually the code signing keys aren't on a web server. The exploit we had for the domain controller required a low priv account to compromise first. And we have to hunt for files within the network because nobody mapped out for us that what we're looking for is on the NFS mount of the AFS02 NAS and not on the Samba share of DC01. And yeah, sometimes there are shallow paths to reach these real objectives, but usually it takes more than one right move to get there. So let's look at the kill chain. You've probably seen this in various forms, but all the variations of the kill chain look more or less like this. Say our objective is exfiltration of a particular data file. It starts with recon. Can I find surface area that's unmonitored? Can I find an access point that I can exploit? This doesn't mean an unpatched service necessarily. In most cases, the perimeter systems are patched. It means a service I'm willing to build or buy an exploit for. If I'm doing continuous recon, and this is a real example, if I'm doing continuous recon, I can wait. I can monitor the perimeter for changes. I can hold off until that embedded system with the terrible security gets a firewall exception for just the weekend of the big conference so manufacturing can monitor that process remotely. And once I've detected it, exploitation, the next step of the kill chain. Does my exploit land? And once I get code execution, is my environment stable? Persistence, can I maintain my foothold? This includes short and long-term persistence. Sometimes a machine only has read-only, especially in the case of the embedded systems, and that might be okay. For some systems, I might be good for a few weeks or a year, depending on uptime. At this point, if I haven't done it already, I definitely need to think about establishing a C2 channel. I need to be able to explore further, and for that, I'll need a comms channel. Can I get comms out without getting caught? Sometimes the best C2 is the exploitation channel itself. Maybe I'll call out to public DNS, but maybe it's better if I backdoor the web server since I can get inbound encrypted comms anytime I want and it just looks like normal traffic. Once I'm established, I need to consider defense evasion. Can I detect or eliminate the defenses before getting flagged by them? Can I modify my tactics to avoid them completely? We'll touch on this in a few slides when I talk about what makes services more attractive than others to exploit in the first place. And now that I'm established, I need to do a little hunting for my objective. So next up is Reconnaissance 2, Internal Edition. At this point, I'm taking a lot of the same actions that I was taking before. And for lateral movement, I'm really just repeating steps 2 through 5. Finally, for collection and exfil, this is just a placeholder for achieving my objectives. This can also include manipulating a system to perform it in an unintended way or limiting access. But while I'm doing this, the blue team has certain advantages. They probably have advantages from their point of view, but they also have advantages from my point of view. And from my point of view, your advantages are that you can stop this kill chain at any point. Blue only has to be right once. Once you're onto it, your tools will help you track back the events and eradicate my presence in your network. Forensics these days is pretty good. If I can do things that aren't observable, then you either don't have the right tools or you don't have them set up properly, or maybe you're a really special case where I'm spending a lot of time and effort to cover my tracks. But even then, there's no total invisibility cloak, passing data in a network, executing code on CPUs. The things that I need to do to achieve my objective are inherently detectable. You might not be able to control the devices, but you do have the advantage of information about your surface area. You have presumably more cooperation from your organization than I do, and you can see what I can't see. Every step of the kill chain represents an investment. My initial access might be 10K or 100K to develop and weaponize an exploit. My tools, though, should they be caught, might represent an investment in the millions. And if every endpoint or AV detects them immediately, they become worthless. So I don't want to get caught. Now I have certain advantages as well. I know your tools. I know your tools from the prior experience of my getting caught, not just what your tools are capable of, but also how they're likely configured. You're probably running endpoint security. And you'll probably notice when I drop a PowerShell script and start pillaging the registry, but will you notice when that endpoint goes offline? Did it just shut down, or did I throw an exploit and, true story, cause your endpoint process to eject its kernel module? I also know that you usually lack control. In many orgs, security is responsible for, but doesn't control what gets stood up or how often or how fast it gets patched. Institutional will follows the perception of threat, but not necessarily the actual threat. And finally, time is on my side. I will wait for you to be on vacation, for your weekend, for your after hours time, and sometimes for your busiest time, but I choose the timing. And starting with that timing, I can choose how slow to scan your network. I can choose how to conduct reconnaissance. I'm not really on a timeline. And starting with this advantage is one that continuous red teams have, that point in time legacy pentests or short-term red teams don't have. But it's one that your adversaries almost always have. So with all that in mind, section 3, thinking like an attacker. This talk is about how you can optimize your defenses by thinking like an adversary. Remember back to that kill chain. You can catch me at any point, and if you catch me before I get any goods, you've got the opportunity to eliminate the risk you face from me. Knowing what I'm after or what attracts me can give you a good place to start. So we're going to talk about the first parts of this kill chain, the recon and initial access steps. How does an adversary think about these steps? What attracts my team to your services? Everybody has surface area. We all agree that reducing it is generally a good thing, but completely eliminating your surface area is like saying our business isn't going to use the internet. It's a non-starter. So where do you commit your effort in monitoring? Do you monitor everything evenly? Do you have your teams triage everything with the same priority? Well, that would only be a good method if your risk was evenly distributed. And risk, we know, is the product of likelihood and impact. What are you doing today to judge the likelihood side? That's a part of the equation where understanding your adversary is going to help. Is that random cloud Apache server that engineering stood up in AWS as big a risk to you as the VPN that borders your enterprise? I would argue that knowing every single endpoint, every single port you have open, it's less important than knowing which services attackers want to target and why. The kill chain starts with discovery of a target service. At Randori, this is done with our recon tool, which automates the aggregation of data from public sources and from scanning that attackers rely on to discover your surface area without insider information. For examples, we might start from network and hostname registrations or certificate logs, direct scanning, and our relationship with other external threat intel sources. I'm going to pull back the curtain a little bit on our black box approach because adversaries don't usually have your network diagrams until you get hacked the first time. So let's look at an example of how we follow the breadcrumbs to map your perimeter. Prior to this segment, let's say we've discovered a network registration record, perhaps from a known person or address associated with your organization. These records for network assignments are public and searchable in many cases. And there's also historic records. Once that was on the internet, the fact that it's now anonymous is no protection. It's still searchable. So starting with that network registration record, we locate a network that's still in use and we scan it for services. At this point, we might get some responses. Some of the services offer us a TLS certificate. And one component of that certificate is a host name. And sometimes you can only reach the underlying service if you use the correct host name. At this point, we've collected responding IPs and host names. We'll then re-access some of those services using the host names we discovered from the certificates. And now that proper host names are provided, in this case, for example, the host header in an HTTP request, the servers might provide different content. We've even seen services that are only discoverable when using a host name provided by the certificate when we couldn't discover the host name anywhere else. That is, it came out of the certificate and not out of DNS. When accessing the services in this way, we can analyze the output and potentially find even more services. For example, this service might redirect for authentication, perhaps to an internal SSO, or reference another service. This is just one pathway, but it leads and it illustrates the discovery of services sometimes that organizations didn't know they were running. By using the same techniques as an actual adversary would have to use, the blue teams can discover what assets that aren't necessarily being tracked, or perhaps discover unknown configuration paths. And once we have a list of the services identified as adversaries, we now need to choose which one of these to pursue. If you have a significant surface area, I'm going to have my pick of where to start, and how I rank those targets is a concept we call target temptation. The 6 factors of temptation. For each service that I detect, I have a decision I need to make. Do I go after this service or do I pass? And how do I decide? I'll base my decision on a ranking of factors. 1, enumerability. 2, weakness. 3, criticality. 4, applicability. 5, post-exploitation potential. And 6, research potential. Let's dig a little deeper on each of these. Enumerability, the precision of detection. We score this higher if we can find an exact version. If your web server is configured to tell me it's running version 2.4.42 with scripting language version 5.3.0 on a particular Linux distro released on the 14th of May 2005, this time a made-up example, that's a lot of information that I now have to inform my next steps. And almost certainly not the information that you needed to provide me, but probably information that was configured by default to be provided. Public and private weakness. This category is for known disclosures and exploits. If I've got a critical, reliable, unauthenticated remote code execution, proof of concept, public exploit, I'm very attracted to this service. However, that's not the end of the story. Other factors, despite this, might convince me not to go after this, but it certainly makes it attractive. And if this service is hanging out on the internet, it probably has been found and exploited by script kiddies and crypto miners. Having a high score here is one of the highest weighted factors, but we all recognize the importance of this factor. So I'd rather drive home the point that this isn't the only factor. You've all got it. So let's say, well, hopefully not all of you, but say you've got a crypto miner that's on an isolated AWS node left over from an engineering experiment last year. Maybe it's costing you a little money and you should probably clean it up now that you know about it, but it's not a 5-alarm fire. Just because it's exploitable, or even because you have an asset that's been exploited, doesn't make it your top priority. It does, however, make it very attractive because it's lower effort on my part. Criticality. Let's move on to criticality. This is the category where we judge the importance of function of a device. We have to make an assumption in this category that the device is used for its intended purpose. If we see a VPN on your perimeter, we'll usually assume it's protecting something and not just a VPN you set up for fun. And that's a service we would say is that inherently defines a critical security boundary, because you usually only use a VPN if you're trying to limit access to something else. Compromising it not only leads us to the other side of the firewall, but it also results in our ability to collect or manipulate credentials. Applicability. Again, apologies, the fonts have not all come through apparently. We now consider a factor that's outside your control, applicability. Any adversary working multiple targets with limited resources, and yes, even nation states have limited resources, though the limit can be high, but any adversary working multiple targets with limited resources has to consider the bang for their buck. If I can research and weaponize an exploit for a service and use that work on every target, that's going to give this factor a higher score than just going after your particular homegrown web app. Now, there may be other reasons to go after the esoteric program you've got on your perimeter, but it has a little applicability to my other target organizations, and at least in this category, I'll score that lower. Okay, 4 down, 2 to go. Post-exploitation potential. This is the usefulness of the device after compromise. This category can be surprising because oftentimes it can be hard to discern until we examine an example. The best case here is to land our exploits into well-known environments where few defenses exist. And what does well-known mean? Well, let's take my favorite service category, VPNs. So many of these very expensive, mostly closed source units of security are actually just Linux boxes, and they aren't as proprietary as they seem under the hood. If I can land on a Linux, then I have a pretty high degree of confidence that my tools will work and I can leverage the machine to do anything I want on the network. Also, when was the last time you installed an endpoint monitor on the VPN itself? Most of them, not all, but most of them don't allow non-exploitation methods for running custom software. And I'm betting that most of you aren't running endpoint security on your VPNs, which makes this a very attractive place to run my custom software. And finally, research potential, which means how easy is it for me to develop exploits and tools for this platform? If it's completely open source, so runs on a well-known OS and has a lot of examples, we'll score this category high. On the flip side, if it's difficult or expensive to obtain, that might make it attractive for other reasons, but it does discourage me from investigating this one if there's some cheaper and more readily available target. So back to those 6 factors of temptation. Enumerability, the precision of detection; weakness, known disclosures and exploits; criticality, the importance of function; applicability, the level of adoption; post-exploitation potential, that is the usefulness after compromise; and research potential, the ease of development. The targets we discover, we rank on these factors, which is one part of how we propose that defenders prioritize. This target temptation combined with what you know about the importance of each target to your organization, gives a priority ranking, which assets need to be considered and in which order. So finally, the takeaways. Let's connect those initial assumptions to some specific actions. If you believe that you can't hunt what you don't detect, then utilize black box discovery to see your network attack surface like an attacker. If you believe that understanding how attackers think will make you a better threat hunter, then gain an attacker's perspective. And if you buy into optimizing your resources and reducing your risk by incorporating a method of prioritization, then rank your targets and prioritize them based on risk, which you've calculated from both the temptation, that is the likelihood, and the impact of the business. That's all we had a chance to cover today, but remember back to that kill chain. Catching attackers by defending your highest priority assets is just one place that you can break that kill chain. This fall, my colleague and our director of offense at Randori is going to pick up where we left off here and talk about the benefits of considering the attacker's perspective beyond the initial recon stages. Thank you everybody for attending. I encourage you to reach out with any feedback, and I hope you're having an enjoyable conference.
Eric, thank you so much for your presentation. If anybody has questions now, we have time for 1 or 2 questions. You can put them in the Q&A in Zoom. Let me get things kicked off and say there were a couple comments in Discord about how red and blue should play off each other, and it should really be continuous. So what would your advice be for doing these kind of assessments and looking at that once versus repeatedly?
Yeah, so through the there we go. Yeah. Through that continuous practice, that's where we see blue teams that get used to using their tools. They get experience going through their run books that they have for how to respond to an incident. When we go into an engagement and we see a team that maybe has a bunch of tools set up but isn't that familiar with using them, it may be because they haven't been practicing hunting real adversaries. If you're always hunting the same type of threats, if you're always doing the same simulations, then you may not be exercising the tools or learning the tools or practicing the responses. And like anything, any human endeavor, it's that continuous practice. That's what's going to lead to improvement. So that's a major thesis of ours, is that this industry can move forward by switching from a point in time mindset to a continuous mindset.
Great. Eric, thank you so much. I think from here, we're going to continue the conversation in Discord. So you have a hallway channel. If anybody is looking for that, it's Eric's name, Eric McIntyre, and he'll be in that channel for the next half an hour at least. And we also have the Randori channel where there's a good opportunity to get some giveaways and swag as well. So thank you so much, Eric.
Thank you guys. We'll see you on Discord.
Great. All right, and from here, we are going back into our lunch break. So our next talk in this track is going to be from David Panny and Ryan Tomchik. It's called Captain's Log, Take Your Application Log Analysis from Starfleet to Starfleet. And that starts off in 25 minutes. And between now and then, maybe we'll get a few more jokes from Heather.
We will. I'm going to wait a little bit though. I need to compile my list. I got some good ones coming in though.
That's awesome.
There's some good ones. I know I need to get a life, right?
Okay, I'll close with one before we step away again. What happens when you eat too much alphabet soup? You get a vowel movement.
That was good. That was good. Thanks for playing, Lo. That's awesome.
I'll turn the stage over to you, Heather.
I'm actually going to mute myself and finish eating, and I will be here for more jokes momentarily.
Awesome.
All right, how is everyone doing? Thank you to those who sent me some jokes. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. And I have a few that I'm going to share. If you're here, if you're new to track 2, we tell jokes in this panel and or channel, and not all of them are fantastic, but some of them are pretty good. All right, let me see. Let me start with, where did the software developer go? I don't know. He's ransomware. That was one that was provided. All right, here's one I like. Wait, that one's inappropriate. Why did the first restaurant on the moon fail? It had no atmosphere. I need like drums. Do, do, do. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. All right. Let's see. What do dentists call their x-rays? Toothpicks. That's one you can share with your children. It's a good one, right? Okay. Do you want an inappropriate one? I'm looking at the Slack, or I keep calling it Slack, Discord, to see if.
Here's one first. You have someone in the chat who gave a different answer for why the restaurant on the moon failed, which is it didn't have a space bar.
That's good too. These are really good. I really like it. How about this one? And this one's really lame. When does a joke become a dad joke? When it becomes apparent. This is not a good one during COVID, but nothing's a good one during COVID, I guess. The graveyard looks overcrowded. People are clearly dying to get in. That one's a little morbid. That was shared with me. Okay, you ready for inappropriate? Kinda. Not too bad. Not like threaten my job bad or anything, but how can you find a blind man on a nude beach? I'll let people type. How do you find a blind man on a nude beach? Come on. You can type it in. It's not that hard. Yes, you just nailed it. That's really bad. Okay, Lo, I need you to participate in this one. I need you to say who, okay?
I'm with you.
All right. Can you believe they're still together after all the crap they've been through?
Who?
Your butt cheeks.
Oh.
I'm sorry. That is one of my favorites. And how I saw that one, it was TikTok, I'm sad to admit. But a girl was sitting in a doctor's office and they were checking her in and she had her mask on. And she just starts talking and the lady's like, "What? Who?" And she's like, "Your butt cheeks." And I was like, "Oh my gosh." That one was brilliant. All right, here's one. I once started a band. We were called 999 Megabytes. Unfortunately, we broke up because we couldn't get a gig. That was a cute one. That was shared. I see some more coming in too. Okay, you ready for another one that's kind of inappropriate? I know, the gig is really cute, right? A guy walks into a psychiatrist's office fully naked and wrapped in saran wrap from head to toe. The psychiatrist stops and says, "I can clearly see your nuts." Yep, these are ones that are being shared. Clement, that is a good one. If you're in the channel, due to COVID-19, all TCP applications are being converted to UDP to avoid handshakes. These are good. Oh, here's another one. Where do fish keep their money? A riverbank. What does the snail say riding on the back of a turtle? Whee! I'm cracking myself up. I'm sorry. I know. I would never do this on a stage ever in a million years. So this is the perfect scenario for me to be hiding behind my computer here. I'm trying to think. I'm out of the ones that I put on my list. Oh, wait, here's one that's really lame, but I'll do it. My friend said he didn't understand what cloning was. I said that makes two of us. Kind of boring. But I love all the jokes you all are sharing. It's very helpful to me because now I started something I can't stop. And I see a lot of you are sending more. And I need to read.
David and Ryan, do you guys have any jokes for us? You could do a tech check.
That's a hard act to follow, Heather. You're supposed to, I think, warm everyone up for us, but now they're just going to be disappointed at the lack of jokes we have. So, but I appreciate getting everyone in a good mood.
I have really bad jokes though, but at least you sound fantastic.
Good.
Ryan, you want to do a sound check? Do you have a joke?
Unfortunately, I don't. I used to work as a beer tender at a brewery, and all the jokes I know are totally inappropriate for this environment.
That's what's scary, right? My son's always like, Mom, do you have a joke? I'm like, not one that you can hear. That's for sure. All right, you both sound great. And we can bring up your slides here in a moment. And we'll get kicked off just in under a minute and a half.
David, I believe you're going to be starting the presentation. Is that right?
Yes, please.
Great. I will pass you the control right now. Thank you.
All right.
And for everyone who's still sending me jokes, I am collecting them and I will say those in between the classes or the talks, I should say. I guess it's not classes. Hello, thank you for running during lunch. That was fantastic. Actually, I was able to eat a little bit, which was nice.
And tomorrow's lunch, we have a special event, right?
Yes, tomorrow during lunch, we are joining my lunch show if you want to. It's a Zoom meeting called Life Has No Control at the Elite. And we have myself, Phil Hagan, Rob Lee, and Lee Whitfield, and we're going to discuss things that have occurred during the summit and maybe tell some inappropriate jokes since it's on my channel and I can choose not to record it if I want to.
That will be fun. And I saw the Control-Alt-Delete registration is pinned to track 2 if you want to join and sign up for tomorrow.
Excellent. Excellent. All right, Lo, did you want to do this intro or am I taking back over? I think I'm taking back over, right?
All yours.
All righty. So up next, we have Captain's Log, and we have David and Ryan here to share all their knowledge with you. Again, as I've been doing, I'll pin things in your channel in track 2, and if there's time at the end, I'll ask them, but if not, it'll make it very easy for you to go back. So thank you both for joining, and I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Thanks, Heather. Thanks, everyone. Let's see. It's our slide. There we go. Awesome. So thanks everyone for joining us virtually. Glad that we could still do this, a little different than usual when we're hanging out in Texas in the heat. So hopefully everyone is in the comfort of their air conditioning, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Super excited to be here. As Heather mentioned, this is Dave and Ryan. Going to be going through a Captain's Log. Take your application log analysis from Starfleet to Starfleet at the SANS DFIR Summit. So Ryan can go ahead and say hi.
Hi everyone, my name is Ryan Tomsick. I'm a senior consultant on the Mandiant IR team. My background is as a SOC analyst and threat hunter in different SOC environments in the public and private sectors, heavily leveraging Splunk.
Awesome. Thanks, Ryan. My name is Dave Panny. I'm a manager at Mandiant on the incident response and forensics team. I have a background in doing, for the purpose of this talk, at least log analysis, focusing a lot on Excel and grep and Python scripts and text, and probably the bad way to do log analysis, but it's been a lot of fun. Also, more importantly, Ryan and I are co-creators of the organization DFIR. So we'll talk about that. This is a dog and feline urgent response. We're probably the longest standing organization in the pet healthcare and wellness industry. Not only do we take care of dogs and felines, we also take care of forensic gators and all kinds of other animals and wildlife that you may run into. But we have an application that veterinarians use to process their records, make appointments, order care, take care of their patients. Pets and wildlife use DFIR to make appointments, pay their bills, see Labrador Retriever test results, all kinds of good labs. Insurance companies will use DFIR to receive and pay claims to veterinarians. They'll reimburse patients for whatever. They'll take care of all those costs on the DFIR application. And as of start date 74005.8, we are the official veterinary and pet wellness service of Starfleet, which we're pretty excited about. And not only do Ryan and I have this very important job of running and founding the DFIR organization, we also, due to our day jobs, we hang out on the security team. And recently, we took a look at the log sources that we were trying to use in case we needed them for investigations. And wow, we had a ton of problems identified. So many problems, we can't even talk about them. But we'll focus in on the highest level ones that we want to take a look at. Up first, we looked at some logs that had some incomplete data sources. You would think that the log would be recording this activity or this field in the activity. Wrong, wasn't there. Then we saw that certain logs were being ingested into our centralized log platform, and they were being parsed wrong. There were JSON issues, the field names were wrong, all kinds of random issues that made looking at these aggregated logs, which was supposed to be helpful, made them actually quite annoying. The DFIR application, as mentioned, has been around for quite some time. And with that, right, the developers are making updates, pushing new code, changing things. And sure enough, there were a whole bunch of application updates. They changed the way logging works. No one told us about it. We never looked at them. We never figured it out. So the application updates broke some of our logs. We took a look at some log sources that were coming in from servers and systems around the world, around the Starfleet universe, I guess. And they were in all kinds of time zones. Some were UTC, some were Eastern time, some had no time zone, and we have no idea what time zone they were in. So that's another issue we ran into. While we were doing these tests, we tried to export, for example, an hour's worth of logs from a week ago. It took like 2 days to export just the log data. So that was really frustrating for us and something we wanted to fix. And pretty much our worst offender was anytime we tried to figure out where on the internet any of this activity came from, all the source IP addresses were 10.10.10. whatever, because we had a load balancer or a proxy masking all of the traffic coming in. So that was really frustrating. And there are some things that we tried to focus on to be better going forward. So in terms of our logs were pretty terrible, but also we talked to the security team, and the analysis was also not so great. There was a lot of inconsistency. Everyone was doing analysis their own way. Some looked at the text logs, parsed them with the Python script they made to use one time, spent a bunch of time on. Others were ingesting logs into Elasticsearch and trying to query them that way. There was no consistency, there was no repeatable process, and it was just a recipe for failure. With all those logs we mentioned, all the updates, there was also no documentation, right? So we would see a log field and we wouldn't know exactly what it meant. Was it a username? Was it a patient name? Was it a veterinarian's name? We don't know what's going on here. And we kind of boiled it down and we figured out that a lot of this happened was because the application's logs were designed to troubleshoot the application by the development team so they can make updates and make sure patients get good care, but they weren't necessarily designed for investigating. And our security team wasn't involved with that, which led to these analysis problems. Oh, no. Sorry about that. So as a quick example, I'm sure a lot of people in the audience have seen logs that look similar to this. So on the left is an example of a Tomcat error log, right? You're looking through web logs, maybe someone's exploiting your stuff, and this was the log we looked at. And it's multi-line, so you can't really grep and get the full context, because you're gonna, if you hit a search term in one of those exception blocks, you're gonna miss the timestamp, you're gonna miss the username, etc., like that. And it's ugly. It's hard to look at. It's hard to do much with other than tediously manually read them. On the right side is what is pretty much just a super common export from a log analysis platform, right? Everyone's probably run into the situation if they've exported logs from their log platform. We certainly did here at DFIR. We said we need some log data from that week ago for an hour's worth of timeframes, and we got back an Excel worksheet with hundreds of columns, and they were all split out. Some were useful, some were not. We started with A, went to BC to DZ to FU, and there were just all kinds of column numbers and letters, and it was too much data. How could anyone possibly deal with this? And some of the other text logs we looked at have an example at the bottom. These are some examples of the worst case offenders of timestamps that Ryan and I have seen at our time at DFIR. Right, so how can you possibly sort these if you wanted to put them in Excel? They're not really alphabetic. It's a pain to parse because there's not a consistent character length because of the names of the days are in there. The timestamps are in AM and PM. So if you want to convert from PM to the military time, 24-hour time, that can be a lot of a hassle. And there's no time zones indicated in these logs. So just some examples of frustrations that we ran into that you may have seen yourself when looking at your logs. So how in the world do we get these logs up to Fleek standards? There are some more straightforward, I don't want to say quick wins, but straightforward things, right? Everything we talked about, time zones, parsing, formatting, those should be addressed for sure. Get everything into a nice timestamps into like YYYY, MM, DD, hour, minute, second, so you can sort them, you can look at them with time zones included clearly, fix those JSON parsing errors in the log centralization platform. For anything that's not centralized, let's try and get it centralized so we can do some correlation and analytics, and we'll talk about that in a bit. But those are some of the more straightforward, yes, we can or cannot do these types of approaches. One thing that requires a little bit more effort and collaboration with the development team is trying to figure out what logs do we even want for an investigation in these application logs? What's useful, what's not, and how does that relate to the security mission we have as part of the InfoSec team at DFIR? So we're going to talk about this with the concept of threat modeling. So at DFIR, what types of threats do we face at our organization? Do our competitors and colleagues face? And how might those attacks happen? How would they work? What would they do? What would they go after? What type of data would they access? And then if those threats and attacks did happen, what kind of log data would you like to have? What questions would we be required to answer due to regulations, to tell our lawyers, to tell our board members, our shareholders, the public, right? This information is going to be needed as part of an investigation. And it would be really hard to just say, sorry, our logs were trash. We couldn't tell you these even if we wanted to. So that's kind of how we stepped back and figure out what's the point of even having logs for this application for an investigation. So what we identified for our specific application is a couple different threat vectors that we wanted to try to simulate and model. Most of them were related to an account takeover. So if a kitty or a puppy or a veterinarian or an insurance provider had their account taken over either as a result of a credential stuffing campaign, which are all the rage these days. I'm sure lots of people are running into those brute force attacks, or one-off, they got phished and then someone logged on. Phish can also be treated at DFIR, by the way. So phishing attacks are very common. Bring your fish into DFIR. But anyway, these account takeover attacks, you can bring them in and do a lot of damage if you have your account taken over. For example, you can have your bank account modified, so a payment or a claim or reimbursement might go to the wrong place. Your pet health information, your pet identifying information might get accessed. That would be a major HIPAA violation, so we don't want any of that. because there'd be fines and regulations to deal with. And worst case, right, someone could have their health treatment modified or interrupted. You could cancel someone's appointment. A veterinarian could log on and change a dose of a prescription. You don't want to apply too little or too much flea or tick prevention. That would be really bad either way. And back to the finance side, right? Reimbursement claims, payments, HSA accounts, things like that. And also, probably the last threat modeling technique that we saw was if a veterinarian would abuse the healthcare system and, for example, overprescribe narcotics such as catnip. We don't want any of that being facilitated through DFIR. I clicked, there we go. So how do we figure out what's lacking and what we need to improve on? Probably the best way is to review, your current log setup. And we did this. We tried to export the logs. We tried to search through them. We tried to correlate and format. And there were a lot of annoying steps that we identified along the way where it wasn't formatted properly. We wish there was a session ID to map a log on to a data access log, for example, and the exporting took too long. All these things we could only discover were real problems by simulating an investigation. Because the logs should have the answers to all the questions you would need to answer. So let's say we do this exercise, right? We simulate this investigation. What's next for DFIR? What do we want to do with our logs? Well, first up is to make sure they're configured properly on the application. They'll be stored locally, and that will be a goldmine for investigators to have on the local application servers. A couple limitations, though, are that the investigator has to know which system to log on to get those local logs. What accounts do they use? Are they protected? Do they have to check them out of PAM solution? And how long are those logs going to be retained for? Kind of the best practice approach might be to centralize those logs and bring them to a log aggregation and analysis platform. Ryan's going to talk about that in a second, because you can do a lot. You can have detection functionality, alerting, monitoring, but usually the biggest reason I think that we are struggling with that at DFIR is it's a lot of costs, right? Everyone has to deal with costs, and we want to be mindful of that. But if you can get these logs into your analysis platform, you can make your logs work for you. You don't have to do the work and comb through your logs. You can have your logs tell you what you want to know with a little bit of development effort up front. So for example, we mentioned alerting. Just alert anytime a log hits a certain piece of criteria. Hard to do that with local logging. Some of the things we like to do are visualize any type of information you want to see. You want to see CRED stuffing attacks? Make a visualization of logon attempts over time. You'll clearly see when things are way off of their baseline. One of the neatest things that Ryan's going to run through are creating easy to follow investigation workflows that you can document, create playbooks for. And then any analyst can say, we have this account takeover scenario. Here are the steps I go to. Here's the dashboard I look at. Here are the correlations I want to check in on. So you can do really a ton if you sink some dev time in up front and get these logs ingested properly. Some of the neat visualizations that we've seen and we've worked on: maps, graphs, tables. I love a good heat map. And really, they kind of give you a sense for what's going on without having to scroll really fast and hope your eye catches something after 700,000 lines of log data. So those are kind of things that we work through at DFIR. Now Ryan's going to take it away.
Let's see, do I have the ability to modify the slides or work the presentation?
Ryan, it says I'm still controlling the screen. So I'm not sure if Heather or Corrigan can switch. Oh.
There you go, give that a try.
You good, Ryan?
Yeah, let me get the timing. Okay,
cool.
Great. All right, so for anyone who's not familiar with Splunk, it's a log aggregation analysis platform with pretty broad application across IT and security. It's also like a kitchen where its usefulness is related to the amount of time and resources that you invest into it. And sometimes you can still burn the turkey. So when we're dropped into an active response scenario where Splunk's deployed, we're typically only given basic web access to a Splunk search head. And we really don't have the time to create advanced visualizations and use fancy things like Splunk.js. So everything that we create and all the dashboards that I'm going to be showing in the upcoming slides were created using simple XML, leveraging dynamic tokens and also drill down actions that automatically open up a new dashboard and then populate that token data. So the underlying data of the demo is authentication login activity and also database transactions that are recorded based on the user actions within the DFIR application. And we also have database lookup type commands that provide linkages between different data elements, such as the number of users or the users who are assigned to a particular organization. So it's Monday morning. I'm a DFIR analyst. I make my pour over coffee and I grab my Red Bull Chaser. I'm logging into the Splunk dashboard that shows all the modern analytics that were pre-built for me that provide those fancy configurations to allow me to open up new dashboards with the token values. Since all of our customer base on the provider side is based in the United States, I may be interested in seeing which users are logging in from non-US based IP addresses. I'm also interested in looking at users who are logging in from more than one state, which might indicate the use of a VPN server or anonymizer service. And I'm also interested in any users that are requesting username reminders or password resets, because that could kind of be the canary in the coal mine for a potential account takeover. Now, all of our providers generally follow a 9 to 5 work schedule. So I may want to look for anyone who's logging in, either very late at night or very early in the morning. And as far as potential password attack activity, I'm interested in seeing, looking at it from a user-specific point of view, in case there's a botnet being leveraged that's attempting to brute force an account, from multiple IP addresses. So these two little fields up here give us the ability to establish thresholds for failed attempts or successful attempts, and we can also focus on the portal, whether it's the provider or the patient portal. Now, taking a look at another angle of detecting potential password attack activity, we're also looking at IP addresses per calendar day, and we're enriching this table with the geolocation information for the IP address and also the autonomous system information. We're looking at the user agent and also including some different metrics on the type of failure that occurred with the account, whether it was related to invalid accounts or bad passwords. And we're also leveraging the Haversing function to show any accounts that show anomalous activity between sequential logins based on the IP addresses, the source IP addresses of the authentication. And we're also looking at any users who are logging in from multiple autonomous system names. Most of our providers, they use some type of ISP that provides business level services or support. So to see someone logging in from a VPN would be a little anomalous for us. As far as organization analytics, what we're looking for is any user who's logging in from a source IP address that's inconsistent with the mailing address of the entity that they're assigned to. And we're also doing a similar check for any organizations, at the time that they're being registered. We're performing the same check to determine if the mailing state that's provided when the organization is registered matches up with the source IP address of the user who's registering it. And we also leverage custom Python scripts to interact with public APIs. They perform external lookups. So here at DFIR, what we did was we created a custom Python script that leverages an external lookup, and it compares the NPES data from the HHS database that's available publicly. It pulls it down and compares it to the information that's provided for an organization at the time it's registered, whether compares the organization name, the entity, city, the state, so on and so forth. And this helps us detect any fraudulent organizations that are being registered. We built some user analytics that help us detect some anomalous user activity. For example, we had an account takeover incident where, the attacker was performing these repeated actions, over and over again, where they would perform a username reminder and then a password reset, and then they would add a bank account and register it with the insurance provider, all in a very short period of time. So we created this analytic that leverages a transaction command that helps us to cluster that activity together and see where may be occurring in our environment. And then finally, we have access to the American Bankers Association, registration key for banking account routing numbers. So that helps us compare the state or the region associated with an account number to the provider state or location, determine if they're inconsistent. And then finally, we have a tab for watch lists if we want to track or elevate the visibility of certain organizations or user accounts or IP addresses. So we have a separate tab here for more focused monitoring. All right, so here we are. It's later on a Monday morning. I'm going to be grinding up another 23 grams of Guji Ethiopia coffee beans, and I get that notification from our customer service team. They say that one of the providers hasn't been receiving claims payments, and they logged into their account and they verified that the banking information is just not correct, and they just don't know what happened. So they're asking us to look into it. So I open up a new dashboard, and it's the user activity enrichment dashboard. And what this does is it pulls in information from our user database. It provides things like the email address, some timestamps associated with the account metadata, and it also shows the entities that are associated with this particular user account. So in this case, we can see that it's assigned to an entity called Barcheology Associates, which is a speech therapy provider. So scrolling down, we want to look at the remote access analytics of this particular user account over the past week or so. And we can see that there was a username reminder and a password reset for this account happening on June 29th from a 103 IP address based in Indonesia. And then shortly thereafter, we saw the user login or the user account being used to log in from that IP address. We also see a little hit on this Haversine distance function. But with what Scotty tells me about beaming people, I think that this Haversine function is going to become pretty useless. So we're going to shift over to the another tab that shows the timeline of the user activity. So I want to see any actions that were performed by the user while they were logged in from the 103. So I'm going to click on it, which is going to automatically filter our timeline table. And we see a couple user actions being performed, such as the user email account being changed. If we click on bank account, this will set another token that'll help us focus on any bank account actions that were performed by the user while they were logged in from the 103 IP address. So we see that 2 bank accounts were added while the user was authenticated from that IP. So shifting back over to the original tab, looking at the user summary, we want to look at the bank accounts that were added. And we see that these 2 bank accounts were associated with this particular entity ID. So we're going to click on the entity ID. And this is going to automatically open up a new dashboard for organization enrichment, which provides the same type of lookup where it pulls in from the organization database, gives us the users who are assigned to that organization, and it also shows us the assigned bank accounts to that entity, where there's a flag that looks for a state match based on the routing number that's provided. So this looks like it's an account takeover where the attacker may have access to the user's primary email address. All right, it's later on in the afternoon. We're reaching for our 3rd Diet Coke, and we get another notification. There are provider and patient users who are reporting accounts being locked out. They have no awareness of the activity, so we need to look into some potential password attack activity for these accounts. So we're going to go back to our main monitoring dashboard, and we're going to look at some of we see 5 IP addresses that are associated with potential password attack activity. Based on the user agents, we see some looks like it could be a password spade toolkit, something anomalous that's very short, user agent Mozilla 5.0. And we see that these attacks are having some level of success. So a lot of them are failing, but we see a couple successful authentications from these IP addresses. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on this bottom IP address, which is going to shift us over to a new dashboard. So we're going to build enrichment around an IP address. And in the top panels, we see some metadata associated with the IP address, some geolocation information, autonomous system name. Over on the right, if any users had logged in from this IP address and performed some type of action within the application associated with an entity, that's where we would see it. And then the timeline below, we see as far as the activity timeline for this IP address, we see a high number of failed authentication attempts, so 3,000, and then 6 successful authentication attempts, all occurring on July 1st. So we're going to scroll down and we're going to look at the remote access analytics. And in the top 2 panels, we have the ability to set tokens again, whether it's based on the username or the user agent. And we can also select the successful authentication, so we can focus on the accounts that we need to reset. So at this point, we see 3 accounts that had been successfully authenticated from this IP address, and we will want to reset those passwords, look at our WAF configuration, and probably reconsider that MFA project. All right, we're home after a long day, and we're reaching for the scotch, and we hear that familiar email chime that tells us it's time to make it a double. So we get a notification from an insurance provider who says that there's some suspicious activity associated with an organization. The users associated with this organization are performing a high number of failed health record lookups of patient information that's retained by the insurance provider. So we're going to shift back to our organization enrichment dashboard, and we're going to search for that entity ID that was provided by the insurance provider. And we can see already it's pretty suspicious. I mean, the entity name is Catitude. There are 3 users that are assigned to this organization, all with a Gmail address. And the NPES information is inconsistent as far as what they provided at the time of registration and based on the data that we pulled back from the NPES database with our external lookup. So as I said, they're all their primary email accounts are all Gmail based. They're logging in from all across the world. And we can see about a 50% success rate, fail rate for the health record lookups that they're performing. As far as the heat map, you can see that it kind of follows a pattern of a 9 to 5 during the week. So it could be an indication of some organized activity. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on one of the usernames and shift back to the user activity enrichment tab. And we can see that this particular user, that staff 1, is associated with 2 entity IDs. So one is the suspicious entity that we were originally investigating. And then the second one is this other legitimate looking entity, which had the NPES information that matched. So I think that that's pretty interesting. And scrolling down, we see some notable application actions that were performed by this vet staff account, where they had registered the organization and then added 2 additional accounts and assigned them to the entity. So what this looks like is potentially the legitimate organization outsourced some function or services to a third party, who then leveraged that previous organization's information to create a new account, a new entity, and then perform some fraudulent activity. So just kind of a recap of all the different pivoting concepts that DFIR uses. This shows that you want to be able to hook up your data elements so that you can pivot seamlessly in like a click button approach. And anytime you investigate new activity, you should backstop that with a new analytic in your detection and monitoring platform or dashboard. So I know some of these scenarios may not be totally relevant to your organization or industry. But hopefully it kind of gets you thinking about ways that your application could be targeted, ways that you could leverage the logs, whether or not you have any gap in visibility in your existing logging approach. So just to leave you with some kind of top 5 login recommendations, ensure that the X forwarded for field is enabled so you can create useful detection analytics and investigative pivots. Also make sure everything is logged into the same time zone so that your timeline lines up nicely when you sort it. Record session IDs for authenticated users so you can quickly scope the actions that they perform in an application. And also make sure that you test your data export and archive log restoration processes. I mean, the worst time to find a surprise bottleneck is when you're in the middle of an incident response. And then also make sure that you're recording successful and failed events, especially for logons. Some default configurations may only be recording failed events. So if an attacker logs in with legitimate compromised credentials, you'd have no immediate way of knowing.
And then just to round it out with a couple final thoughts, right? If you can leave this talk with anything, right? Try to reflect on the log analysis you've done, you might do in the future. What do they look like? What are the capabilities you have to improve? And maybe use the demonstration that Ryan put on as an example of if you have the time and the capabilities to build out some of this functionality, maybe it's a good example of ways you can design it and click through. So hopefully everyone sees a little bit of familiarity in what we showed, or maybe not. That'd be great too.
Yeah, and create workflows that ensure everyone uses a standard investigative methodology, but don't make them so inflexible that they can't be updated with new log sources or analyst creativity. And dashboards and click button pivoting really lowers the analytic overhead and the number of browser tabs that you have to have open simultaneously, so that you're gonna have to copy and paste a query over and over and over again. And develop dashboards and documentation upfront to lower the technical barrier for junior and newer analysts to cross when performing investigations, especially when that inexperience might lead to incomplete data searching. So I guess we'll open it up for questions.
There's one that just came into the Discord, and the person is asking if the speakers have any recommendations or guidelines for creating log outputs for your own tools.
Yeah, that's a good question. So I'm definitely not well versed in logging standardizations, but if it were up to me, you'd want it to be easy to delimit if you wanted to open it in Excel, or easy to parse. So either pipe delimited or some type of delimiter or structure such as JSON, depending on what you're going to use it for. And then really you'd want to make sure you have everything you need that's relevant to your application, such as timestamp in a format that you're going to be able to read, time zone, username, session ID, source IP address, the type of activity performed, whether it was successful or failed. Those are some of the main things we look for. User agent, for example. What do you think, Ryan?
Yeah, I completely agree. Definitely ensuring that you are able to associate, IP addresses, timestamps, and user accounts and session IDs. As much information that you can include in your logging, the better, because that's ultimately the engine that helps you investigate and build detection analytics that are useful and powerful.
Great. And we have about 20 seconds left. And someone asked if you would share your XML files you use to make the dashboards. And if you want to, maybe you could even post those in your channel or your hallway, if that's a possibility.
Absolutely. I'll look into sharing them, whether it's in Discord or to GitHub through my GitHub account.
Fantastic. And thank you so much. That was hilarious. You should read track 2 and all the puns and comments. It's a good thing you turned off your Discord because it was blowing up. It was insane. Insane. But thank you. Thank you very much. That was fantastic. And someone commented about the PM evals. I will put it into your channel here momentarily. But thank you so much. Great job.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank
Thanks,
you so
Heather.
much.
Bye.
All right, let me see if I can post this. We'll get the chat posted here momentarily. All right, I have a few more jokes in between before Lee starts. Which computer has the best voice? And Sarah, if you're listening, it's not a Mac. It's Adele. Ha, ha, ha. And someone sent me the drums, but sadly I have my crisp on with my microphone and my microphone's all the way up here, so I don't think you'll hear it. All right, how do astronomers organize a party? They plan it. Rob, I'm still going. I'm still going. And I'm going to do one more and then we're going to let Lee do a tech check. I always knock on the fridge door before opening it. I do it just in case a salad's dressing. Out of control. I'm having too much fun with this. Lee, you want to turn your mic on?
How's that sound?
Sound fantastic. And you know, a lot of these jokes are coming from everyone that's watching Track 2. And I see even more coming in. It's fantastic. You sound great. Your background looks great.
Daughter brought me her joke book. Now I'm armed.
Oh, see, this is good.
Yeah.
This is really good. I had some dirty ones sent to me that are hilarious, but I would never say them live, but they are really funny.
But you could do TikToks with those.
I could. Maybe I will. I'll save them.
I think everyone needs to put their TikTok username on here.
Yeah, I'll come up and say, hey, Rob. We'll be like the girl that's like, hey, Dad.
Wait,
hey, Rob.
Is this what we're supposed to do? Like this? Lee, what the heck does this mean? I have no idea.
I love it. Lee, I know you've been bouncing in and out of the channels, but as questions come in to both your channel and Track 2, I'll make sure I pin them. And if there's time, I'll ask you some of the best ones. And if there's not time, that way you can go to pins before you start scrolling through your channel, especially the Track 2 one, if people keep telling jokes. That way it's easier for you.
Yeah, fair enough.
I like Brian Moran says, I can't believe this content's free. I mean,
oh my God.
He's in your channel right now.
Rob, did you see the last talk?
Yeah, I did.
This channel? That was
Yeah.
great. Oh,
It was
the
good.
Forensic Gator.
So is this now a competition between you and Phil? Who's going to entertain everyone the best? And we'll add that to the eval at the end.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Track 1 is doing. I haven't seen it. I've been here the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I have no clue.
Rob T. Lee, the two fingers means like embarrassed or shy. I know this because my kids were on the talk. I don't know. How do you know that? How do you know that?
Vaughan, that's why you need a test phone, because then it's not really you. Like this is
I know. I do have a test phone. That is exactly.
This
I'm
is
doing
my
the new
TikTok
500
phone.
case with it.
If you, you can't see because it's not up there, but I have lots of TikTok notifications on Ruthie Langmore's device.
Ruth Langmore is yours, yeah.
Ruth, yeah.
I forgot what mine. I'm Fred Arbco. No, Rabco. Fred Rabco.
Someone's typing Track 1 has 0 jokes. 0.
But Phil showed you his Millennium Falcon, I think.
It said Track 1 is slow. Heather, Track 2 for the win. Tell him it's on.
Just poor Phil.
Yeah.
Wait,
all
Track
right.
1 does have a
Legos.
joke. Phil's in there.
All right. We're going to introduce Lee because I know he needs his time.
Okay, I'm going silent.
Okay,
Bye.
go silent. All right, up next we have the infamous Lee Whitfield, who, yeah, I have to say that, who is a one-wheel expert, a forensicator, and a good friend. Isn't that nice, Lee?
It was very nice.
Are you afraid of what I'll say
I know
later?
some of it was true, but yeah.
No, seriously, Lee has always been one of the best speakers, in my opinion, at the DFIR Summit, so I hope you enjoy his talk. No pressure, Lee.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So, yeah, no pressure. I've always been one of the best speakers. Well, we'll see. All right. So, this talk is going to be a little bit different to most of the other talks you're going to hear at the summit over the next couple of days. So just a little bit about me. I work for SANS full time, working on lab testing and development. I also teach for SANS, teach the Forensics 500 class, and I also run my own consultancy company in all the free time that I obviously have, called 337 Forensics. Then, in addition to that, I also used to run a podcast / webcast called Forensic Forecast, and as a part of that, Forensic Forecast spawned the Forensic Forecast Awards, which we're going to have tomorrow at 4:15. So I'm going to plug this as much as I can. This is because we're doing everything live online this year. I don't have to have the awards already engraved and everything. So we can, in fact, run the voting all the way up until the time that the winners are announced. And so because of that, I'm just going to stick a link into my little hallway here. Feel free to go on, look at the different nominees there and make votes. Like Heather's been reminding everyone anyway. So let's talk about what I want to talk about today then. Now, there's, like I said, I've got a bit of a reputation at SANS. Sometimes I will come out and I'll do highly technical types of talks. Sometimes I'll come out and I'll talk about different cases that I've worked on. And then occasionally I'll take a topic or come up with a topic that isn't either, that is probably a little bit more of a delicate type of topic. The last one that I did was about how forensic investigators deal with the effects of looking at child pornography every day. This one, not going to be quite as extreme as that. This is all safe for work content right here. But what I do want to preface this with is by saying that I came up with this talk months ago, okay? Now, some people might think, well, you're just pandering because of all the events of the last few months and everything else. I'm not, I promise. This was all put together ages ago. And when I saw that Matt was speaking this morning and what his topic was, I got a little bit nervous thinking that he was going to steal some of my thunder. So thankfully, though, his talk was wonderful, and it goes right along with what I'm going to talk about today. There is some crossover with what Matt said, and there is also some further crossover with what we have seen developing in the news the last couple of months with the protests and racial equality movements and things like that. But like I said, not based on that. This was all thought of completely separately. So the first thing I want to talk about, just to put some background to this, if you can cast your mind back to January of this year. Now, that seems like it's only a few months ago, but really it was like 7 or 8 years ago in real time, based on everyone's experiences since then. But back in January, back when the world was in a normal state, my wife and I decided we were going to have a date and we would go out to see a movie. And I didn't know much about the movie that we were going to go and see, except that it had Michael B. Jordan in it. And I really like Michael B. Jordan. I think all the movies that he's done have been pretty good, with the exception of that Fantastic Four atrocity. But you know, all those others have been pretty good. So this movie was called Just Mercy. Now, I'm an avid moviegoer, and so I don't really need much of an excuse to go and see a movie. But seldom do I come away from a movie with such a desire to do something. So this movie did just that. And if you haven't seen it, you know, please, it's available online now. Go watch it. They even had it for free for the whole month of June. The movie's based on a true story. And the premise of this is that this African-American man back in the 90s was arrested, charged, and prosecuted for the death of a Caucasian woman in a small town. There was actually very little evidence that he had anything to do with this, and really no evidence. But due to his skin color and his social class, he was afforded very little in terms of support, leniency, or even justice. His trial is over very quickly. He's found guilty and sentenced to death by electric chair. Now, an attorney named Brian Stevenson, played by Jordan, tries to get the decision reversed, pointing out this severe lack of evidence, all the racist actions taken by the police officers involved, and dishonesty and so forth. Because the attorney himself is African American, he also ends up being on the receiving end of some threats, harassment, and his investigation seems to hit roadblocks at every single turn. Even after a key witness recants his testimony, really the key witness, the court still refuses to reverse their decision, which was mind-blowing to me. Eventually, they rally the media and they get a retrial, and the man is exonerated, which is wonderful. Now, as the lights came on in the movie theater, I just kind of sat there thinking, and I turned to my wife, Alicia, and I was like, I want to do something. This is important, right? And this guy had done nothing wrong, but he still ended up in prison on death row, no less, for years. His previous attorneys had not been very good, had been state appointed, and I believe one of them got disbarred sometime later on, and they just didn't really care. It was another guy going through the system, right? He was too poor to afford his own attorneys. If Brian Stevenson hadn't come in with his charitable work, this guy would have been put to death. There's no question. So here's the thing, though. As we sat there after watching this movie, I turned to our wife and we're talking, and we talked about the feelings that we were having at that point. And I said, I have to do something. I can't believe that there's this kind of stuff can happen. So I felt quite passionate about it. But the thing is that it's all right to have those kinds of feelings. The problem is that as we walk away from seeing a movie or reading a book or whatever else, life just gets in the way. We get busy with work, we get busy with family, we have other things that we want to do, and eventually those feelings of wanting to do something all kind of get pushed to the side, and slowly they're forgotten. But I was pretty determined. I know that I felt this way before about things and just let things wane and just disappear. I did not want that to be the case this time. So I decided to go and do something about it. So I've got to ask the question of you for you to think for yourself, okay? Now, understanding that none of the cases in Brian's book or the movie were anything to do with digital forensics, okay? What happens when we see some kind of struggle or injustice that does intersect with our own chosen field? Whose responsibility is it to stand up and help? Do we just turn a blind eye and wait for someone else to do it? Well, a couple of things that I want to just talk about in terms of what has happened in our field, okay? The first one's quite a well-known case, at least it is for those who've been in the field for a while. Now, for those younger practitioners, you might not recognize the name of Julia Mero, but before you millennials start saying, okay, boomer, let me assure you there is a lot to learn from this case, okay? This all starts back in 2004, where Julia Mero, substitute teacher, living in, I lost the state for a second. Anyway, so, on the East Coast in the States, she was a substitute teacher, comes into a classroom one day. There is a computer at Connecticut. Sorry, got it. There is a computer at the front of the room running Windows 98. There is a projector, obviously projecting onto the wall behind her, so all the students in the class can see. And she's doing something on the computer when she's suddenly hit with a pop-up porn storm. Okay. And she panics. She's like clicking on X's all over the place. As she does so, more things pop up on the screen. And it's just a disaster for her. She's panicked. She runs out of the classroom to find another teacher, brings the other teacher in. They're both trying to fix this without any luck, and eventually just pull the power from the back of the computer. All the kids are all laughing about it, obviously, you know, being typical teenagers. But problem solved. Everything's fine. Later on, police officers show up to Julie's home and arrest her, and on charges of child endangerment. And she's taken, she's locked up, and she's put on trial. Now, a forensic investigator for the prosecution, and really I should say forensic investigator for the prosecution, looks at the computer and sees some stuff going on and makes this horrible, horrible conclusion. He is looking at the raw HTML for the page which caused the pop-up storm, and he sees that the link is encoded as red. Now, back in the earlier days of the internet and HTTP, blue was a link you had not clicked on, red was a link you had clicked on. But that was all within the browser. That wasn't hard-coded into the web page. But he said that because that link was red, she clicked on it, she was responsible for creating that pop-up storm which endangered the children. As a result, Julie was convicted, and this was 3 years later in 2007. She was convicted, and she faced potential maximum prison time of 40 years. Now, that seems astronomical in and of itself. But this is the problem, right? Is that she did not have a lot of money. Her and her husband both, you know, she was a substitute teacher husband. I can't remember what it was that he did for work, but they weren't wealthy by any means. So they couldn't afford their own attorneys and whatever else. I think someone took it on pro bono. They didn't or couldn't afford forensic investigators to look at the computer themselves. And there was just a lot of problems with that, you know, and so the jury relied wholly on the testimony of this one forensic investigator. Well, a few months later, a judge overturned that conviction. He said, look, there's something not right about this. We need to revisit this and figure out a better way. So the attorneys went away and they talked about it. And then the next year, 2008 now, over 4 years since the original incident took place, 4 years of hell for Julie and her husband, she decided enough was enough and she pled guilty to a disorderly conduct charge. Now, because of that, she had her teaching credentials revoked. She's not allowed to teach anymore. And in discussions that I've had with other people, I've learned that, you know, Julie still suffers from medical issues relating to stress from these 4 years, and all kinds of long-term effects, which will be there for the rest of her life. So this is one of these cases that's just so important in terms of, like, what do you do? Do you stand on the sidelines or do you get involved? Now, what I can say is that there were a team of forensics experts that got involved in this and did actually help to submit a report to the courtroom. So that did help a lot in that particular regard. Oops, jumped too far. Okay. The next one I want to talk to you about. This is a really interesting one. This is one I had personal knowledge of too. Now this, when I worked in the UK, I did a lot of criminal prosecution work. A lot of places in the UK contract to different police forces around the country. And we had this one case come in which there was some kind of eBay/PayPal fraud going on. And what had happened is that the police had PayPal had submitted some report, and the police were following up on that fraud, on those fraudulent, on the fraudulent evidence, I guess. And so what happened was that this man and his family were just sitting around at home one evening whenever there was a really loud knock on the door, like a pounding. So they get up and answer the door, and in swarms this huge group of police officers. And they immediately ask questions about where are the computers and the phones in the house. We need to take them. And so they put the father in handcuffs. They walk him outside and put him in the back of a police car. All these other police officers walking in and out of the home, carrying like computers and whatever else. And, you know, all the neighbors are seeing all of this happen. And, you know, I mean, obviously the first thought going through their heads was, oh no, that poor man. No, it was probably something very, very different, right? If you saw something like that happening to one of your neighbors, where's your mind going to go? So the rumor mill was in full motion, suggesting that he'd been peddling images of children and so on. His family were ostracized and bullied and all kinds of stuff as a result of this. And the man was told by his employer, don't come back. You're done here. Okay. Now, the real story, however, is a little bit different. The account used to do this defrauding was something along the lines of John Smith at hotmail.com. And so whenever somebody had submitted that report, unfortunately, they fat-fingered something and they did John S. Smith at hotmail.com. And this gentleman owned the second email address that had nothing to do with this. So the police acted on poor information. The guy was arrested, and I think that this was about 5 months after the arrest is when the computers came to us to do the investigation. Whenever we found out they got the email address wrong, we tried to reach out to the police officer in charge, and they're like, oh no, he's on vacation. He can deal with it when we get back. Well, isn't anyone else who's authorized to look at this? They're like, no, we'd have to wait for him. Like, that poor guy. I mean, really, it just seemed, the whole thing just seemed crazy to me. Then the final example I want to talk to you about, and this one probably is the closest to what I want to talk about. So last year, there was a man living in New York. He had lived with his ex-girlfriend, well, his girlfriend at the time, I guess. They had since split up, but they shared an apartment. And they had a court date to go and figure out who was going to keep living in that apartment. Now, the woman came to the police one morning and said, just before 6 o'clock this morning, my ex came up to me. He threatened me. He beat me. And he told me effectively not to show up to the court hearing. So the police went away and they arrested him. He was charged, and he was like, I had nothing to do with this. I was on my way to work across town whenever this happened. Honestly, this could not have been me. But the problem is that he actually had no evidence to prove his innocence. Now, that in and of itself is an interesting concept, but one we'll have to debate another time. Now, the man, because, again, didn't have a lot of money, he was appointed a public defender in New York. And the public defender was actually quite savvy. He said, "Do you have a smartphone?" The man said, "Yes, I do." And he handed it over. Now, in New York, the public defenders, well, it's not the public defender's office. There is a legal aid office in New York, which has invested over $100,000 in setting up a lab for public defenders and their clients to use, where they bring in things like cell bright X-rays and, magnet forensics, all that kind of stuff. And in this particular instance, they were able to take the guy's phone, go into this office, have a forensic investigator look at it, and they were able to take off his device all kinds of location data from the morning of the incident, which showed him being on a train heading in the opposite direction. So he was exonerated, case was dismissed. Now, that's a good ending to the story, but the problem that we have is still pretty much the same. Man can't afford attorney. If he can't afford attorney, he can't afford a forensic investigator. If this happened anywhere other than New York, this guy may have gone to prison for this, which is staggering to me. Okay. So let's say this happens in a small town out here in Texas somewhere. Who sticks up for this guy? Who goes out and says, "Look, I can help you. I want to help you. What can I do?" And if no one does, he gets locked up. So unfortunately, this happens fairly frequently. Now, there are other things around which, like, there are instances where the court will approve for you to spend a certain budget to hire a forensic investigator or stuff like that. But those instances aren't frequent. And so it leaves this gap, and a gap which, frankly, people aren't willing to fill right now. So these examples from our own field, hopefully they give you some indication of why these things are important, but how do they make you feel? Do you feel frustrated? Do you feel angry? Do you feel even maybe a little bit ashamed? All of these are perfectly legitimate feelings to have. And I can tell you that I've experienced the same things as I've gone through them myself. So, sorry. Now, as I said before when talking about the movie, okay, it is really easy to let these kinds of feelings swell around in our minds for a couple of days and then let something else take over and something else occupy our minds, and we'll inevitably forget about it and focus our attention elsewhere. But I mean, it doesn't fix the problem. So I'm going to implore you today, don't go away from here without some kind of plan to change it, okay? None of us have got this far in our careers on our own. As the saying goes, no man is an island. And this field continues to grow and evolve. All of our learning and comprehension, all the tools, everything, we rely on other people in a lot of cases to do work that we benefit from. But because of that, we also have the knowledge and the tools to benefit others. So go back to that Julia Mero case. Her life was irreparably turned upside down because she was unable to afford her own forensics expert. I mean, her life was just altered in ways that she'll never recover from. And this guy in this last example in New York, if he hadn't happened to live in New York and be able to make use of the lab that was there for the legal aid, he potentially could have gone to prison and been recorded as a dangerous criminal for the rest of his life. Now, the Innocence Project here in the States believes that as many as 1% of prisoners in the US are actually innocent. Now, 1% might not sound like many people, but 1% of the population, of the prison population in the US is 20,000 people, okay? In other words, the average size of a town in the United States, okay, a whole town, could be innocent and imprisoned, okay? So what does that mean for us? Well, going back to us for a second, many of us in the field are extremely fortunate, okay? We work in a great area with amazing people, and we do a lot of good, and there's a lot of opportunity for us to grow and improve. Now, we're also fortunate to be paid pretty well, and in some cases, really well. So we've been afforded plenty of opportunity ourselves, and we are probably the grateful recipients of many of life's benefits. More than that, we work in a field where when the world is in turmoil, as we've seen the last few months, instead of us seeing a slowdown, we see a massive increase in work, which means job security. How many fields in the world can the world go to hell, and yet we're still like all happy because we're still able to work every day? Not many. We are in a very, very good position. Now, I myself, I know I've benefited a lot from working in this field. I've been able to raise a family, buy a home in a nice neighborhood. I've been able to travel to exotic places like Edinburgh, Paris, London, Athens, Vienna, Dublin, and then soon I'll visit places outside of Texas too. So if I've been so blessed in my own life, how can I now just sit back and just do nothing when other people are in need? Why not use some of my own resources and knowledge to ensure that situations like we've talked about up to now are either reduced or eliminated completely? Well, most companies that you work for will have some policy in place for charitable work. Ask about it, okay? There will likely be limits on what you're allowed to do, but doing something is better than doing nothing. I'm sure everyone will agree on that. Now, don't go away from here with this feeling of righteous indignation and then let it pass, like we've already talked about. Let it motivate you to do something good. Now, that being said, you may want to get involved, but have no idea as to how. So I'm going to just help you out with a few suggestions here. First of all, you need to educate yourself on the issues. Now, I don't mean via the media. I mean real world experiences. Talk to criminal defense attorneys. Talk to public defenders. Ask them what they need and how you can help. Many of the clients, they can't afford their own attorneys, much less a forensic expert. So see what they need and then go from there. Second, you might want to pledge to do X number of hours of pro bono work every year. Now, this will, of course, depend on your own circumstances, but allocate something. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Now, next thing, as soon as I finished reading this Just Mercy book, I actually reached out directly to Brian Stevenson. He runs an organization called the Equal Justice Initiative. And the organization's mission is to end mass incarceration and excessive punishment in the United States, to challenging racial and economic injustice, and to protecting basic human rights for the most vulnerable people in American society. So when I reached out to him, I explained that, I saw the movie, I read the book. This is what I do for work. This is what I'm good at. I want to help. Please tell me how I can help you and your organization to do that. Now, and I said, I will do all of this at no charge for you also. Now, I realize that not everyone's in a position to do that, but again, start somewhere and offer something. Now, you don't have to go out and hit up EJI directly yourselves, but you can look more locally. So just looking within 20 miles of my own home, I found many different organizations and places where I can volunteer my time. Now, your mileage is going to vary here. What do I mean by that? Well, I understand that some of these causes or some of these organizations may make you think, I don't know if I necessarily feel comfortable helping with this organization or this organization or this organization. And you know what? That's fine. That's perfectly normal. And no one should ever feel pressured to align themselves with an organization that doesn't share their own values. So I've sat with forensicators from all over the world, and they all have their own experiences, their own backgrounds, and they have formed their own opinions and ideas. There have even been disagreements and differences of opinion, but we're able to all work through them and work together. There is no one size fits all for this type of work. You will need to put in the research yourself, look at which organizations may share the same beliefs and core values as yourself or your business, and then make contact. Ask them how you can help. I guarantee that they all do need this help. And so it's you will have no lack of opportunity to offer service. So how else, besides that, how else can you get involved on a community level? Well, a few more suggestions here. Okay, as you can see on the slide here, we've got just a selection here. Each one of these organizations does something to take your skills and use them to help others to learn. So why is SANS up here? Well, SANS has a whole bunch of free resources. You can go and check out the SANS website for that. But more, just to make an announcement today, we are releasing today and allowing people to sign up. SANS is now set up, or I help SANS to set up a cyber camp for teens that will start in August. So you can go to sans.org/cyber-camp and learn about what we're going to be doing there. And that will help the next generation of forensic investigators come up, and they in turn can help, and so on. That's not all. Again, local school districts could always do with some help with someone coming in and teaching the students about cybercrime, or how to stay safe online, things of that nature. All right, and I realize that I'm really pushing time here. So one last thing. Michael Hoffman, SANS instructor, he partnered with Trace Labs recently to put an open source intelligence search party capture the flag. In this event, participants were asked to find real world missing persons as part of the CTF using their intelligence gathering skills. And it was a huge success, and a lot of good was done as a result. Lots of avenues of investigation opened to the police. So now you don't have to wait for a CTF to be hosted. You can go straight to tracelabs.org, sign up, and start working on things right away. So there you go. That's about it. So like I said, not highly technical talk, but hopefully something which has been thought-provoking to you and will urge you to go out and find some good to do with the forensic experience and knowledge that you have. If you have any questions, throw them into the chat, and I'll be happy to answer them for you.
Thank you, Lee. You're getting lots of love in your challenge or in your channel when you take a look. People really enjoyed the talk. Thank you for doing that. It was fantastic as always. All right, we are headed right into a break from now until 3 p.m. And then we have Jared Barnhart doing the next talk on Lucky iOS 13. And I will be back in just a minute. I'm going to go refresh my water and I'll be back with the jokes. Unless Rob wants to tell some jokes while I'm gone.
Possibly.
No? Possibly.
Well, how long is our break?
15 minutes. So we have some time.
I have the book.
Oh, geez.
This is hard. A lot of these are really bad. Oh, what is Thor's favorite food? Tortillas. Nope. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'll be right back.
I'm gonna get fired here. Yeah, these are really bad jokes that are on this. What do you call a noodle that's not welcome? I don't know. An impasta. My goodness. My daughter ends up, she loves telling jokes. So this is, again, we buy her all these joke books and she goes around. She has a future as trying to be a comedian. Why do golfers wear 2 pairs of pants? In case they get a hole in one. Why did Tom let his sister borrow the ice skates first? To find out if the ice was thick enough. That's just mean. That's definitely what my kids would do to each other. Here, take the skates, go out on the ice. Mm-hmm. What do you call if you see a crime at an Apple store? An eyewitness.
That is so good, Hunter.
See, I'm afraid to read the jokes from the Discord because some of them are definitely more the PG, and we got to stay totally G as much as possible on here. What has a bottom at the top? What has a bottom at the top? See if anyone can answer this one. No one has that one? What has a bottom at the top? Oh, this one's your leg. Nope. All right, Heather's eating now, so are you anticipating me to continue? I could do it.
Just for a minute.
If money doesn't grow on trees, why do banks have branches?
Heather, can you hear me okay?
Yep, you sound great.
Okay, good.
All right, here's one. I pulled a muscle digging for gold. It was just a minor injury. M-I-N-E-R, Rob.
Oh my goodness.
Get it? Mm-hmm.
Here, I don't know if you could hear this.
Rob wants to do TikTok dances. I think he expected me to stand up and start dancing. It's not going to happen.
Come on, do it.
No way.
Well, the funny thing is it's ruined all of these songs for me now. Not like I knew what that one was before, but there are other songs that have definitely been ruined.
All right, you ready for another joke? Jared, this one's for you. Did you hear about the guy who invented the knock knock joke? He won the Nobel Prize. Nobel.
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 We have one from Kate. If I hit myself and it hurts, am I weak or strong? No? Kate, I don't know. No reaction from Heather.
I don't know.
Oh, that one's good. Where does Rob keep his dad jokes in his database? Oh, that's a good one.
Okay, here's one from Eric Zimmerman. I'm throwing him out there just in case I get in trouble, taking him down with me. A pirate walks into the bar. The bartender notices a giant ship steering wheel coming out of his pants. The bartender asks, "Hey man, what's with the giant wheel?" The pirate answers, "Yar, it's driving me nuts." The wheel is in his pants, Rob.
I just was explaining we're having to keep it G right before you came back.
It is G. That's G. Jack would say that one. It's okay.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, you want to hear a construction joke?
It's G12 plus maybe. I don't know. G jokes.
You want to hear a construction joke?
Yes.
I'm still working on it. Nice and boring.
Knock.
Who's there?
Adair.
Adair who?
Adair once, but now I'm as bald as an egg.
Here's one. What is high in the middle and round on both ends? I'll give you a clue. It's from Stacy.
I don't know how that
High in
helps
the middle
me.
and round on both ends. Ohio. That was good.
Why don't cannibals eat clowns?
Because they taste funny.
They
That was in
Well
our
done.
channel earlier. I cheated. Okay, what's a pirate's favorite letter?
R.
You'd think it'd be R, but it has to be the C.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh. No, I'm afraid. I don't know if this one's considered political or not, but it's funny. I'm going to go for it. You know I don't do political stuff, so this one's funny. The Secret Service isn't allowed to yell, "Get down," anymore when the president is about to be attacked. Now they have to yell, "Donald Duck." Donald Duck. You get it? His name's Donald Trump.
Oh, you got
Jeez,
it.
Rob. Oh my gosh.
Joke grenade in 3, 2.
I thought that was good.
Took me a
I
second.
thought that was good. All right, how about this one? And this is a follow-up to why you lock your or knock on your fridge. What made the tomato blush? This is a variant of my old one. It saw the salad dressing. All right, here's a clean one. At a job interview, I continued filling my glass of water until it overflowed. Nervous? Asked the interviewer. No, I always give 110%. Ah, ah, ah. I love all these coming in. Let's see. No way, Eric.
Joke stop.
Eric, send that one to Rob.
I'm afraid to read his jokes.
Rob, you came here and killed the jokes. Now everyone's afraid.
Eric's afraid to send me a joke.
Oh my gosh, I love. Oh, Rob, did you hear the ducks one that I did earlier? Why do ducks have feathers? It's so cute. You have to tell the kids this to cover their butt quacks. Isn't it cute? Like a little duck butt. It's a good one. Oh
My kids would probably like that one. Except my kids are singing all the Hamilton songs, including all the cuss words now. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be saying that. How did your kids learn all the cuss words, Hamilton? They said, well, it's in the song. Can't I say it? Well, yeah, but it's so funny.
See, there's a hashtag now for duck butt.
Oh my goodness. It's begun.
Rob, you should read just track 2 and all the jokes that have been in track 2.
Oh, I've been going through them. They've been pretty good. We have some pretty creative folks.
I am drinking water, Sarah. I promise. This is my water bottle.
Definitely wine.
It should be. That would be amazing.
This is from Instrom. I tell dad jokes, but I don't have kids. Does that make me a faux pas?
Cute. This is cute. All right, Jared, your screen looks good. You sound excellent. And I'm sure you heard me say before, I'll pin things in your channel. And especially in track 2, if questions come in, just in case we don't get time.
Okay.
Oh, I honestly, Brian, you're right. I wish it was a Bud Light seltzer. I don't think you could drink seltzer through like a straw, though. I think that would make me.
They explode if you close it.
Okay, so here's a true story. I used to fox hunt before I was traveling so much. I had a horse.
Too early?
Yes. No, it's never too early, Rob. And I usually, everyone had some kind of bourbon or something in their flask. And at 6 in the morning, that was a bit much for me. So once I put beer in my flask, terrible idea. And then I'm horseback riding, the whole thing expanded. Terrible. Can you imagine if that thing exploded like a little bomb? Horses would lose their minds. Everyone would be bucked off. It would be terrible.
This
Terrible,
one's a good
terrible,
one.
Terrible.
Due to coronavirus, all TCP connections are being converted to UDP to avoid handshakes.
We already had that, Rob.
Oh. Well, some people it's new. Some people it's new, Heather.
I don't know. I think people are afraid to leave this channel because the jokes are so good. They are. On Twitter, people are asking if I'm going to post them all at the end of this.
Yes, you should.
Mm-hmm. All right, Jared, before you start, I would not buy anything that's Velcro. It's a total ripoff.
All right, I'm going to go make an appearance in the other channel.
Bye, Rob. Now we can
right,
get back to our real jokes.
Yeah.
I have one that says when Rob's here, when Rob's not here. Just kidding. All right, so I'm going to introduce Jared. He has about 20 seconds until he starts. I actually met Jared, I think at the Jackalope. Well, no, that's when I really got to know you. He was my student at the DFIR Summit a few years ago. Really got to know the real Jared at Jackalope. So Austin kind of takes us back. And I'm really excited for his talk. He's a brilliant mobile researcher, and he's finally spreading the goodness back into the DFIR community. So go ahead, Jared.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. Just make sure I can drive here.
Looks
Okay.
great.
Good to go. All right, thank you. So yeah, my name is Jared Barnhart, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to do a talk here at the SANS Summit. Thank you, Heather, for the kind words. And yeah, meeting Heather in Austin and the Jackalope, all great memories. But just very briefly about myself, I'm a retired police officer from Maryland, and now I'm a forensic engineer for Parsons Corporation, completely focused on mobile research. So this talk today is going to be about some of the artifacts that are revealed to us in iOS 13, and partly in thanks to the checkmate exploit or vulnerability that was discovered last year. So this tweet went out last year, last September, and it sort of changed the culture for iOS research, jailbreaking, forensics altogether. The part that I want to focus on here is that this exploit affects hundreds of millions of iDevices. So we spent a lot of time looking into third-party applications and looking into all sorts of other things about our devices. But hundreds of millions of devices on the same operating system essentially have hundreds of millions of the same native files, the same directories and the same databases and things that we should be excellent at. And if we're not excellent at them, then I feel like we're sort of missing the boat. So when this was released, it was announced sort of right after the iOS 13 release. Not iOS 13's fault at all. It's a vulnerability that affected devices going way back. It's great for us in that we don't have to necessarily hyper-focus on iOS versioning anymore and check and pray and hope for a jailbreak so you can continue certain research and constantly shuffling around your versions and hoping that you get a jailbreak at the right time. We have almost immediate jailbreak access, and that really gives us access to the full file system, which gives us access to those native files. This talk is not about checkmate, but it sort of pivots from that to the access that we have. Mattia did a talk that was recorded that I mentioned here, but this is really great for us. So now that we have the access and lots of people have the ability, I'm encouraging everyone to go all in on native artifacts. If there's something you're interested in, if you look at your device and you ever wonder, how is Apple doing that? How does it know that I really am about to drive to that place? It's in a file. It's in there somewhere. So I encourage you to figure out where, figure out why. Okay. And I threw this quote in there, just trying to be comical, but I have been doing research for a little while now, and what's difficult is to put yourself out there. And I figured there's no better place to start than a SANS DFIR Summit with tens of thousands of people signed up. Seemed like a good starting point. So here I am, sort of putting myself out there and sharing some research with the community. What this does for us is it allows full access, and it's pretty cheap. So for the cost of an iPhone 10, which is just a couple $100, and assuming that you have some sort of machine that can interact with the device, you can do your own testing and verification. Please don't take anything that I give you here today and say it's absolutely correct. There's no doubt about it because Jared said it. Test it, verify, and I'm going to show you some really interesting things and then say there's caveats to that being correct. All right. So let's get right into it. There's sort of 4 artifacts that I'm going to try to get through here today. My list was like 8, and 4 is even packed. We could talk about the photos for a full few hours if we needed to. But the first one we're going to talk about is the photos on your iOS device, but specific to the facial recognition feature. So I'm going to sort of build from taking a photo and walk you through the point where it says that photo has this person in it. From there, we'll talk about recoverable deleted images on iOS. And this is just sort of an interesting artifact that I wanted to point out because I didn't know about it until very recently. The third one is the personalization portrait, which it's a beast, and it's weird, and it's constantly changing. It's extremely challenging. I spent a full day just writing queries that failed on that thing because it's just difficult. And then the last one that I'm going to do is a file called 3 bars, which allows us to do some Wi-Fi location tracking. So let's dive right into the photos analysis. So I'm going to sort of build from the point where you take one photo and then show some of the processes and analysis that happen in the background and walk you through to where you're seeing it in your nice gallery on your device. So when you open, if you're an iPhone user, you open that Photos application, there's a lot there. It's not just a basic repository of photos and videos anymore. It's intelligent. There's obviously analysis that's happening. It's making smart categories. It's building memories for you. It is telling you a certain person is in a photo. And of course, the location data is something that we always cling to. You're able to keyword search. So you type dog and somehow it produces photos that have dogs in it. right? So I'm going to break apart little pieces of that and hopefully make a little bit of sense or give you something to do more work on. So when you take a photo, right, this is just me pressing the button, and the file system that I was monitoring at the time just runs with changes. And then I close the app and it runs with changes. And depending on if you have Cloud Photo Library turned on and some of those other things will depend on exactly what file system changes are happening. But at the end of the day, you take a photo and it writes to a directory. Okay, very, very simple. All right, you can change some settings and make it a little bit different, but at the end of the day, you wrote a file, right? Easy. So let's get into the good stuff. So when I go into my photos and I search, like in the top left of the screen there, you see I just typed the letter G and immediately it populates Green Bay, another location. In the next one down, you see garment, grown up, grass. Well, yeah, that picture is of a dog and the dog is laying in a bunch of grass. So how's that happening? Moving over, I searched J and it did some other things. And then on the far right, I did San and it picked up some photos that are sourced back by the location of San Francisco. But then it also found Santa Claus. So how does it know it's Santa Claus, right? Like, it's really interesting, a lot of analysis and a lot of potential here. So the first piece that I want to talk about is the media analysis .db SQLite database file. This database is essentially grading and scoring and producing results for all the photos that are in your library. So once this analysis happens, it will determine if there's a likelihood that there's a human in it, if there's a likelihood that there's a face in the photo, potentially if there's a pet, if it's a high quality photo, or if it's blurry, things like that. When we look at the results table within this database, on the left side, you see asset ID and you see the number 3. That number 3 is one file. So for that one file, there were results of type 1, type 2, type 4, type 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. Okay. For each one of those results type, there's a blob. The blob is a binary plist. So when we take those results type numbers and look at the blobs, we can sort of figure out what that file that is being analyzed potentially contains just from here. So I took the blob and I saved it out as a plist, printed the plist as a text file, and you can see at the bottom with the red star, it says attributes, face bounds, face pose, face position, face quality. So whatever file that was number 3, probably has a face in it because this result is there. So then I repeated that process for all the plists that I have on my device. Some of those I didn't have data for. I'm not sure what that possibly is, but I didn't have data for some. And I sort of broke out a generic description of what a lot of those results types are, and then built it into a really big, ugly query. If you're awesome at SQL queries, feel free to fix this, but it works. So there it is. And it just simply breaks apart the different results types. When you look at the results types, you can then sort it to a certain type. So just show me the assets that have been analyzed that have attributes of human bounds or confidence, so that probably have a human in them. The local identifier that you see on the left side is going to match up to the unique identifier listed for the photos in the photos.sqlite database. So this database is doing its own work and doing its own analysis, but it's pushing out information to the photos.sqlite. So how often is this happening? When I took a look at this table, it had happened 2,200, or it had looked at 2,200 files that day. So it's a constant churn of your data to, I guess, come up with what's best. You know, how many times do you take 5 photos at one time and one of them is truly the best? Circle around a year later and they're showing you the memories from that day. They tend to show you the good one, right? So I think that's what's happening here. But how does the keyword search work? So there's a different file called psi.sqlite. And what this file is doing is it is essentially creating strings that equal objects that are found in your photos. This is not user generated in that the user isn't necessarily typing and creating strings, but instead, when I take a photo of a vehicle, it associates that photo with having a vehicle in it. So it finds the object. So when you search dog, it finds the photos with dogs, or potentially it misses and you don't get all the returns for dogs. But when we dig into the file, looking specifically at the word embedding table, it has a bunch of blob data, words and extended words. Just simply printing that out to a CSV, we can see that they're sort of building out subcategories that point back to a major category. So like an anniversary is a type of celebration, and probably like a birthday would be a type of celebration. So that when you search for German Shepherd, it searches for dog, type of a thing. All right, but these values are not just pre-populated and filled up when you buy a device. It adds new values as you use your device and as you take photos that have different types of objects that it knows how to recognize. So it is indicative, at least in part, of user activity, but you're relying on Apple's analysis of photos and telling you what objects are in them. So just be careful. When I searched for G in that screenshot before, it populated Green Bay, and that isn't super exciting because I have an album that I named Green Bay. But when I tried to find Green Bay, it got really interesting because I took my device to Green Bay, Wisconsin one time, and I went to an NFL football game where the Green Bay Packers play the Miami Dolphins. When I found Green Bay in the groups table here, on the right side, you can see Green Bay Packers versus Miami Dolphins. Now, sure, Apple can figure out that my device is at an NFL stadium and somehow map in, what game was played that day. But I also took some photos that had in the background people wearing certain types of jerseys for both teams. I don't know what's happening specifically, but it's very interesting to me that they helped me out and added in here Green Bay Packers versus Miami Dolphins. And then it's going to get creepy, so just stand by, okay? So photos.sqlite, this is an old topic. People talk about it all the time. You could have a whole day of talk on this one file. It's a SQLite database, and on mine, it's over 300 megs in size. It has potential to tell you when a stranger was creeping on your baby. So just stick by on that. Here's just a screenshot showing you the overall look of the database. But it's huge, tons of tables, tons of columns. You can get lost in this thing and spend weeks. It's great, but just be careful, don't get lost. We're gonna focus on the faces. So the Z detected face table within the photos.sqlite has certain values that indicate age, hair color, baldness, things like that, okay? Measurements of the face and a person identifier. So in here, I was able to take pieces of it. I didn't tackle hair color because it seemed like it would be extremely difficult to come up with what they were doing with that. But I tried to do most of the rest of them. Age is a little bit weird. Sometimes when I have really short hair and not quarantine hair, it thinks I'm a kid. Other times it rates me as an adult. But it's really neat what it does with age, gender, eyeglasses, and things like that. So the person association that's happening from those photos, so on the last one in the detected face, it has a value that says potentially there's a person here. When you go look at the Z person table, it's essentially tracking how many times that face has been seen. So in mine, my immediate family, close friends, it has names associated with them. But other people, so when I take a photo that is of, one specifically was my brother and holding my kid, but right behind them was my uncle who was bald. It populated in the analysis of that photo that there was a bald male that it doesn't know. There was no name, and he got a unique identifier. When it has the same person that it thinks, but it doesn't know who it is, you'll see a value continue to count up saying we have this face 30 couple times, but we don't know who it is yet. At some point, it has a way to convert itself to a known person and points all of those unique identifiers to one with a name. If it is a known person, there's potential to get contact information from the binary plist blob in the contact matching dictionary column that you see here on your screen. So in this one, I was able to find my mother-in-law's first name, last name, and phone number being sourced from the contact associated with the photo that was taken of my mother-in-law. So this is a query, again, focused on faces. So at the bottom right of your screen, it says where Z face area points is greater than 0. What I found is that face area points having a positive value indicated that faces have been found in the photo. When you see the baby toddler part on the left side, or child, young adult, be careful with that. It's not exactly right. Same with facial hair. My kid's wearing a hat that has sort of like a furry flaps down the cheeks can make facial hair. I've seen shadows make facial hair. The gender can be wrong. But when it works, and it works a lot, and is really good at finding faces, it's pretty neat. So in this photo, I chopped off a lot of the results, but I focused on just a few. This is a photo of me and my 2 daughters. You can see the file name in the list above is all the same file. So in this file, they found 3 people. Those 3 people are an adult and 2 babies or toddlers, as I estimated it. Gender, male, and 2 females. The name, me, and it had my daughter's names. And then face count. It says it sees me 387 times, and I know that there's a lot of photos of me that it hasn't been able to identify as being me yet. And then you can tell which one is my first kid because it's the one with 1,700 face showings, and the second kid, well, you know how second kids go. Glasses type, I'm wearing sunglasses. It will list out no glasses, eyeglasses, or sunglasses. And then facial hair, again, can be tricky. But then there was this one where it's like, hey, there's a stranger looking at my baby. So I took the picture of my kid. And when I ran this, I saw that there was an adult showing, and it was Susie Colbert, the ESPN analyst, in the background of the photo. So just really interesting that it's able to say, hey, we see a female and a baby. And it picks out that sort of blurry, not great woman that's standing behind the baby. So let's get into recoverable deleted images. And I'll start by saying unallocated space on iOS devices is encrypted. It's not something that we can recover. Okay, so this is the caveat to that. Typically, when we deal with recovering deleted photos on mobile devices, we are carving them out of unallocated space. Now, just very basic and quickly on unallocated space. If you take a photo and it writes into your file system, it's allocated. The file system can track it. It can recall it whenever you need to see it. When you delete it, and you really delete it, not send it to the recently deleted folder, the data where that file existed is potentially still there. It's just no longer allocated or tracked by the file system. So if in that moment you were able to grab a physical extraction of the entire flash memory, you would get that unallocated space, and then we could potentially carve out the whole file or pieces of your picture file. On the iOS device, that area outside of the allocated space is encrypted. So we can't recover deleted photos except for this. So this was brought to my attention by an old coworker of mine, Sergeant Ryan Sox, shout out to him. It's not necessarily new. When I mentioned this to Heather, she seemed to know about it, but I hadn't heard of it, and I think it's really interesting, so I threw it in here. So within your messaging application on iOS, at the top, you're going to have some sort of visual indicator of who you're talking to, the contact name, photo, whatever it is. If you press that, and there's a little drop down, there's a small eye in a circle that opens information about that contact and the thread of messaging that you have going with them. When you do that, if you have media files that are in that thread, it shows them to you. If it shows them to you, it is rewriting those files to a secondary location. And what we found is that when you delete the file from the thread, it does not touch the secondary location, so they persist through the deletion. So I'll walk you through it. Brand new device, set up for testing, and I started an iMessage thread essentially with myself on a second test device. Very basic. The path, just to go back here, is our mobile SMS previews search directory. So when I go look for it, it's just not there. It doesn't exist. Brand new device. I've never touched the eye. This directory isn't there yet. So then I sent a photo from one device to the other. Upon doing that, I was monitoring the directory, and it showed me that there was a preview image that was populated. It's pink. That's a whole other problem and discussion, but there's still no search directory that was created. So then I went back in and monitored the file system while pressing that little eye. And when I did that, it shows me the picture in the information screen. On the right, you can see that the previews and search directory was just then created. So then I checked the previews search directory, and now it has a photo search section and then a GUID.png. When you look at that, it is the image file. Great, nothing crazy. Then I went back in and deleted it. So imagine someone sent you a photo that you wanted for a time or you didn't want at all, and then you delete it. But at some point you pressed the I, whether to recall all the pictures that have been sent, whatever the reason may be. When I delete this photo, and you can see it's clearly gone, and there's no image in the information pane anymore, it's still able to be pulled from the directory. Then I went back and I deleted the entire thread. So not just taking the photo and removing it from the thread, but there was no messaging threads at all, and it's still here. Attribution is difficult, but I'll take that deleted photo all day, okay? All right, moving on to personalization portrait. So this thing is a beast and it's challenging, but it also holds a ton of data. So there's the path to it at the top, and this directory showed up on iOS 12, but it didn't have this file in it. When iOS 13 came up and I started to review it, I saw that this file existed and it had some interesting information in it. The name personalization makes me think this is helping out with all the stuff that I want my phone to do for me, that I'm happy as a consumer. When I swipe and look at my widgets and it's just the news that I want to see. And when I get in my car and plug it in at a certain time of day and it knows where I'm about to navigate to, like the personalized piece. When I open my photos and it has the memories ready for me from a year ago when I was in Las Vegas, that we all wish we were somewhere like that now. But this is constantly churning. I implore you to be careful because the timestamps on this are when the personalization analysis ran most of the time. So it checks and says, let's look at the photos and see what's upcoming for a memory, or let's see where this great photos from a year ago. And then it timestamps potentially right now photos from a year ago. Now the photo SQLite isn't going to have that problem. But if you get in here and be like, oh, great, it was 3 days ago and they took these pictures, you're probably wrong, because it's probably a memory or something that was being pulled back. So be careful. But the interesting part about this is that it comes out in an iTunes backup. And that's exciting because it has routine data in it, which we typically only see in our full file systems with our routine defolder. So with our routine data is where we see a lot of the significant location type of stuff, the places that you enter and exit most frequently. And Sarah Edwards has a bunch of work done on the local and cloud SQLite files. That's awesome. But it's essentially the same type of data. And with these, you can see the binary P lists that show you when it was entered, when it was exited, or the expiration date for these locations. When you take those specific pieces and throw it into a map, I can tell you that my device absolutely was at all these places, but it wasn't there on the time that you see. That's when this analysis occurred. But we're seeing data here coming from a backup file that potentially we wouldn't be able to see otherwise. So I like it. And then here's a query that produced the results that you just saw. I'm just throwing those in there for reference later. Another interesting piece about this is that it's grabbing out third-party data as well. So I had installed the Crew messaging application, which is sort of like a Slack, and I set a notification to only give me, or I set a geofence to only give me notifications and include me in conversations when I am at work. Well, it pulled out the correct address and the name of that group that I created from that third-party app, and it was listing it here in the location record. So that's super interesting. We see other files referencing third-party apps all the time, but to actually have content from the third-party app pulled within here is quite interesting. One other table in this personalization portrait that I wanted to point out is this NE, which I think it means name records table. So in this example, I opened a Safari tab and I did a couple searches just trying to populate data. And then I filtered this down to just the Safari content. And you can see the names that it grabbed out of the article that I was on. I sort of underlined a few of them so they jump out at you. But it is tracking the names or the names of objects or people or places or things. And it's tracking how many times they occur in the source. Interesting. But then I found this other piece where I had been in an SMS text message conversation with my uncle. In my phone, my uncle is saved as Rodney and then his last name, and it's not the same as mine. In the actual text that I sent to him, I called him Uncle Rodney. Well, this database pulled out Uncle Rodney and wrote his last name with it. Why? I have no idea. But it's interesting that it's learning that name and pulling it aside to associate it to something later, I think, and a query for that. The last piece of this that I'm going to cover for this talk, and again, this thing's a beast and it's weird and it's constantly changing, is this TP records table, which I think means topic. In here, one piece of this, and you can sort of join this to a bunch of other tables and make it interesting. But one piece of this that I picked out was that you essentially can track back the iOS version history for the device back to, so for my device, it was back when I got it. So it was able to track back to when I was on iOS 13 as a start. And then by joining in a different date and time from another table, I can essentially benchmark when I upgraded my device. It also is able to pull in my cloud connected Mac artifacts. So by running the query, you potentially can pull out a rough estimate. You see these go back to 2019, a rough estimate of when the device was on certain versions. And there's some other files that can do this for us as well, but it's just interesting that this piece is built in and you can join that to other data as you work through this file. I already wrote a blog article on this that Sarah hosted for me on macforensics.com. But this thing is extremely challenging, but it's also extremely interesting. The last artifact that I want to discuss is the 3 bars. How many? Apparently just 3. So the screenshot that you see here is something that I was lucky enough to capture, and you may have, when you see that, think, yeah, I see that pop up on my device. Well, that started in iOS 13. And when it's sort of as the new iOS versions release and those new things like sent by Siri and those little things that are just different about the new version, those of us who do this type of research sort of obsess on figuring out what happened and why. Well, this sort of drove me nuts a little bit, that they were offering me Wi-Fi. Okay, great. But you can see that I have great LTE service when they're offering me Wi-Fi. So why are they doing this and how? I don't know for sure, but I have a pretty good guess. So here's the path to a file called 3bars.sqlite. And it tends to be commercial, not residential. But what this file is doing is it's providing the geocoordinates and BSS IDs for wireless access points, roughly where your phone is. I did take a test device and went for a drive that is not internet connected, and it did not populate any data even after it was reconnected to the internet on where it had been. So essentially what's happening here is if I picked my phone up right now and drove an hour to my west, whenever I get to my destination, it's going to populate information about these Wi-Fi networks that are available that are near me. So you're able to use that to somewhat track locations. But when you look at the query that's here and then the results, it's giving you the time, and it tends to be like a global time. Like when I got to that new place, it's like, all right, he's here and populate. But it rates the access points based on a popularity score. So there's potentially some research that could be done there to figure out the rating. I saw like a McDonald's at a 31 and a high school at a 588. I'm not sure exactly how they're scoring it, maybe by how many devices show up there. I don't know. But does that wireless network have a captive login? Is tracked here? Does it move? Things like that. But it's giving you the coordinates of where it is, and it's giving you the BSS ID. Now, what's interesting about that is it's not necessarily right exactly where you are. So when I went from where I live up in the top left down to where I don't live, it wrote some places that were really, really close to where I actually was. But apply that to sort of, I guess, security locations. And we'll talk about that more in just a second. But using this as location tracking, probably not. Can you? Yeah, roughly. In the top left, you have the personalization portrait and those routine D points that are definitely where I was. I was there. On the right, you see just 3 bars, just this. And it's like, yeah, I also was vaguely at those places. If you zoom in, it's not that great. And then compare those two in the middle to adding in the cache.sqlite file. And you can see how granular and how perfect that cache.sqlite seems to be compared to these other two. But by looking at how accurate that is, does it make these other two wrong or also right in their own ways? I think they're right in their own ways, and it's interesting. So for this specific file, the question I want to ask you is, do you care? If you have a fence or a gate, and behind that gate is things that you expect people's devices can't reach, I challenge you to take a look at this file, because there is potential that when that device gets close to, and by close to it, in some instances I saw miles, close to a location, it potentially is beaconing out your BSS IDs, where they are, and some other basic information about them. And again, I challenge you, do you care? And I will end with that. So I want to express huge thanks to Sarah Edwards, great friend and mentor of mine, and then everyone else on this list, Heather Briggs, Josh Hickman for putting out the public images, and then all those other resources that I use all the time. And so if this has, sparked any interest for you, please reach out to me. My Twitter handle's there. I'm going to post some follow-up stuff to this on Sarah's website. She's been gracious enough to offer to host some stuff. But just if you're feeling lucky, let's go all in and let's figure out these iOS devices.
Thank you, Jared. I did pin a few messages, and I'm not sure if there's anything in the QA. Let me find them for you. And I think Sarah answered the one. I think it was about FSMON.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, how did you create these actions, activities in a timeline? And Sarah responded with FSMON, and we pinned that to the channel. And I think most of the other questions were being answered by everyone listening to your talk, but it was fantastic, Jared.
Great.
Some people were saying best talk of the event so far in the
Oh,
channel.
wow.
That's all I can say. It was fabulous.
Thank you. And thanks for having
Thank
me.
you so much. And if you have more questions for Jared, please, his hallway is open and he will be there looking through the chats. And a lot of people obviously are now questioning Android at this point. So fantastic job. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, Heather.
All right. We have just 5 minutes until, oh no, we have a few minutes left. But whenever Willie and Maurice are on, if you want to do a sound check, we can definitely do that for you. So I'll be standing by waiting for you to join. And I also put the link for the evals in each of the channels for this afternoon, as well as track 2. So please do not forget to fill those out. There's one for the morning and one for the afternoon. And again, it's very helpful to not only SANS, but to you, because then we know how to drum up interest for talks next year. And it's also nice for the speaker who puts in all this work to get some feedback. And Willie, I saw you kind of show your ceiling there for a second.
Yeah, let me pop back on, make sure this is working great.
There you are.
How's this look? How's this sound?
Great. I like your
Awesome.
mask hanging from your ear.
Thanks. I'm afraid it's going to maybe distort the audio, so I'll take it off for the presentation, but
We don't want you to get sick. So if you need to wear it, you need to wear it. That's fine. Moritz, do I pronounce it Moritz or Moritz?
Whatever you want. The first one sounded good.
Moritz?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't like when people say Mahalik wrong, so I want to make sure I say it correctly. All right, we'll get you all kicked off in just about 6 minutes or so. So you're welcome to mute yourself, relax a little bit, get some final water.
Okay.
Let's see what else I have. Oh, as far as some announcements, a lot of people have been asking about, people have jobs to announce and others are looking for new jobs. I run a lunch show called Life Has No Control Alt Delete, and ironically, I booked one for August 13th. I know that some people from Kroll have positions that they're hiring for. So if anyone is hiring, if you email me, hmahalik@gmail or Heather@Celebrate, I can add you to the show. You can have 3 to 5 minutes to talk about your positions. If you don't want to speak on them, send them to me, and I will put everything in a slide so that people know where to send their resumes. Because we have a lot of people too who are kind of lurking in the background and interested in jumping ship, but they don't really want their employers to know of it, or they're not sure they are ready to make the leap. So if you have that information, I'm happy to host it because it's super important that we spread the word on things like this. All right, let's see what's going on in track 2. Yeah. Mahalik. Everyone's making fun of me now. All you have to think of for Mahalik is just mahalo. You know, I just think Hawaii and tropical and fun, and then you'll never get it wrong. And there is a different survey for the afternoon. I pinned it to the channel, so you should see it if you go up to pins. I believe I did at least. I will pin it again, just in case you missed it. It won't let me copy it out of Zoom for some reason. It gives me problems. Well, once I get their talk kicked off, I will grab it and put it in the channel unless someone else has grabbed it quickly. Let's see if I can grab it out of this chat. I think I got it. There you go. Okay, now I'm pinning it to the channel again. Oh, the info for the job seekers, that is, I believe, pinned. And you'll see it. It says notice. That's where it starts. There's a notice there where it says life has no control, delete tomorrow. But on August 13th from 12:30 until 1 o'clock Eastern is when that job fair, that's what I'm going to call it. I think the DFIR job fair, 30-minute Zoom, nice and light. You can eat your lunch during it, or you can eat breakfast, or it could be middle of the night. But the good news is all of them actually get recorded and then posted. So if you live somewhere around the world, you can see it at another point in time. All right, while we have 3 minutes. Why did Adele cross the road? Let's see if anyone can get this. Why did Adele cross the road? To say hello from the other side. I could have sang that maybe, but then everyone would leave and go to track 1 if you heard my singing voice. All right, how about this one? What happens when you go to the bathroom in France? I like that everyone's typing in there. So what do you think? What happens when you go to the bathroom in France? European. There it is. How did the military protect their armies? I actually got this one from a popsicle stick. I'm not kidding. How did the military protect their armies? They put them in their sleeveys. Yep, that's a good old popsicle one. All right, so we have just a minute. European. Isn't that funny? But it's spelled European, like European. It's pretty special. That's a good one. That's one I have to tell my son. That will please him for sure. Rob, do you know you're not muted?
Oh, sorry.
I didn't know. I didn't know if you didn't want to be or not.
No, I had to move outside and it's noisy, so therefore.
We actually couldn't hear anything. I just saw your mute leave.
Oh, well, then my Crisp AI thing that Phil told me to install seems to be working.
Yeah, mine works most of the time. There was a lawnmower here earlier outside the window and no one complained, but sometimes it goes crazy and doesn't work so well. I like that. I need to pull myself together, like with Heather. I love this. I will, you know what? I will put all of these jokes. I'll call it my DFIR Summit jokes or something. I'll put them on smarterforensics.com. I'll do a little blog post of the best of the best. And I'll go through the chat if I get a chance and add them in.
Did you see the Viv added the blog about the stories of all the characters?
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's sansod.org/blog. It's the main entry right now. It talks about each of the characters on the shirt and the backstory for them. Cool. Viv did a really good job. I really am happy about that. Yeah, I'll put it in the blog entry and the Discord for both tracks.
Perfect. All right, so it's time to get kicked off. Are you two ready?
I am good to go.
Excellent.
Moritz,
all right,
you
up
good?
next, we have Moritz and Willie, and they are going to be talking to us about malware capabilities. So I will let you two kick it off. And if you're new to track 2, I will try to pin all the questions and such to your specific channel, but more importantly in track 2, so it's easy for you to find them.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Heather. And we are just so excited to be here at this event. I mean, the fact that we're able to host this virtually when we're not able to come together in person, so cool the way we're sharing information here. So I'm actually joined with my colleague, sorry, Mouse stopped working. Let's see. There we go again. All right, so here we are, and I'm joined with my colleague Moritz. He's in Germany, I'm in Denver, and virtually we're both in that Discord channel, Valentin Rabe. So as you have questions during our presentation, even afterwards, questions, comments, concerns, ideas, any of those things, shoot on over there and we'll connect directly with you. All right, so I know why you're here. You know why you're here. You're here to learn about Kappa. Kappa is our new open source tool that analyzes a program and identifies the things that it thinks that the program could do. We call these capabilities. And now Kappa uses rules that are written by experts to recognize these capabilities. That means Kappa is expert driven. It's not an AI system. It's not a machine learning system. It's expert driven by these rules. And so it can be easily explained to other human beings, the results. It also has an extensible rule set, which means that Kappa is always learning new capabilities, new things that it might see in malware. Also, you can learn too, because these rules, we've designed them in a way to be easily digestible by a human. So if you're not quite sure how process doppelganging works to effect process injection, you can take a peek at that rule and understand, oh, these are the key features that I would need to notice while inspecting that program. So I know there's a lot of kind of intrepid investigators here with us. You're probably wondering, okay, I understand. Let's see what it looks like in practice. So we're just gonna jump right in. We're gonna take a pop culture malware sample, WannaCry. We saw that spread around the world a couple of years back, and we're just gonna toss it at Kappa and see what happens. Now, Kappa is a command line tool, which means we're going to invoke it from the command line, the terminal, and we'll just run Kappa, point it to our program. We'll see that it analyzes for a couple seconds. It's processing, doing a lot of really hard work, and then it will display those results to us. Let's dig in to what these results actually look like. The primary table has two big columns. And on the left-hand side there, these are the capabilities that Kappa has identified in that WannaCry sample. Note that they're nice human readable kind of fragments of sentences that can help you interpret what this program might do. And as I read through them, I see that this program might be able to send and receive data, connect to a URL with an HTTP request. I see that it can manipulate files on the file system and persist via a Windows service. And as I read through those names, I'm also noticing that they're kind of sorted in such a way that like things show up together. And that makes it easier for me to kind of interpret this kind of page worth of information. Now, another thing that's important to realize as we're taking a peek at this output from Kappa is that Kappa isn't telling us whether or not it's looking at malware. That's not the purpose of the tool. Instead, what Kappa does is it gives us a description of the program that we're inspecting. And we leave it up to you to decide what that means in the context of your investigation. Why I found this to be sometimes more useful is when I'm dealing with an investigation that deals with grayware. For example, a remote administration tool like Dameware or TeamViewer may be legitimately used by a system administrator to remotely connect to a computer. But I've also been a part of investigations where attackers use the same software maliciously. So that's why this is where Kappa really excels, because it's not going to tell you Dameware is or is not malware. It's going to tell you Dameware is a remote administration tool. Does that fit with your investigation? So as we return our attention to the capabilities identified by Kappa, we find that they do support our current understanding of the WannaCry worm. We see that it has a resource section, and we see that it contains the ability to extract data, including an embedded PE file, and install it for persistence via a Windows service. That's exactly in line with what I remember about WannaCry. I also remember another thing about WannaCry. It always jumps to the forefront of my mind, and that's that kill switch, right? WannaCry, when it first ran, it would see, can I connect to this domain? And sure enough, Kappa is able to identify that this binary connects to a URL. Now, if I'm not quite sure that I trust Kappa here, I can say, hey, please show me your work. And Kappa will not only show us the rules that match the capabilities that it's detected, but it will also show us why it identified a capability. And we see here that Kappa identified the capability connecting to a URL because of the sequence of API calls: internet open URL, internet close handle. That's just what I would expect. And furthermore, it will tell us exactly where in the program this evidence can be found. So for me, as a reverse engineer, this is critical information because now I can go and I can navigate to that part of the program, inspect it myself, and verify that Kappa is working correctly. It's not a magic black box. And so when I open this in IDA Pro and I review the disassembly, what I see is a textbook example of connecting to a URL using the Microsoft API. So that's exactly what Kappa was saying. And furthermore, this leads us to the part of the binary where we actually see the URL that served as that kill switch. So in just a couple moments, we run Kappa, we jump to the interesting part of the binary, and we can extract this IOC and start to feed that back into our investigation. Really neat stuff. So on a whole, I found Kappa to be really useful over the past year as we've been developing this tool. And the key reason why I like it is that it helps me make a decision during an investigation. It's not just saying this is good or bad, it's telling me what I need to care about in the binary. I mean, just think about it. If you're doing an investigation dealing with ransomware, your response is going to be different than dealing with a backdoor that communicates via HTTP. With ransomware, you're probably going to reach for those backups and start restoring systems. You have backups, right? But with an HTTP backdoor, once you realize this, you may pivot to something like the proxy logs as an additional source of information to figure out what the attacker was doing. Kappa will help you with this because it will let you know whether it might be ransomware or an HTTP backdoor. Now, I wrote major parts of Kappa. I know how it works. I know where the warts are inside of the source code. And yet despite that, I'm constantly wowed by how well the tool works. I'm not joking here. I'm really surprised how well it detects some of these capabilities. So I hope you find the same thing. But now that we know a bit about what it looks like when we run it and some of the outputs, let's take a peek and let me tell you a bit about how it came about. Now, me and my team, the Flare team, we're a reverse engineering and intel shop within Mandiant. We spend a lot of time triaging unknown binaries. These might be in support of an investigation, or maybe when we're hunting across VirusTotal, for example, looking for interesting binaries. And usually what we need to do is understand, is this program that we found, does it explain some sort of activity that we know something about? You know, the attacker logged in and they did this thing. Was that affected by this program that we found? And so I'll use tools like IDA Pro and strings and sysinternals and PE parsers. And I'll inspect the binary, I'll extract information, and that helps me make conclusions. You know, for example, with strings, I'll run this tool and it will extract all those human readable bits of information from the binary file. And I use this because in my experience, I found that a lot of times malware configuration data is stored in this human readable part of the binary program. And so if I go here and I look at the strings, I can oftentimes recover maybe the C2 server address used by the program. So I always do this, even though it's fairly tedious. There might be tens of thousands of lines to kind of wade through. And what really sucks is I have a lot of experience, and so this can go pretty quickly for me. I've done it a lot of times before, and so it's not the end of the world if I have to wade through 10,000 lines because I can do it pretty quickly. But for those without too much experience, this can be a really arduous task. You're not really sure which string am I looking for, which piece of information should I pull together and make a conclusion. That's really hard to do. And so what Kappa is doing, and why we share it with the world now, is that it starts to stitch together a lot of these pieces of information and start suggesting to you next steps. Because we've noticed that a lot of tools, as they exist today, they're technically correct. They give you true data, but they're very conservative. And even if it's easy to suggest the next step of analysis, or even if it's easy, these tools do not go ahead and give you extra context or interpretation. They place that burden on you as the investigator or analyst. So Kappa is our response to this, a tool that can automatically recognize patterns, start to make analytical conclusions, and lead you on a path to get back to your investigation, get back to finding those bad guys and kicking them out of networks. So now that we know a bit about how Kappa can be used, a little bit about what its output looks like, let's turn it over to Moritz, who's going to show us exactly how the magic works behind the scenes.
Awesome. Thank you, Willie. I'm very excited to be here and sharing this tool with the whole community. So I think I have control now. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. So let's dive into how Kappa actually works and automatically identifies capabilities in a program. Doing that, it relies on two main components. First one being a features extraction engine, where we do code analysis to pull out features such as strings, the disassembly of a program, and a code flow. And then also a rules engine, which applies logic to find combinations of these features. Let's dive into the features extraction here first. Here we see the general structure of a Windows PE file that contains in some part of it the executing code. In that code, or on that code, we can apply advanced static analysis and reverse engineer the program flow and the disassembly from it. Here's an example code segment disassembled in IDA Pro. And some of these features that are interesting here and that we pull out with the feature engine are API calls, which are present in the binary to tell anything, to allow for any functionality in the program to happen. Then numbers, which are commonly used as constant, being passed to such functions to specify their real behavior, or in programming constructs such as loops or conditional jumps. Then we also pull out things like string references, which allow us to also get more detail about what is happening in this code segment. A very cool thing here is that we can associate all features that we find with the respective offset in the file, so the virtual function offset or just a general file offset. And not only that, we can also associate it with encompassing context. So for example, if we disassemble a whole function, we can group every feature that we find in that function with that specific code part. Even on a lower scope, these disassembled functions normally consist of basic blocks, these little building parts of functions. And for each of these features, we can also associate them with those blocks. Besides the code, we can also pull out other metadata, including header information or other section, such as the import address table, or pull out the strings from the entire file. Most of them we will likely find in the data section. So now that we have all of our features extracted from a binary, we put them into our big features bag, associate them with their respective context if necessary, and then we can start our rule engine. The rules work under the assumption that once a specific combination of features is present, we can deduce that the capability is contained in the file. To illustrate this, let's look at this disassembly segment here again. Normally, when I reverse engineer, I don't look at every instruction line by line. I focus more on the bigger picture and some features that stand out to me. Here in this case, these two API calls in combination really indicate to me that this is some kind of dropper-like behavior, where we first write a file to the disk and then execute it using that second API call. Another example, here we see 3 numbers as constants being passed to this socket API call. And if you've done socket programming before, you may recognize that this is the creation of a TCP socket. And as reverse engineering becomes more and more used, or over the years, I learned more of these reverse engineering techniques and tricks and these little patterns. And now I think finally with Kappa, we found a way to codify this knowledge into extendable and repeatable a process and make that accessible to everyone here really in the community. So the bigger picture, we extract our features, we apply a rule logic to it, and then that results in our program capabilities. Since the rules are really the core part of what we do here with the detection and the combination of features, let's dive into how they look like. Here's an example rule. We use the YAML syntax for these rules. You can see they're nicely to understand by humans, easy to read, and they're also good to parse using programming languages. In this rule here, we have two main sections. First one being the meta section, which includes the rule name. And that is a unique identifier among the entire rule set, specifying the capability that we're trying to detect here. This name was used in the example output that Willie showed in one of these first slides and indicates the capability. Also with every rule, we can associate a grouping and categorization to make them easily to get an easy higher level understanding of what a program is doing based on these different categories. Associated with that, we support other taxonomies to do tagging of behavior in programs. For example, the attack framework to go from an input file and associate this capability with the specific attack technique. Our intelligence team really likes this capability to do automated tagging of a bunch of different binaries in an automated fashion. Last thing I want to point out here in the meta section is this function scope. This scope tells Kappa basically where to look. So in this case, in a function, and we want to see these features that we're going to talk about here next in the scope of a disassembled function. So now let's look at these individual features. They encode the real rule logic and are really the core of this rule. They consist of a logical tree that combines the features that we're looking for using things like and, or, not, and also range counts. And then we have the actual features. And those are really at the core of things I look for when I reverse engineer a sample, looking for specific API calls, looking for numbers, looking for strings. Here in this example, we want to see a call to open up the registry, setting a value in it, and then those values, those numbers, the constants, and the string at the bottom define the specifics of this operation. Overall, this rule looks for the creation of a registry run key and is a very common technique we see in malware, or used to see at least in malware for persistence. Now let's dive into some other rules to see how they work and what all functionality we provide. Here we have the create TCP socket example that I was talking about earlier in that little disassembly snippet, coded up as a rule with this identification of these specific numbers, 6, 1, and 2. And one of these API calls, we can ensure to find the creation of a TCP socket. Here we define the scope of a basic block to really make sure that all of these segments, all of these features show up in a very tight segment in the program to ensure that this functionality is there. Now, as we were developing this, we quickly found out that it's going to be very useful for us to reference other capabilities that we already defined and found with existing rules in other rules, so we can build capabilities on top of each other. And that's where we implemented this match feature here, where we can just reference all the features that were previously defined. And here in this case, we use it to find functions that create a TCP socket and then perform a call to one of these APIs to connect, indicating to us that this is this program may be behaving as a TCP client connecting to a remote server. In malware, we commonly see that when malware speaks out to its SU2 command server. Last example I want to show here to mainly point out these two bytes, these two additional features here, bytes and offsets. Bytes, similar to strings, can be referenced in disassembled functions to indicate things like crypto constants, or here in this case, they are being used as class IDs and interface IDs for COM objects. COM objects are a Microsoft technique to provide different functionality on the operating system. And here in this example, we're trying to identify task scheduling access using these offsets. With the this mechanism creates an object, and the offsets then reference different functionality in those programs. And offsets can also be used to identify register offset structures, memory offsets, and other common techniques we see. Again, we associate that with techniques from the attack framework here to achieve persistence via scheduled task. And also in the meta section, we can include examples, which I think is a very cool way for the community to track samples that contain specific behavior in the real world, given the file name, file hash, and a specific offset. And it also allows us to do, during the development of Kappa, once we tweak our rule engine, once we tweak specific rules, we have regression tests to make sure that all of this functionality still matches even after we made those changes. So currently, Kappa supports 261 rules. Here, there's a rough grouping of them by namespace. And I think it's pretty impressive that we already came up with such a high number, especially because we were mostly focused on writing the core of the framework so far. But of course, as we were reverse engineering malware samples over the last year, we were using Kappa, we were improving the rules, we were adding cool functionality, and already have a good coverage. But I really hope that this number of rules is going to increase significantly. I hope the community is not going to only benefit from this tool by using it, but also can help contribute rules back, come back with ideas to us. Willie's going to talk more about this process. I think our goal is to have half of the people who signed up for the summit registered, half of the people who registered for the summit contribute a rule, and I think then we're in really good shape. I'm going to turn it back to Willie now to see more of these rules in action and see the engine in action. And yeah, take it away, Willie.
All right, sweet. Let me just get my clicker going again. It's not quite there. All right, here we go. So Moritz has done a great job of walking us, kind of bringing us behind the curtains, showing us how Kappa works. And so with these new details, we can go back and take another peek, or peek at another example and see some of the more advanced features and uses of Kappa. So for this example, again, we're going to take that other part of WannaCry. It'll be the encryptor component, the part that destroys systems. And so we're going to run Kappa from our terminal, pointing it towards the WannaCry encryptor. It's going to process for a couple seconds, not that many, and get us our output. This output, again, breaks down to include both the attack mapping that we can kind of categorize this malware into. So this can be really helpful if we're looking at an unknown binary, maybe understanding where it fits within the attacker life cycle there. Is it part of the initial access or a part of achieving its objective? We could potentially use this information for that. And then for the meat of the output is the list of capabilities that Kappa identified. And so as I kind of scan through this list here for the WannaCry encryptor, things that stand out to me include the ability to encrypt via XOR, AES, RSA, RC4, excuse me, as well as the ability to enumerate files on the file system and fetch metadata about those storage devices. That, to me, sounds exactly like what I see in a lot of ransomware and encryptor samples. So this is consistent. In fact, as I was putting together these slides, I was like, yes, that pattern, often when I see it, I immediately think in my mind as a reverse engineer, it's probably ransomware. So I quickly drafted up a Kappa rule that can encode this. You know, it's 10 lines long, it's succinct, and it's easy for other humans to understand. And it's easy for me to share this now with other people. And so I'm saying, when I see encryption, when I see file system enumeration, when I see metadata fetch, maybe that's ransomware. And one of the cool things I want to point out here is we're matching based on namespace here, which means that I don't have to enumerate all the different types of encryption that are out there that I'm looking for in the ransomware. I can rely on there being any sort of encryption in the binary, and other rules are going to pick that up for us. So is this a high quality rule? I'm not quite sure yet. I don't know exactly how well it works because I haven't had a chance to run on our test bed that we use to quickly identify the false positive rate. But what I can assure you is that this rule captures the spirit of what we're trying to do with Kappa. We're trying to enable the community to quickly encode these rules. And it gives us an 80-20 solution where it does a really good job on most of the things that we actually encounter in the real world and is easily explainable to other human beings. Now, it's not all roses and butterflies, because there are many real world samples out there that have been obfuscated or packed. And Kappa can handle these samples very well. Its code analysis engine is just, it's not advanced enough yet to auto unpack the sample and figure out what's going on. But all is not lost, because spent a lot of effort to ensure that Kappa is not just going to throw a stack trace up, or even worse, display misleading data to you. Instead, it's going to do its best to identify these edge cases and suggest to you what you should be doing instead. It's going to lead you down this path of analysis. And so it'll say, hey, I think this file's packed. I'm not seeing the results I would expect for this binary. So therefore, you should try unpacking the sample before rerunning in Kappa. That way, you're less likely to make a mistake in your investigation. Likewise, when Kappa encounters a file type that it doesn't recognize or support, it can give you similar suggestions. Today, Kappa supports analyzing native Windows PE files. And that's just because it's what we typically see in our investigations. It's a majority of what I reverse engineer. That's where my experience lies. So when it sees something like an ELF file, a Mach-O file, or maybe a .NET module, it'll say, hey, I don't know what to do here, but I do know that you as the human might want to use a tool like dnspy to decompile the program, and maybe you should take a peek over there. So it's going to warn you and suggest the next step. And all right, but of course, we have some really big plans for where we want to go with Kappa. The number one thing is to collect a massive rule set that encodes all of the really interesting things that we've seen in malware. And that's not just going to come from Moritz, from me and Moritz. That's going to come from the community as well, as we kind of look across globally what we see out there and figure out what to recognize. But more on this in a moment. In the meantime, I think there's a natural fit for what we've done with Kappa on a static analysis side and applying that to dynamic analysis. Taking, for example, a sandbox data like an API trace, when malware was run within a virtual machine and all of its activities were recorded, it seems to me that we could use a lot of the same logic from the existing Kappa engine to kind of map out what was a program doing at any point in time. We might be able to say, definitively, this program, when it first started, it connected to a C2 server. Here are the events. Then it downloaded another payload. Here are the events that support that conclusion. And then finally, we injected to a third process. And we can actually point to the different events that allow us to make that conclusion. So that seems like a natural fit. And then, of course, we're going to continue with our integration with existing reverse engineering workflows so that Kappa can be both useful to incident responders who need a standalone tool to get their results, as well as hardcore reverse engineers who are down into the weeds of disassembly trying to figure out what programs are doing. So we'll integrate with tools like Ghidra, Radare, Binary Ninja, etc. And today, my favorite way to use Kappa is actually within our IDA Pro integration and plugin. And this integration just made a lot of sense because us reverse engineers, IDA Pro is our primary place that we spend time. It's where we explore a file, it's where we save our notes, and it's how we communicate with other reverse engineers. And so pulling Kappa into this workflow is just, it's the obvious thing to do, really. And the way that it helps me do a better job, honestly, it really does, is that it can point and guide me towards the interesting parts of our program. This matters when I open up a potentially malicious file, and it might have 2, 5, or 10,000 functions. I might potentially have to go through a majority or all of those functions to figure out where the key part of the binary is that lets me find artifacts or indicators. But with Kappa, this tool can highlight for us exactly where different functionality is implemented. So when I use Kappa with IDA Pro, I can immediately jump to, for example, the function that constructs the network packet that communicates with a C2 server and allows me to maybe write a decoder or something like that. It allows me to zero in very quickly on the important parts of the program. Another thing I really love about this integration is that the plugin is extremely interactive. And this jives really well with IDA Pro. IDA Pro, the interactive disassembler, that's in the name of this tool. Our plugin is also extremely interactive. As we explore the results, as we review the evidence in the artifact tree, we can easily hyperlink around the binary, and we can select and highlight the entries and addresses that support these conclusions. So I can both find interesting parts of the binary and also learn about patterns that I should be recognizing on my own. It's just a great enhancement to my existing workflow. So at this point, you're probably thinking, where can I get this thing and how can I start using it? Well, I promise you, by the time we get off this presentation, what's that, like 5 minutes from now, 4 minutes, you could have the tool and you could have already run it. Because you need to go to GitHub, FireEye, Kappa, and you can download the standalone executables and run them right now. They don't require any installation, and they'll work on Windows, Linux, and Mac OS systems. So go ahead, download them, give them a try, get a sense for what Kappa can detect today. We'll also be working to get this released as part of the Flare VM and Remnux distributions so that your analysis workstations are pre-populated with this tool. But we don't want you to just download Kappa. What we want you to be doing is to be constantly thinking while you're doing an investigation, while you're looking at an unknown binary, how are you making your analytical conclusions? What pieces of evidence make you think a program connects via HTTP, injects code, or does some other functionality? And can you encode that as a Kappa rule? Because when we as a community encode these rules and share them, what we're doing is we're magnifying and we're reflecting our experience back out globally. You know, we're hoping a couple hundred people might use Kappa. Realistically, a few thousand people, or even ideally, 10,000 people might use Kappa. So if you're able to express an analytical conclusion with this tool, then that many people just automatically benefit from your experience. We think that would be just so amazing. And that's why we've made it extremely easy to encode your rules, to share them with us, because we understand it's the quality of the rules that are going to make or break Kappa. The more interesting things we can teach Kappa how to recognize, the more useful it's going to be for you all. So, in summary, Kappa is a tool that will process programs and make guesses at what it thinks those programs can do. It'll try to find those capabilities. And it's going to use rules to do this, and those rules can be written by you. They should be written by you. And very soon we'll have a corpus of rules that can identify all the most interesting behaviors that we've actually seen in real world malware. So at this point, I want to thank you for your time. Please go ahead and shoot any questions for us into those chat channels, and we'll do our best to address them right now. Thank you.
That was fantastic.
Thanks, everyone.
And you nailed the time. There's 20 seconds left, and there's about 20,000 questions pinned for you.
All right, we'll get to those as soon as possible.
So I tried to pin them. I may have missed a few because they were coming in quickly, and some people were answering them. So I tried to unpin as you answered them as well. But fantastic job. Thank you both.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
The evals for everyone. I'm posting them in all of the channels. So please do not forget there's a morning eval and an afternoon eval. So please take the time to fill it out. Again, it is very helpful to everyone here. We really appreciate it. And let me see if I have the eval handy to make sure I put it in the channel for you. I think I may have already posted it. But I will pin it again, just in case, so that everyone has their eval. And thank you all for the questions. That was some serious questions going on there. That was fantastic. All right, I'm copying it now. I'm going to post it again in track 2. And everyone wants to know if there's time for a joke. What isn't a joke is the marriage talk that we're having next. Let me just put this in their channel as well. Oops, I posted the wrong thing. There we go. The summit eval is now posted in your channel. I'm pinning it. And I think I accidentally posted my blog instead in this channel, but that's fine. That's where I'm going to put all your jokes that everyone is asking for. All right, so the next one is starting at 4:20, so we have just a few minutes. Sarah and Andrew, do you want to do a quick sound check for me, please? And I'm curious, are you going to be sitting side by side? How is this going to work? So exciting.
Yeah, we're here. Can you hear us?
Look at you. Yeah, I didn't know how it would look with two of you in front of the screen, too.
Not too bad.
You look great. You sound great.
Gotta duck down. Oh, disappeared.
On.
That's hilarious. That's how you ghost her. You just disappear from the talk.
Yep.
Nothing like putting her on the spot.
We've been enjoying all the nice jokes here.
Fantastic. I love it. I'm getting a few questions about career development. Kevin Ripa, who is part of SANS as well, he did a 3-minute max recently on getting your start. I blogged about it. Ladrina has done some blogs on it. There's a recording from Control Alt Delete on it. Matt Geckel and I have Carved from Unallocated, a new podcast, and we talk about getting your start in DFIR. And we both have different backgrounds. And it's also making the leap from one team to the other team, but it can be applied to security all as a whole. So if anyone's sending me messages on that, I recommend those things. My blog, smarterforensics.com, Carved from Unallocated, 3 minutes max, and I can post all of those as well. All right, let me see if I can find. Okay, I have to share this joke, even though it's in the channel because it's really good. One snowman turns to another snowman and says, "Is it just me or do you smell carrots?" That's really cute. That's a good one.
Kid-friendly one.
That is a good one. Jack just told me a joke the other day and I wish I could remember it. Now I have no clue. Like it's been a lot today, monitoring all this and telling my jokes has really exhausted me.
Andrew has a favorite dad joke that he always tells everyone.
Why don't you share it?
Sure. Should I share now?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's the difference between a hippo and a Zippo? One's really heavy and the other's a little lighter.
Nice. I like it. See, this is good. I like what's half of 2 pair of nunchucks?
Is that us?
Nunchuck. That's an excellent one. That was built for you guys. This is really good.
We gotta save that, pin that.
I will. I'm going to pin that for you. What do you call a ship that lies on the bottom of the ocean and shakes? A nervous wreck. That's cute too. That's cute too. So everyone is requesting this. I seriously will write a blog, maybe after the talks, one of these evenings. And I will post it on smarterforensics.com. And I'm going to try to take some of the best ones from our channel too. We'll call it like track 2 blogs. All right. We have to kick off the final talk of the day. And before I do this, I want to make sure that everyone knows after this talk, we all merge back to track 1, where Phil and I are going to do a quick recap and review the agenda and get you all prepared for tomorrow. So make sure you leave this track and you go back to track 1. This talk is pretty interesting. I met Sarah years ago, and this is when she was fresh out of college, right? And working at Disney. And we've been close friends since. And this talk is really interesting. And I've actually teetered on both sides of your marriage here in the technical way. When we look at forensic marriage. So I've done e-discovery and I've done DFIR. So without further ado, we have Sarah and Andrew, a real marriage, talking about a forensic marriage.
Love that. Thanks for that intro, Heather.
Thank you.
And really thank you to everyone that's joining us right now. A quick shout out to Bloomsburg University. If you haven't really got your forecast awards, your votes in, definitely go vote for Bloomsburg. Both of us came from there, and some more presentations that were earlier today were also from Bloomsburg. So that's our quick shout out. So getting into the swing of things here, why did we want to do this talk? So when people meet both of us and hear our background and hear that we got the same degree, we're kind of in the same industry, they always ask us things along the lines of, what do you guys talk about all the time? Like, you must be going home and talking about forensics at dinner, talking about log files while you're having a drink. No, not at all. So while we are in the same industry, really a lot of our jobs they're so different and rarely have any overlap at all. So that really led me to wanting to do this presentation, and what better thing to do than force your significant other to doing it with you, because that's how marriage works. So just informational thing, we really did make this presentation as informational session, and it's really aimed at a lot of new people entering the industry or trying to get more information on one or the other, trying to switch careers maybe. But we really do hope a lot of the experienced folks can learn from it as well. So hope you enjoy. There we go. Here's our little disclaimer. Per usual, the views and opinions in this presentation are of our own and do not reflect the views and opinions of our employers. So what gives us the right? As this is our first presentation, we wanted to give a little more background of us, and that's a question that my favorite podcast always likes to ask their guests as to why we should believe they're an expert in the field, why we should trust what they're saying. So what better thing to do than introduce your significant other, because they should know you more than you know yourself. So without further ado, this is my husband, Andrew Konunchuk. So Andrew's career path started when he joined the Pennsylvania Army National Guard in IT in the communications section. Through their help, he was able to pursue an undergrad degree at Bloomsburg University. That was in digital forensics. So after graduating college, Andrew moved to Washington, D.C., where he began his career in e-discovery at Lightspeed Legal. Oh, that was not me moving. Sorry. So after Lightspeed, I'm not touching anything, I promise. So after Lightspeed, he really learned a lot quickly there, and he was able to further pursue his career in e-discovery by moving over to Deloitte. While he was at Deloitte, he really continued to prosper and be a leader at work, sometimes at home too, and it really led him to his current role as a data operations specialist at Disco in Austin, Texas here. So along the way, Andrew has earned a few certifications in Nuix and iPro. He's creating one at his current company right now, and he has served our country for 9 years exactly. So it's really great to have him. And one random fun fact is that he will tell you Reddit articles and all the random stuff about Reddit every day if you're married to him. So that's really Andrew's background there.
Thanks, Sarah. I know you really enjoy the Reddit, so I'll continue to share those with you. Without further ado, let me introduce to you my wife, Sarah, who you may have heard from already today, right? She just got started. Let me get started by going over her background as well. First and foremost, I got the opportunity to meet her while she was studying her undergrad in digital forensics at Bloomsburg University. Go Huskies. Right? We both earned our digital forensics degree there, and along the way, Sarah's had some great internships as she's grown in her career at Teal Technologies, where she was doing awesome stuff with mobile devices and handling their social media. She's a social media maven, so that role was perfect for her. And even better yet was her internship at Disney, because she is a Disney fanatic. So her time at Disney, she worked with the IT team there, walking around the parks, all the different areas of Disney World, checking their Wi-Fi, security, signal strength, things of that nature. Besides just her internships and her degree in digital forensics, she also moved to Austin, Texas, and got started at General Motors on their insider threat program, doing internal investigations. And her time during GM, she also studied a bunch of different certifications here. She attended multiple conferences. As you see, she's got several certifications. And she started working on her master's program for cyber forensics at Stevenson University as well. She's recently obtained her master's, and now she's getting into incident response at CFC Response in her current role. Again, she's social media obsessed. She loves the doggo. We both do. You can see on our slide. And yeah, that's my wife, Sarah. So we'll take it to the next slide here, and we'll go over our agenda for today for the rest of the talk. So now that you got to know us a little bit, we're going to go over a survey that we took of all the digital forensics fellow alumni from Bloomsburg. And basically we surveyed them on a bunch of different career-based questions. And we got some of the different categories in that short survey, as you see on the slide: statistics, myths, a little bit of the love-hate, a detailed explanation, after the survey, we're going to go on a detailed explanation of both topics, e-discovery, digital forensics. We're going to then compare and contrast them. And finally, we have for you a scenario based on our favorite dog, Sky. We have a hypothetical scenario where the two of us join forces to solve a case. But we'll get into that more here in just a little bit. For now, we're going to turn to our next slide, and I'll hand it over back to you, Sarah.
It's the best case, so stick with us to the end here. All right, so now jumping in things here. So the stats from our survey. While we were researching for this presentation, we really didn't want to just give a whole bunch of facts that anyone can Google on their own. So that's why we decided to conduct a survey and really just gave a few stats and information about things that we were really interested in. So while we were researching, we didn't see much talk about the trends of both fields and how they really compare and contrast. And even thinking about college now, like they didn't talk about e-discovery too much, so it's been really informational so far. So the survey that we did put out consisted of 7 questions, and it was aimed at our college's alumni network of forensic graduates. We did start with just the grads from our 2014 class, but if you've ever taken a survey, you know that you don't get too many responses. So we decided to open it up really to the whole alumni network. And that got us students ranging from 2009 all the way to 2020, the most recent graduates. Like I said before, the survey is really controlled and it's not an end all be all. So just take it as it is. And it really just helped us get some good facts and points to really bring up. So the first question that we posed was about what area of forensics did you get your first job in? As you can see in our chart on the top right, the results were they're split up into 4 different categories, and we did that in such way because most of the research that we saw really split them up into those functions, and it just about covers every area of forensics. So looking at those results, I was a little surprised personally on how many people got jobs in e-discovery right away out of college. If you really combine the top 3 sections into the larger DFIR area, and then you compare the e-discovery, that's 25 DFIR to the 14 e-discovery, that's a 36% rate, almost half, and it's kind of surprising to see that many people with a forensics degree got started out in e-discovery. I always thought it was really such a small industry, and seeing that it helps so many people is awesome. The next few questions that we asked were really about transitioning from one job area to the other, more specifically in regard to the e-discovery trend. So for those stats, we factored out the graduates from 2018, 2019, and 2020. Oh no, I'm not touching anything.
Well, we jumped ahead to the end. That's it, guys.
Oh, you saw everything. I don't know why it's being so touchy here.
So back to
Oh, man.
the trends and the career transition.
All right, so
No
like
worries.
I said, we factored out 2018, 2019, 2020. We did that because most of the research that we did, and a forensic analyst's favorite, research, Google, it said that it takes about 3 to 5 years for someone to really switch careers. So we wanted to factor those out because they most likely didn't switch careers yet, and mostly the 2017 grads would at least maybe be thinking about switching or already have. So for those stats, we had 42% of respondents that were moving at least from one area to another. From my perspective, I see that as being pretty truthful. I myself have switched industries. Andrew hasn't. It's kind of 50-50 here. And then following that, can't really see it in the slide, but it's a 27% transition to or from e-discovery, which is at least a little what I expected. So if you combine those two, I think it was 12 people that switched and 9 people that transitioned from e-discovery. So that results in a 64% rate, meaning that 64%, oh no, of the people that were transitioning, they moved from e-discovery. And I think that's pretty on par with what I'm seeing. So the last group of questions that we asked were really surrounding any myths and rumors that you may have heard about the two respective forensics industries. So the results were pretty expected on my end. They show a really heavy trend towards e-discovery, but still a little on DFIR, and we'll jump into more of that in our next slide.
Sure. So I guess I'll get started here with the myths from e-discovery. It was interesting to see a lot of these comments. Button pushers. Yeah, we pushed a lot of buttons. I know for a fact that my mouse batteries at work before I switched to wired, I had to get my batteries changed multiple times in the first few months in e-discovery. So I could certainly say that that's factual. It's boring. That's the furthest thing from the truth in my experience in e-discovery. There's never been a dull moment. There's always something interesting coming up, something strange, bizarre. Won't use all of the forensic skill set. Maybe to a degree you could say that, but I would say that a lot of the strengths that I gained from the forensics degree and background, dealing with metadata, understanding how file systems work, and having that sort of back knowledge helps a lot with troubleshooting problems as they come up day to day. Not real forensics. I would argue that that is also untrue. I mean, a lot of our collections process goes through forensics processes, among other things. And a lot of the tools that we use are forensics in e-discovery. Just data dumps. No, I think the data is pretty important data. Very repetitive, yes. It can be very repetitive. Very process-driven field. There's always room for improvement. That's part of what I like, that you can always improve on something, and you can make it quicker, better, faster the next time that you do that same process. Dealing with legal, I think that's the furthest from the truth. For me, it's in empowering attorneys to be able to help them with their cases, and they have important casework. So being able to collaborate with litigation support, attorneys, paralegals, project managers, and help them reach their goals is very rewarding for me. Only looking at data and not doing investigative work, that could be true to an extent as well. I'm not generally doing the investigations, more so setting others up for success to view their casework after it's gone through processing and collection otherwise. Have I mentioned it's boring? Again, in my experience, not very boring, but I'll let you go through and handle the DFIR ones. Go ahead, Sarah.
All right, so some of these myths for DFIR, they really all consist of things that I've personally heard and even was afraid of when I was looking for my first job in forensics. It's not to say that these things are necessarily negative things or bad items. Even with e-discovery, they're not all bad. There's some of them could be truth, and some of them could be really like traits coming out. So it just all depends. So you will see a lot of things in each role. You could see some of these things, but some roles you could see none of them. Some of these myths can really be addressed as traits, as I said, and even help people really thrive in those respected areas. So getting with this first myth here that you'll work in a SOC. I do know a few people that are really working in a SOC and are fulfilled with that life. I see it referenced in many job descriptions. I've never worked in one personally. I think I recently saw a post in our forensics group that was referencing a SOC job. So what I've heard from that is that you could be really supporting the SOC team and doing really in-depth forensic work on it. So the next myth here, in some of the roles that I had, I saw a case really start to finish, but in others I haven't. It really just depends, as in most forensics, on what you're seeing. There's so many different circumstances that can come about and what ifs, and it's really hard to get a job that you'll be guaranteed a case start to finish. I'm not touching anything. Oh man.
Just wants it to be over with.
Apparently. So those myths, really, they're all like things that can occur in forensics. Addressing this last one here, you're always looking at code and reverse engineering malware. So when I was at GM, I really took it upon myself to learn a lot about security while I was there, since it was such a large company. I really had no idea what a lot of roles in security did. And each week I would meet with a new person in security, tell them a little about my job, they'd tell me about theirs. And then the overwhelming responses that I would get at the end were always, wait, you're not living in code all day, every day? And like, so I do understand code, I can get into it. And if I'm really trying to research an artifact, I can dig deep into it. But I would not say I'm a coder by any means. But there also are so many individuals in forensics that are coders. And if you are good at that, you can really thrive in an industry in that. It just depends really what you're looking for. So just like Andrew said about the myths in e-discovery and the myths in DFIR, it really depends on the role that you have, and they could be good things, they could be bad things. So what we love to hate about the other. Just like in marriage, e-discovery and forensics, I think, are really in a marriage together. Just like in our marriage, I like to pick on Andrew. I like to pick on e-discovery. He likes to pick on me. He likes to pick on forensics. So I love to hate taking pictures of Andrew while he closes his eyes. Just like he loves to hate taking ugly pictures of me. This is what marriage is. So I feel like we both really need each other to really be able to excel in the area. We can lean off of each other's strengths and weaknesses, and you make each other better, just like e-discovery and DFIR. And you can take the traits and processes from one area and relay them really to the other area.
Yeah, it's sort of like a rivalry in sports teams, or like when I was in the military, we had our different companies in our battalion, and we all worked together to, for the common good. And but it's also a lot of fun to bust on one another. And so some of those myths, you might see some fun stuff there as well. So.
It's a good rivalry to have.
So take it away from that. Now I'm going to kind of deep dive into the electronic discovery reference model. And so this is generally, we moved backwards again. So starting off with the electronic discovery reference model, or the EDRM. This is a useful way to think of e-discovery space as a whole. So I'm going to go left to right, kind of work you through how a case begins on the left side of the model, all the way through case completion and presentation and litigation at the end, right? So take a look at my lovely drawing I put together there in PowerPoint. I reconstructed this model. And so information governance there at the beginning, that's more of, what records should my company or the company keep, and what should we delete at a high level. Identification, what records might be important to the litigation as a whole. And preservation, when a case comes about, to get legal hold in place to preserve, what records can't be deleted, that need to be collected. And so those are the beginnings sort of e-discovery. And then now I'm going to take a deeper dive here on the next couple of steps. Collection generally involves forensics, right? So I'm going to take a deep dive on collection, and then processing. That's where I've spent most of my career so far. So I'll try to deep dive without going too crazy on the processing. And then, of course, you know, once the data has been collected and processed, it goes to the review team so they can do their analysis and ultimately present their litigation for court. So the collection process, as I was saying, is generally a forensics process. It may not be a complete forensic disk image that is being collected for the data that's relevant here to the case, but generally you want to use forensics best practices. You want to have a chain of custody. You want to use defensible, repeatable processes. It's not always the best idea to take a screenshot of the screen or drag and drop some files or just search in the Windows Explorer. We want to use more targeted collection approaches, you know, industry standard tools. A lot of the collections in e-discovery revolve around email collections. And so, you know, Office 365 and others, you know, connecting into there, getting account credentials and making sure that those emails for those custodians is collected. And custodian's a legal terminology that is used in e-discovery to talk about who you're collecting data from. We refer to them as the custodian. Right, so once you have your data collection, which of course would be ongoing in some of these cases that last a long time, it goes into processing. That raw data needs to be processed in some regard. And so the processing takes those mailboxes or those system files or office documents and such, and it's going to extract all the text so that it becomes searchable. It's going to help create an image or a PDF of that particular document so that you can, you know, put your redactions on that data. It's going to extract all the metadata, which is the data about the data, such as the MD5 hash, the digital fingerprint, all your times and dates about that file. When was it created? When was it last modified? Who might have been the author for that file? So the processing phase is really taking that raw data. It's extracting all the files out of that mailbox. And some really cool things are happening during the processing phase. We're also cutting the population down to help make the document population smaller. And so things like deduplicating, we don't need to see the same email maybe 150 times. So if we deduplicate those based on their fingerprint or hash value, we can really cut down the size of the collection. You might start with 1,000 documents and end up with 600, right? And so the idea is to kind of narrow down what are the relevant data for review by the attorneys. Another cool feature is the NIST list, the NSRL, and that's the National Institute for Standards and Technology. Every year they put out, or actually it might be more so than that, they put out a hash list of known program files. And so the idea is to exclude those as well from your processing, as these known system files and such probably are not going to be relevant to your review. And so the processing happens, and then you have your review platform. And so that's where the data ends up, and you have your document families. And by families, I mean you might have your email with a PDF attached to it or a Word document. You have email threading, which is really cool. You get to see the entire conversation. I sent an email to Sarah. She sent that email to Jim. Jim forwarded it back to me. I replied all. And so you get a lot of awesome features in e-discovery that help you sort of see the big picture of what's this data set, what's relevant, you know, what times, you know, what here on the timeline between this date and your search term is relevant to the case. And so after that processing phase, you get to really use a lot of the technology to help assist in the review stage. And so you log into your review platform, you get on your web browser, and now you're looking at all of the data, all the different custodians that have been processed. Everything's nice and neat. You can view it by file types. There's filtering. I only want to view PDFs from January of 2017. Okay, you can filter down and you could use some dates, You can do some searching, keyword searching. You got highlights to relevant terms for your case. And the review and analysis then, for the most part, is the attorneys. They're tagging that data, what's relevant to their case. They're applying their tags. They're foldering the document. Maybe they're bringing in an expert to view the different documents and such. So there's different permissions that are happening within the platform. And so it allows you to have a lot of control over your case in a digital space. And so it's really interesting with the electronic discovery versus older discovery, where it's not electronic and you'd have a lot of paper and lots of binders and everybody's trying to collaborate. Whereas in the review platform, it's all in one. Everybody can sort of cross collaborate. The artificial intelligence can also help you cut down your review population. You train it, based on tagging some documents as to what your tags are, and it's going to help you figure out other documents that should be tagged that way. There's other cool features as well. I could go on and on. I could continue all day with this. You have near duplicates, which is really cool. If something isn't completely duplicate, maybe it's 99% similar to this other document. And so all of these sort of awesome features help the attorneys with their review and their analysis of the data, cut down on their overall costs and review time in order to solve their case. And so the production phase is really getting those documents out of the review platform, and presentation is really bringing that litigation to court after you sort of have it all processed, collected, narrowed down, etc. So whole lot of information there.
Every time he talks about the model, I learn new things. So it's really in depth on everything.
There might be some stuff I'm leaving out, just trying to go through it here for you guys. But at a high level, that's the e-discovery process, and yeah.
All right. So DFIR. If you didn't know by now, I'm sorry you sat through 25 minutes of this presentation. Thanks for sticking with us, but it means digital forensics and incident response. So there's many terms, many definitions that you can give for this. One that I typically use is the process of analyzing and interpreting data from an electronic device, such as a USB, a mobile phone, a hard drive, an IoT device. So forensics really came about around the 1980s, and that was because law enforcement officers were being tasked with looking at hard drives, looking at media, and they didn't really have anywhere else to go. And that was really when the term kind of came about. After that, really now it's become the industry that it is now. You can really go and get a degree in it. You can get certifications. You can have a career now and be fulfilled in it. So it's pretty awesome to see just back in 1980, couple decades ago, it has really evolved in such a way that it really has. So the jobs in our industry, most people probably know, they're really vast. You can really have so many different permutations of each of these different areas and different subjects. So I know from working at GM, I was more in hard drives and a few mobile phones while I was in corporate world. And now here I am kind of more in the consulting IR, where I am doing a lot of computer forensics. So it's just really cool to see you could have a different job in forensics, and every single career or every single job that you have in this career could be completely different from one to the other. So it's pretty cool to have that like opportunity. All right, so now we really have some similarities and differences of the two. So e-discovery and DFIR are really inherently similar to each other in more ways than I thought. After listening to Andrew talk about e-discovery, listening to me talk about forensics, that definition that I gave for forensics is very similar to what is happening in e-discovery. That has a few differences and all that, but all those stages really line up pretty evenly with what I'm doing, with what Andrew's doing. Although neither of us really handle every single stage all the time, we know that they exist and we know how we can go about those really. So touching on some of these, that they involve the preservation, collection, and acquisition of information and evidence, really a lot of legal and technical expertise can be involved in both of these. I know when I hear Andrew on the phone, he's very technical. I know I have to be technical. I deal with legal at my current job. So does Andrew. Not to say that in a different role we wouldn't, but it's possible in forensics and e-discovery. And then just touching on some of these differences here. So the main difference that I always see is for e-discovery, a lot of the data that they're looking at is mostly easily accessible. When forensics comes in, it's really when they're looking for something that has been malicious happen, something was hidden, something deleted. It's really like a form of escalation between the two. When e-discovery can't hit something, forensics jumps in, and it's really a back and forth process that can happen. I know most of the times we're not really involving each other in our careers now, but it's not to say that we really couldn't.
Yeah, and I think, you know, a lot of times e-discovery with especially cloud solutions now is very scalable. And so a large document population and, you know, there's specific keyword hits or searches, you can kind of bring in the scalpel of forensics, right? To do more of those targeted collections or specific investigative work. So, you know, we're constantly working together. You know, forensics is also helping with a lot of the collection side and such. So it's definitely, you know, very collaborative.
All right, so now our case example. Hope you guys didn't see our slides too much when we were flipping through it accidentally, but we'll just set the stage here for you. So Wolf Company has claimed that Bark Company has stolen a document named sky.docx. This specific document contains some super secret sensitive information on a new dog breed. The company has hired the Con Company to really investigate this matter further.
We're the Con Company. So our hypothetical company of us and our career backgrounds in e-discovery and forensics, we are creating the cons to help solve the case of our favorite dog, Sky. And so we're going to use both of our strengths, and we're going to figure out what exactly happened, what that dog breed is, who shared that document, when, why, all the investigatory questions, the W's. And so first thing, we're going to kind of go through that model. We're going to figure out those documents that are relative and collect those custodians' data, their email accounts, and process that data in an e-discovery platform. And so e-discovery platform is going to help us review and narrow the data set down to a much smaller population. Using a lot of the technology and searching, we can find where that document traveled to and from and who emailed that document to each other, which allows us to use forensics then to do a more targeted collection of those three custodians that have the document.
So after it moved really from e-discovery, then it would kind of hit over to me where I would really focus in on those 3 employees that e-discovery identified, and I could really grab some more registry files and some log files and see where that document went, who had it, look at some like USB artifacts or even more specifically the registry, the emails and all that. So really just combining our forces. I know this case could be investigated by e-discovery by forensics on its own, but if you just picture an e-discovery and a forensic person really solving that case together, you can get a pretty good report out of it, and it's very it helps with our time really together. So at the end, we found the document, we reported on it, gave our client all their results and everything. And I know you guys are probably asking what kind of dog what is this dog breed? And we're not really sure.
Not a dog.
Is that a dog? We don't know.
And lastly, thank you all.
We lost your sound a little bit, Andrew.
Oh, okay. Well, those were our resources on the last slide. And here, we just want to thank everybody for joining us. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see you in person, but we're glad that we're able to see you remotely.
Yeah, don't feel bad to reach out to us after LinkedIn, Twitter, and we had a great time. Sorry we had a few glitches here, and it's pretty interesting with a virtual background with 2 people, so it's been good. Thanks, guys.
Fantastic job. And I posted a lot of comments in track 2 for you, or I pinned them, and you'll also see them in your channel. If everyone could now leave and go back to track 1, Phil and I are going to do a closeout. Thank you both.
Awesome. Thank you.